Hello guys, welcome to Pika Fiction. So in this video, we will see, what if Ash was saved by Latias and she used her illusion powers to live as his human wife. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Girl from the water took him fast. 1 second Ash was running along the canal wall, screaming for Latios, watching the defense mechanism tear itself apart in a cyclone of light and corrupted energy. The next second the world tilted sideways and a wall of black water slammed into him with the force of a freight train. He didn't even have time to take a breath. The canal swallowed him whole. Cobblestones and debris tumbled past in the dark current, and something heavy struck his ribs, a chunk of bridge railing, maybe, and the air he'd been holding exploded out of his lungs in a burst of silver bubbles. He tried to kick. Tried to claw toward the surface. But the current was a living thing, dragging him deeper into the flooded streets of Alto Mare, spinning him until he couldn't tell which way was up. Pikachu. Where was Pikachu? They'd been separated when the wave hit. Ash reached out blindly, fingers grasping at nothing, and the cold pressed in from every direction like a fist closing. His chest burned. His vision was going gray at the edges. This is bad. Not a profound thought. Not poetic. Just the simple, animal recognition that he was drowning, 12 years old, in a city he'd come to for a water race that felt like it had happened in another lifetime. Mom's going to kill me. The gray was turning black. His body was shutting down despite every screaming signal his brain fired to move, kick, fight. He couldn't. The water was too strong and he was too small and the surface might as well have been 1,000 miles away. Something warm pressed against his back. Not warm, hot. Like pressing your palms against a sun-heated window. A pulse of energy surged through him, and suddenly Ash could see, not with his eyes, which were still blind in the murk, but with something deeper. A map of the water drawn in light. The current's direction. The surface, 6 feet above. And behind him, wrapped around his body with wings that shouldn't have been able to grip but did, a shape made of red and white light. Latias. She was burning through her own energy to keep him alive. He could feel it, feel her, in a way that went beyond physical contact. Her fear was a living scream inside his skull. Not for herself. For him. A desperate, wordless terror that this fragile human boy was going to die in her arms and she could not, would not, let that happen. She drove them upward. The water fought her and she fought back with everything she had, psychic energy shearing the current apart, and they broke the surface in an explosion of spray and golden light. Ash gasped. Choked. Vomited canal water. Gasped again. The world rushed back in, sounds, colors, the distant wail of emergency sirens and the closer sound of Latias keening, a high musical note that he felt vibrate in his teeth and his bones and somewhere behind his heart. She carried him to the shore. A stone embankment near the secret garden, far from the worst of the destruction. She set him down on the sun-warmed rock with a gentleness that was almost absurd given that she'd just punched through a flooded canal like a torpedo. Ash lay on his back, coughing, staring at the sky. It was blue. Impossibly, offensively blue, like the world hadn't just tried to end. Pikachu. A familiar weight landed on his chest. Small paws pressed against his collarbone. Pika. Pikachu's voice was raw with panic, and the little mouse was soaking wet, ears plastered flat, but alive. Alive and here and patting Ash's face with frantic paws. Hey, buddy. Ash's voice came out wrecked. I'm okay. He wasn't okay. His ribs screamed with every breath and his head was pounding and there was blood on his temple from where something had clipped him underwater. But he was alive, which was more than he'd expected 30 seconds ago, so he was calling it a win. He turned his head. Latias was beside him. Not hovering, lying on the stone, wings folded at wrong angles, chest heaving. She was dim. That was the only word for it. The vibrant red and white of her plumage had faded to something muted and gray, like a painting left in the sun too long. Her golden eyes were half closed, and that keening sound had dropped to a whisper. "Hey." Ash reached out and touched her neck. "Hey, are you?" The moment his fingers made contact, the world inverted. It wasn't painful. It was like stepping off a cliff, that instant of weightlessness before gravity remembers you exist. Every nerve in Ash's body fired simultaneously, and for one shattering second he wasn't just touching Latias, he was Latias, feeling the exhaustion in every cell of her body, the terror still howling through her mind, and underneath it all, blazing like a furnace at the center of a star, a single emotion so enormous it didn't have a human name. She had almost lost him. She would burn through every shred of her power, her life, herself before she let that happen. This was not a decision. It was a fundamental law, written into her being in the instant she'd wrapped her wings around a drowning boy. Then the moment passed, and Ash was lying on the stone again, gasping for entirely new reasons. Latias's eyes were fully open now, fixed on him with an expression that looked a lot like terror. What, Ash managed, was that? She made a sound. A musical trill that might have been an apology or an explanation or just inarticulate fear. She pressed her face against his hand, and Ash felt a ghost echo of that connection, a warm hum at the base of his skull, like hearing a song from another room. Pikachu's ears twitched. The little Pokemon looked from Ash to Latias and back, black eyes wide with an understanding that Ash didn't share yet. "Pikapi." Pikachu said softly. That was when Lorenzo and Bianca found them. The old man took one look at Ash and Latias lying side by side on the embankment and went very, very still. "Bianca," he said quietly. "Go get blankets. Hot water. The first aid kit under the workbench." "Grandpa, what, now, please?" Bianca ran. Lorenzo knelt beside them, and Ash saw something in the old man's eyes that he didn't expect, recognition. Not surprise. Not confusion. Recognition. "How long were you in the water?" Lorenzo asked, pressing his fingers to Ash's wrist, checking his pulse. A minute. Maybe 2. "And Latias pulled you out?" "Yeah. She saved my life." Lorenzo looked at Latias. She looked back at him with those golden eyes, and some kind of silent conversation happened between them, the kind that didn't need words because decades of trust and love had built a language all their own. Lorenzo closed his eyes. Took a breath. When he opened them again, his expression was careful in a way that made Ash's stomach tighten. "Ash. What I'm going to tell you is going to sound strange. I need you to listen carefully. Okay. When Latias saved you, when she channeled her energy into you to keep you alive in the water, something happened that hasn't happened in a very long time. Centuries. I've only read about it in the oldest texts." Lorenzo paused. Chose his words with the precision of a man defusing a bomb. "She formed a bond with you. A soul bond." "A what?" "A connection between her life force and yours. It's permanent, Ash. It can't be undone. It wasn't intentional, Latias didn't choose it any more than you did. It happens when an Ian Pokemon expends its life energy to save someone it cares about. The energy doesn't just heal, it intertwines." Ash stared at him. Then at Latias. She made a small, guilty sound and looked away. "What does that mean?" Ash asked. "Practically, what does that actually mean?" "It means you'll be able to sense each other's emotions. Location. Well-being. The bond will deepen over time. If you stay close, it will grow stronger. If you're separated for extended periods." Lorenzo hesitated. "There will be discomfort. Pain, possibly. The texts aren't specific. So we're stuck together." The word "stuck" landed like a slap. Latias flinched, a full-body shudder that rippled through her feathers, and Ash immediately felt like the worst person alive. That's not what I didn't mean, he turned to her. Hey. You saved my life. I'm not complaining. I just need to understand. Latias looked at him. The warm hum at the base of his skull shifted, and Ash actually felt, a wave of relief wash over him that wasn't his own. Her relief. That he wasn't angry. That he wasn't afraid of her. Okay, he said. That's going to take some getting used to. Lorenzo watched them with an expression that was half wonder and half grief. He was thinking about Latios, Ash realized. About the bond that Latias's brother would never have the chance to form with anyone. Bianca came back with blankets and hot water and bandages, and the next hour was spent in practical care, cleaning wounds, warming up, making sure neither of them was going to collapse. Through all of it, Latias stayed pressed against Ash's side, and the hum of their bond was a quiet constant, like a second heartbeat. 3 weeks later, Ash was walking a coastal road south of Marantide with a Pikachu on his shoulder, a Brock telling a terrible joke about a Geodude and a bar, and a girl he'd met in Alto Mare named Tia. She had dark hair that caught the light in ways that shouldn't have been possible, hints of auburn and copper that shifted when she moved, like oil on water. Her eyes were amber, almost gold in direct sunlight, framed by dark lashes. She wore a yellow sundress she'd bought at a market 3 towns back because, she'd told Ash with complete sincerity, it looked like it was made of happiness. She was beautiful. Ash had noticed this immediately and was trying very hard not to make it weird. So the Geodude says, that's not a rock throw, that's my wife. Brock finished, grinning expectantly. Silence. I don't understand, Tia said. She looked at Ash. Was that the joke? The whole joke? Unfortunately, yes, Ash said. Hey. Brock clutched his chest. That joke killed at the Pewter City Trainers Social. Everything kills in Pewter City, Ash said. There's nothing else to do there. Slander. Absolute slander. Tia laughed. She had a laugh that was slightly too musical to be normal, a ripple of sound that made nearby Pokémon perk up their ears. A butterfree that had been floating over the wildflowers along the road diverted its path to circle her head once before continuing on. Tia didn't seem to notice. Or rather, she noticed but didn't find it unusual. Ash noticed. He'd been noticing things about Tia since she'd joined them. Small things. The way she walked without ever looking at the ground, as if she inherently knew where every rock and root was. The way she could predict weather changes hours before they happened, she'd calmly suggest they set up camp just before storms rolled in that had no business arriving as quickly as they did. The way she'd stare at food with an intensity that bordered on religious before taking her first bite. And the way Pokémon acted around her. Wild Pokémon that should have been skittish approached her without fear. Territorial Nidoran let her walk through their patch of grass untouched. A Teddiursa had wandered out of the tree lean 2 days ago, climbed into her lap, and fallen asleep. She'd sat perfectly still for 45 minutes, missing lunch, beaming like she'd been given a trophy. Tia, Ash said. You've got another one. She looked down. A caterpie had attached itself to the hem of her sundress and was riding along contentedly, tiny eyes half closed. Oh. She knelt down and gently detached it, placing it on a leaf. Sorry, little one. You'll get too far from home. The caterpie made a disgruntled sound and inched back toward her. Maybe it wants to come with us, Brock said, watching with that expression he got sometimes, observant, analytical, seeing more than he let on. It shouldn't. Tia's voice was soft but firm. It belongs here. She said it with such quiet certainty that both Ash and Brock let the moment pass without comment. But Ash filed it away alongside all the other small, strange things about the girl from Alto Mare who wanted to see the world. The story she'd given him was simple. She was a trainer, no badges, she explained, she didn't really battle, who'd grown up in Alto Mare and never left. After the DMA incident, she'd decided life was short and the world was big. She'd heard Ash was heading south and asked to tag along. Ash, whose instinct for spotting lies ranked somewhere between a golden retriever and a brick wall, had said yes immediately. It was Brock who'd asked the follow-up questions. Where in Alto Mare did she live? What Pokemon did she have? Did she have family who'd miss her? Tia had answered all of them with practiced ease that Brock noticed was too practiced. She lived near the canals. She didn't currently have any Pokemon on her team, she'd released them before traveling, wanting a fresh start. Her family understood. All technically true, from a certain perspective, in a way that would require a very creative definition of true. Brock didn't push. He liked Tia. She was kind, she helped with cooking, badly, enthusiastically, with a tendency to taste test everything, and she made Ash smile in a way that Brock had never seen before, a quieter smile than Ash usually wore, warmer, like a campfire instead of a bonfire. If Brock had concerns about the girl who attracted wild Pokemon and whose eyes sometimes caught the light wrong, he kept them filed under problems for future Brock. Marantide appeared around the bend in the road, a small coastal town draped over a hillside like a cat on a windowsill. White buildings with blue roofs, a harbor cluttered with fishing boats, and the sound of wind gull crying over the tide. There it is, Ash said. Brock, the guidebook said there's a Pokemon Center near the harbor, right? Should be. And the market runs until evening, we can resupply. Market. Tia's eyes lit up. She discovered the concept of markets on her second day of travel and had reacted with the unbridled enthusiasm of someone encountering human commerce for the first time, which was exactly what it was. Can we get those dried berries? The pink ones? Pecha berries? Ash grinned. You literally ate an entire bag yesterday. They're good. They taste like, she waved her hands, searching for words. Like if sunshine had a flavor and you could eat it. That's not a description. That's a poem about a berry. Maybe the berry deserves a poem. Brock watched this exchange with the tolerant expression of a man who'd accepted his role as third wheel with grace and humor. We can get pecha berries, he said. An actual food. Real food, with protein. They made their way down the hill into Marantide. The town was sleepy and warm, the kind of place where everyone knew everyone and strangers were welcomed with friendly curiosity. An old woman selling flowers at the edge of the market waved them over and pressed a Gracidia bloom into Tia's hair. For the pretty girl, she said, patting Tia's cheek. Tia touched the flower with careful fingers, and Ash caught the way her expression shifted, a flicker of something fragile and overwhelmed, like a person who'd just been handed a gift they didn't know how to deserve. Then she smiled, wide and genuine, and thanked the woman in a voice that cracked slightly at the edges. The Pokemon Center in Marantide was small but well maintained. Nurse Joy processed their registration with practiced efficiency, and they settled into a shared room, Brock in one bed, Ash in another, and Tia in a third they'd requested. The sleeping arrangements had been a source of quiet comedy for the past 3 weeks. Tia had never slept in a human bed before. The first night, Ash had found her sleeping on top of the blankets in a curled position that looked more comfortable for something with wings than someone with arms. By the end of the first week, she'd figured out the blanket system but still slept with her feet tucked under her in a way that no human spine should have tolerated. I'm going to check out the harbor, Ash announced after they'd settled in. Pikachu, you coming? Pika. The affirmative was immediate. Mind if I come? Tia asked, already on her feet. I'll stay and plan dinner, Brock said, waving them off. You kids have fun. The harbor was beautiful in the late afternoon light, golden hour painting everything in shades of amber and honey. Fishing boats rocked gently at their moorings, and the water was glass calm, reflecting the sky like a mirror. Ash found a spot at the end of the longest dock and sat down, legs dangling over the edge. Tia sat beside him. Pikachu settled between them, tail flicking contentedly. For a while, they just watched the water. "Can I ask you something?" Ash said. "Of course. Why'd you really want to come with us?" Tia's hands stilled in her lap. "I told you. I wanted to see the world." "Yeah, but you could have done that on your own. Plenty of people travel solo. You specifically asked to come with me. Maybe I like the company. You didn't know me. We talked for, what, a day? Less." Tia was quiet for a long moment. The sunset painted her profile in warm light, and Ash noticed again the way her features seemed almost too symmetrical, too balanced, not unnatural, but idealized, like someone had drawn a face from memory and gotten the proportions just slightly too perfect. "In alto mare," she said finally, "during the flood, you ran toward the danger. Everyone else was running away, and you ran toward it. To help Pokemon. To help people. To help Latios and Latias. That's just what you do." "No." Her voice was firm. "That's what you do. Most people don't. I watched you, and I thought, I want to understand someone like that. Someone who runs toward things instead of away from them." She paused. "And honestly, I've been running away from things for a long time. I thought maybe if I stayed near someone brave, some of it might rub off." The honesty of it caught Ash off guard. He looked at her, really looked, and saw something behind the amber eyes that was older than it should have been. A loneliness that had worn grooves in her, like water eroding stone. "You don't seem like someone who runs away," he said. "You'd be surprised." Pikachu pressed against Tia's knee, a deliberate gesture of comfort, and Ash felt a pulse through the bond, the one he still didn't fully understand. A warmth that wasn't his. Gratitude. Affection. And underneath it, always underneath, that faint current of fear. Of loss. He let the silence sit for a while. The sun was sinking into the ocean, throwing a road of gold across the water. "I've been thinking about something," he said. Everyone always asks me what I'm going to do." "What's your plan, Ash? What's your strategy? When are you going to challenge the next gym?" "Like everything has to be a step towards something bigger. Like the point of traveling is the destination. Isn't it? I used to think so. I wanted to be a Pokemon master. Capital P, capital M. The whole thing, titles, trophies, my name in the Hall of Fame." He stretched his arms over his head, working out a kink in his shoulder. "But lately, I don't know. I still want that. But I also want this. Sitting on a dock. Watching the sunset. Having someone to sit with." Tia's breath caught. A small sound, barely audible over the gentle slap of water against the pilings. "Is that dumb?" Ash asked. "No. That's the opposite of dumb. I just feel like being a Pokemon master should mean something more than winning battles. Like it should mean, being someone. The kind of person your Pokemon are proud to fight beside. The kind of person who makes the world a little better just by being in it." He laughed, embarrassed. "Okay, now that was dumb." "It wasn't." Tia's voice was barely above a whisper. She was looking at him with an intensity that made the air feel heavier, charged with something he couldn't name. "I think being a Pokemon master means being someone worth following." The words landed in Ash's chest and stayed there. He looked at her. She looked at him. The sunset burned between them, and something shifted, not dramatically, not like a switch flipping, but like a planet adjusting its orbit by a single degree, a change so small it wouldn't be visible for a long time but would eventually move everything. "Yeah," he said softly. "Yeah, maybe that's exactly it." Tia opened her mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. She had the look of someone standing at the edge of a cliff, trying to decide whether to jump. The words were right there. He could feel them through the bond, a pressure building behind her ribs, a truth clawing to get out. She wanted to tell him something. Something enormous. Something that would change the shape of everything between them. She closed her mouth. Swallowed the words whole. "We should head back," she said. "Brock will have dinner ready." Ash felt the moment pass, felt her relief and her disappointment tangled together in the bond like two colors of thread, and didn't understand what he'd almost witnessed. "Yeah," he said. "Let's go." He stood and offered her his hand. She took it. Her fingers were warm, almost feverishly so, and she held on for half a second longer than necessary before letting go. They walked back along the dock, Pikachu trotting between them, and the last of the sunset faded behind them like a door closing gently. In the shadows behind the harbor warehouse, a woman with silver hair watched them go. She wore dark clothes that blended with the deepening twilight, functional, armored in places, the outfit of someone who expected violence and dressed accordingly. A Maitayana stood at her side, red eyes tracking the two figures as they walked toward the Pokemon Center. The woman raised a small device to her ear. "Control, this is Sable. I've reached Marantide." A pause. "Static. Confirmed anomalous energy. The signature matches legendary class readings from the Alto Mare event 3 weeks ago. Origin appears to be a young female traveling companion of the Ketchum boy." She paused, watching Tia's retreating figure. "Psychic energy output is controlled. Deliberately suppressed. Whatever she is, she's hiding it." Another pause. "Acknowledged. Moving to Phase 2 observation. I'll maintain distance and continue monitoring. Sable out." She lowered the device. The Maitayana growled softly, and she placed a hand on its head, not for comfort, but for silence. "Easy, Nix," she murmured. "We're not hunting. Not yet." She watched the lights of the Pokemon Center flicker on, warm and yellow against the gathering dark. Somewhere inside, a boy who'd almost drowned 3 weeks ago was laughing at a joke. And beside him, something ancient and powerful was choosing, moment by moment, to be small and soft and human. Sable had been in this line of work for 12 years. She'd tracked legendary Pokemon across 4 continents. She'd seen what happened when humans got too close to that kind of power, the burns, the breaks, the people who came undone at the seams. This felt different. She couldn't put her finger on why. "Doesn't matter," she told herself. "Orders are orders." She melted back into the shadows, and the harbor was empty again. The next morning, Ash woke to the sound of catastrophe. Which was to say, he woke to the sound of Tia in the Pokemon Center kitchen. No, 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 a crash. The sound of something liquid hitting the floor. A hissing noise that suggested a pan had been left on the stove too long. And cutting through all of it, Tia's voice, rising in pitch with each repetition, "No, no, no, no." Ash stumbled out of bed, bleary-eyed, and found Brock already in the hallway, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed and the peaceful expression of a man who had accepted chaos as a breakfast companion. "How long?" Ash asked. "About 12 minutes. She's trying to make scrambled eggs." "Is she winning?" Another crash. "I'd call it a draw," Brock said. They entered the kitchen to find Tia standing in the center of what could only be described as a culinary crime scene. Egg was on the ceiling. Somehow. Egg was on the ceiling. A pan was smoking on the stove. A bag of flour had been knocked over, coating the counter in white powder. And Tia stood in the middle of it all with egg in her hair and a spatula in her hand and an expression of such determined dignity that Ash had to bite the inside of his cheek to keep from laughing. "I'm making breakfast," she announced. "I can see that," Ash said carefully. "It's going well." "Is it?" "The eggs are abstract." Ash looked at the pan. The eggs had been cooked, technically, in the same way that a forest fire technically provides warmth. They were black on the bottom and raw on top, a paradox of temperature that defied culinary physics. "What happened to the ceiling?" Brock asked, genuinely mystified. I don't want to talk about the ceiling. Ash lost the battle. He laughed, a full, helpless, doubled-over laugh that started in his stomach and shook his whole frame. Pikachu, who'd been watching from the counter with the expression of a Pokémon who'd seen too much, started laughing too, in that chittering way Pikachu had. Tia glared at both of them with zero real anger. You're supposed to be supportive. I am supportive. I support you putting down the spatula before you hurt someone. I am a capable person. I know you are. You're just not a capable cook. That's mean. That's honest. She threw a piece of eggshell at him. He caught it. Brock, displaying the saintly patience that made him the backbone of every group he'd ever traveled with, gently took the spatula from Tia's hand and steered her away from the stove. Within 10 minutes, he had proper eggs cooking, fluffy, golden, seasoned with herbs he'd bought at the market, and Tia sat at the counter watching him with the focused attention of a student taking mental notes. You crack the eggs into the bowl, Brock narrated, demonstrating. Not against the bowl. Not near the bowl. Into the bowl. I was close. You hit the counter. The counter is near the bowl. Ash sat across from her, chin in his hand, watching the back and forth with a warmth in his chest that he was learning not to question. This was new, this domestic, comfortable, ridiculous morning rhythm. 3 weeks ago, he'd been traveling with the familiar pattern of roadside camps and Pokémon Center bunks, focused on the next gym, the next badge, the next step forward. Now there was this. Egg on the ceiling and flour on the counter and a girl with amber eyes arguing about cooking physics. He liked it. He liked it more than he'd expected to. Here. Brock set plates in front of them. Actual food. Eat. Tia took her first bite and made a sound that was almost indecent. Brock. This is, how do you make food do this? Butter and patience, Brock said, because Brock understood that cooking was philosophically identical to Pokémon training. They ate. The morning sun poured through the kitchen windows, warm and lazy, and for a while everything was simple. Then Ash's Pokegear buzzed. He checked it, expecting a message from his mom or maybe Professor Oak. Instead, he found a news alert, the kind that scrolled across the bottom of every Pokémon Center's lobby screen. Legendary Pokémon sighting, Suicune spotted in Johto's northern territories, researchers unable to confirm, local reports describe unusual energy disturbances, near a critique city. Ash read it twice. Legendary sightings weren't uncommon, they made the news every few months, usually blurry photos and second-hand accounts. But something about this one snagged in his mind. Not the sighting itself. The phrase unusual energy disturbances. He'd felt unusual energy. 3 weeks ago, when Latias had bonded with him, the world had gone white and strange and too large, like someone had ripped a hole in the air and shown him the machinery behind reality. And ever since, his senses had been different. Sharper. Wider. He could feel Pikachu's mood like a background temperature, right now, content and full of egg. He could feel Tia's presence without looking at her, a warm constant at the edge of his awareness. And sometimes, at night, he'd catch flickers of something else, distant, vast, like whale song heard through ocean depths. Other Pokémon. Other presences. Things too far away and too large to comprehend. He hadn't told anyone about it. He wasn't sure how. Something wrong? Tia asked, reading his expression with that uncanny accuracy she had. No. Just news. He put the Pokegear away. Hey, I was thinking, we should head south from here. There's a gym in Silverport City. Big tournament coming up too. You're entering a tournament? Brock perked up. Which one? The Silverport Invitational. It's not huge, but it draws good trainers. I want to test myself. Test yourself how? Ash hesitated. He didn't know how to explain it, the feeling that had been building for weeks that something in his battling had changed. Not his strategy, exactly. Not his Pokemon strength. Something subtler. Like he was seeing the shape of battles before they happened. Anticipating moves 3 steps ahead. Feeling the intention behind an opponent's commands before the words left their mouth. "I've just got this feeling," he said, "that I'm better than I was. And I want to know if I'm right." Tia and Brock exchanged a look that Ash didn't catch, a look that said they'd both noticed the change in him and neither had mentioned it, for different reasons. "Silverport it is," Brock said. They left Marantide after lunch, following the coastal road south. The terrain shifted from rocky cliffs to rolling hills, and the path wound through patches of forest that opened periodically into breathtaking ocean views, blue stretching to the horizon, dotted with the white sails of distant boats. Tia walked with an easy grace that ate up miles without seeming to tire. Ash had noticed this too. She never got winded. Never asked to rest. She could walk for hours at a pace that left even Ash, who'd been trekking across regions since he was 10, breathing hard on steep inclines. "You're in really good shape," he'd said on the 3rd day of their journey, trying not to sound accusatory. "I like walking," she'd replied simply, and that had been that. Now, on the road to Silverport, they stopped to make camp in a clearing where a stream cut through the forest. Brock set up the cooking station with military precision. Ash let his Pokemon out to stretch. Bayleaf immediately tried to tackle-hug him, Totodile started dancing for no reason, and Noctowl perched in a tree and judged everyone silently. Tia sat by the stream, watching the water with an expression that was hard to read. She did this sometimes, went quiet and still, staring at nothing, or at everything, with a focus that suggested she was seeing things invisible to everyone else. Ash settled beside her. Not touching, but close enough that the hum of their bond, the one he still thought of as a vague sixth sense rather than what it actually was, resonated between them like a plucked string. "Tell me about Alto Mare," he said. Tia blinked. "What about it?" "Anything. What was your life like there?" A pause. She picked up a smooth stone from the stream bed and turned it over in her fingers. "Quiet. Beautiful. Safe. My brother and I." She stopped. Swallowed. "My brother and I used to fly, race through the canals. He was faster, but I could turn sharper. He hated that. He'd say speed was everything, and I'd say, wait. Fly." Tia's face went blank. The color drained out of her cheeks in a way that Ash had never seen in a human being, not gradually, but all at once, like someone had pulled a plug. "I meant run," she said. "We'd run through the streets. By the canals. You said fly. I misspoke. It's an Alto Mare expression. Running fast, we call it flying." She laughed, "Too high, too quick. Language things." Ash looked at her. Something was wrong, the bond was screaming it at him, a spike of panic that wasn't his own, sharp as a needle. But Tia's face was composed, almost aggressively casual, and he could feel her willing him to drop it. He dropped it. Not because he believed her, Ash wasn't as oblivious as people thought, he just chose his battles differently than most, but because the panic radiating through the bond told him that pushing right now would break something he didn't know how to fix. "Your brother," he said instead. "What was he like?" The panic ebbed. In its place, a grief so deep and raw that Ash physically flinched. It was like someone had opened a door to a room full of cold air. "He was brave," Tia whispered. "The bravest person I've ever known. He gave everything to protect Alto Mare. Everything." She turned the stone over and over. "He's gone now. I'm sorry. He'd have liked you. He was suspicious of humans, but he'd have liked you." A pause. "You have the same stubbornness. The same stupid, beautiful refusal to give up." Ash didn't know what to say to that. He sat with her in the gathering dusk, and the stream whispered over stones, and somewhere in the trees Noctowl hooted softly. "Tia, he said quietly. If there's something you want to tell me, you don't have to right now. But whenever you're ready, I'm here. She looked at him. The amber eyes were bright, too bright, shimmering with something that wanted to be tears. A human body she wasn't entirely sure she was operating correctly, producing responses she was still learning to navigate. I know, she said. That's what scares me. He didn't understand that yet. He would. Pikachu appeared between them, clutching a berry in both paws, and deposited it in Tia's lap with great ceremony. Pikachupi, Pikachu said. For you. Tia laughed, a real laugh, wet at the edges but genuine, and scratched behind Pikachu's ear. The electric mouse leaned into her touch with closed eyes, and Ash watched the two of them and felt something settle in his chest. He didn't know that Pikachu had known from the first moment. That the electric mouse could feel Latias' true nature as clearly as he felt a thunderstorm approaching, the crackle of legendary energy, the vast psychic presence barely contained behind a shell of human appearance. Pikachu had looked at Tia and seen her, not the disguise, not the deception, but the Pokémon underneath, and had decided, simply and completely, that her secret was safe. Because Pikachu trusted Latias' heart. And Pikachu trusted his trainers. Dinner. Brock called from the campfire. If you two lovebirds are done being poetic over there. We're not, Ash started. We're not, Tia started. They looked at each other. Looked away. A flush crept up Ash's neck that he blamed on the campfire, despite being 15 feet from it. Brock grinned the grin of a man who understood romance far better than he'd ever managed to practice it. Sure. Whatever you say. Later that night, after Brock's snoring had reached its usual earth-shaking volume and Ash had drifted into the deep sleep of someone who'd walked 20 miles, Tia lay awake. She stared at the canvas ceiling of the tent, and the human body she wore felt like a costume that was slowly becoming skin. 3 weeks. 3 weeks of breathing, eating, sleeping, laughing, crying, stubbing her toe on a rock and experiencing pain in a way that was entirely different from the diffuse discomfort a Pokémon felt, sharper, more localized, more personal. 3 weeks of being Tia instead of Latias. She could feel Ash through the bond. Asleep, his mind was a warm, unfocused glow, like looking at the sun through closed eyes. Dreams flickered through the connection, fragments she could catch if she reached for them. He was dreaming about a battle. Pikachu was in it, crackling with electricity, and the joy emanating from Dream Ash was so pure and bright that it made her chest ache. She loved him. The realization wasn't new. It had been there since Altomare, since before the bond, since the moment she'd watched a boy throw himself between danger and a city full of strangers without a single thought for his own safety. What was new was the shape of it. Before, love had been abstract, an Ian Pokémon's instinctive warmth toward a kind human. Now, filtered through a human heart and human hormones and human neural pathways that she was still learning to interpret, love was, specific. Devastating. It was the way his voice sounded when he was excited. The way he looked at his Pokémon, each one individually, like they were people, not tools. The way he'd offered her his hand on the dock without thinking, because kindness was his default setting. She loved him, and she was lying to him every second of every day. Tia rolled onto her side and pressed her face into the pillow. The illusion held steady, it was second nature now, as automatic as breathing. She didn't have to concentrate to maintain it anymore. The soul bond had done that, had evolved her abilities beyond what any Latias before her had managed. She wasn't projecting a hologram over her true form. She was wearing a human body. It had warmth. Weight. A heartbeat that synced with Ash's when they sat close together. But underneath it, she was still Latias. Still a legendary Pokémon in a sundress, playing house with the boy she'd imprinted on, pretending she had a right to this life she'd stolen. Lorenzo had warned her. The longer you wait to tell him, the harder it becomes. Not because the truth changes, but because the lie grows roots. She'd told him she'd do it soon. 3 weeks of soon. The fear wasn't rational. She knew Ash, knew him at the cellular level, his emotions an open book through their bond. He wasn't capable of cruelty. He wouldn't reject her for being a Pokemon. If anything, he'd probably think it was cool. But that was exactly the problem. He wouldn't reject her. He'd accept her, as a Pokemon. As Latias. A legendary creature he respected and admired and would protect with his life. And Tia, this person she was becoming, this woman who burned eggs and bought yellow sundresses and fell asleep on his shoulder during long walks, would disappear. Not because Ash would erase her, but because the frame of reference would shift. She wouldn't be the girl he chose to travel with. She'd be the Pokemon who tricked him. The truth wouldn't set her free. It would change the story they were writing together, and she wasn't ready for the new version. So she lay awake, and she hated herself a little, and she loved him a lot, and outside the tent, the stars turned slowly overhead while a hoot-hoot sang the hours away. Pikachu, curled at the foot of Ash's sleeping bag, opened one eye and looked at her. "Pika," he said softly. "It's okay." She reached out and touched his paw. "I'll tell him." Pikachu. "When?" "Soon." The electric mouse gave her a look that was far too knowing for a creature that communicated in variations of his own name. Then he closed his eye and went back to sleep, leaving Tia alone with her guilt and her love and the distant sound of waves on a shore she couldn't see. Morning brought clarity the way mornings do, not by solving problems but by drowning them in the practical demands of being alive. There was breakfast to eat, Brock's, not Tia's. There was a road to walk. There was a tournament in Silverport that Ash was getting increasingly fired up about. "I've been thinking about my team composition," he said as they walked, gesturing with the energy of someone whose brain was running 6 parallel processes. "Pikachu's a given. Bayleaf's got the type coverage for water trainers, and there'll be a lot of water trainers at a coastal tournament. Noctowl gives me aerial control. What about Totodile?" Tia asked. "Totodile's enthusiastic. But his battle focus is non-existent. I was going to say, developing. He tried to dance battle a Geodude yesterday. It almost worked. It really didn't." Ash grinned. This was another thing he'd grown to love about traveling with Tia. She engaged with his battle talk. Not just listened politely, the way some people did, but actually engaged, asking questions that showed she understood strategy at a level that surprised him. She thought about type matchups instinctively, predicted opponent patterns with eerie accuracy, and once suggested a combination attack for Pikachu and Bayleaf that was so tactically elegant Ash had stopped walking to stare at her. "Where'd you learn so much about battling?" he'd asked. "I watched a lot of battles in Alto Mare," she'd said, which was true. She'd spent years watching the tournaments and contests that passed through the city, hidden in the rafters of the arena or disguised as a spectator in the crowd. What she didn't say was that she'd watched battles from a perspective no human could match, sensing the flow of psychic and elemental energy between Pokemon, reading their intentions as clearly as thought, understanding the shapes of combat in a way that transcended strategy and became something closer to art. "Cyndaquil would give you better coverage than Totodile," she said now. "Fire and electric against any grass-type answers to your water weakness. But then I'm weak to ground. Noctowl handles ground. And Bayleaf can learn earthquake counter moves." Ash considered this. "That's, actually really solid." "I know. You're very confident for someone who doesn't battle. I'm confident for someone who pays attention." Brock, walking behind them, made a note in his mental file. "She knows too much about battle mechanics for someone with no badges and no team. She reads Pokemon like she can see their energy. She slipped and said, 'fly' when she meant, 'run.' And last night, when she healed that Pidgey. The Pidgey. That had been yesterday afternoon, on the road. A small Pidgey had fluttered down from a tree with one wing hanging wrong, dislocated or sprained, the kind of injury that needed a Pokemon center. Tia had picked it up, cradled it in her hands, and murmured something too soft to hear. Then a faint pink glow had pulsed around her fingers, barely visible, easy to miss, gone in less than a second, and the Pidgey had flexed its wing, chirped in confusion, and flown away. Brock had seen it. He'd been the only one looking. He hadn't said anything. But that night, before bed, he'd taken a book from his bag, a thick, weathered volume titled Legends of Ian, the Lottie twins of Alto Mare that he'd bought at a bookshop in Marantide, and left it by Tia's sleeping bag, open to a page that featured an illustration of Latias in human form. He didn't know if she'd seen it. He didn't ask. Some truths, Brock believed, needed to arrive on their own schedule. And some people needed to know they were safe before they could be honest. They reached the outskirts of Silverport City by late afternoon. The city announced itself gradually, scattered farmhouses becoming suburban streets becoming a proper urban sprawl. Silverport was big. Not goldenrod big, but substantial, a trade hub with a major harbor, a conference center, and an arena complex that dominated the skyline like a chromanglass crown. Registration for the invitational closes at 6, Ash said, checking his pokegear. I need to sign up. Go, Brock said. I'll check us in at the Pokemon Center. I'll come with you. Tia fell into step beside Ash as he headed for the arena, and Pikachu rode his shoulder like a furry golden sentinel. The arena complex was buzzing with pre-tournament energy. Trainers from across the region crowded the registration hall, comparing teams, trading stories, sizing each other up with the competitive intensity that was unique to people who made battling their life. Ash navigated the crowd with the ease of someone who'd been in these spaces 100 times, and Tia stayed close, studying everything with wide eyes. Registration was straightforward. Name, trainer ID, Pokemon roster. Ash handed over his information and received a competitor badge, silver, numbered, pinned to his jacket. Good luck, the registrar said. First rounds tomorrow morning. Schedules on the board. Ash checked the board. 32 trainers. 5 rounds. Best of 3 battles per round. His first opponent was someone named Darren Holt. Know him? Tia asked. Nope. That's the fun part. You have a strange definition of fun. I have a great definition of fun. They were heading for the exit when a voice cut through the crowd, sharp, carrying, the kind of voice that was used to being heard. Well. The famous Ash Ketchum. A young man stepped into their path. He was maybe 17, lean and sharp-featured, with ice-blue eyes and sandy hair pulled back in a short tail. He wore a dark traveling coat that looked expensive and a smirk that looked practiced. Do I know you? Ash asked. Callum Drake. Hoenn Regional semi-finalist, 2 years running. He said it the way someone else might say I'm a doctor, with the weary confidence of credentials that had been earned through genuine excellence. I've seen your Indigo League performance. The Charizard match. Everyone saw the Charizard match. Charizard disobeyed you in the middle of an elimination round, and you still almost won. That's either impressive or insane. Little of both. Callum's smirk widened into something that might have been respect. I like that. Most people would make excuses. He glanced at Tia, then back at Ash. I'm in the other bracket. If we both make the semis, we'll meet there. Looking forward to it. You shouldn't be. Callum turned and walked away, coat swirling behind him, and the crowd parted like water. Say what you want about the guy, he knew how to make an exit. He seems fun, Tia said dryly. He seems like someone I want to beat. Those aren't the same thing. They are for me. Tia shook her head, but she was smiling. That fierce, bright smile she got when Ash said something that was so fundamentally him that it reminded her why she'd followed a drowning boy out of the water and into a life she'd never imagined. They walked out into the evening, the city lights beginning to flicker on around them, and the tournament loomed ahead like a promise. But promises, Tia knew, had a way of breaking. And somewhere in the crowd they'd just left, standing in a shadow that was deeper than the architecture should have allowed, a young man with dark eyes and darker intentions watched them go. He was 20, maybe 21, wearing nondescript clothes that would make him invisible in any crowd. His hands were in his pockets. His expression was blank in a way that wasn't calm, it was empty. A face that had learned to feel nothing because feeling anything hurt too much. He watched the girl, the one with the dark hair and the amber eyes and the energy signature that blazed like a bonfire to anyone with the senses to see it. He didn't reach for his communicator. Not yet. He wanted to observe. Wanted to understand what he was looking at before he reported it. A legendary Pokémon. Wearing a human shape. Walking beside a human boy. Choosing to be small. Choosing to be weak. Kale didn't understand it. The Covenant had taught him that legendaries were forces of nature, vast, alien, indifferent to human suffering. Tools to be harnessed. Power to be claimed. He'd been told this since he was 5 years old, since the day Director Voss had pulled him from the wreckage of a home that a rampaging legendary's territorial dispute had destroyed. Legendaries didn't love. Legendaries didn't choose. Legendaries were, the way earthquakes and hurricanes were, and the only rational response was to control them before they destroyed everything. But this one was holding a human's hand. Kale watched until they disappeared around a corner, and then he stood alone in the shadow, and the emptiness behind his face rippled, just for a moment, with something that looked almost like doubt. He pulled out his communicator. Director Voss. I found her. A pause. Then a voice, measured, precise, warm in the way that razors were warm when they cut cleanly. Excellent. Which one? Latias. The Ian twin from Alto Mare. She's sustained a human disguise, stable, long duration. She's bonded with a trainer named Ash Ketchum. A longer pause. When Voss spoke again, his voice carried a new quality, interest. The focused, luminous interest of a collector who'd just been told a specimen exists that he never expected to find. A soul bond? Possibly. The energy readings are consistent. That changes things. A bonded Latias, the essence yield would be extraordinary. And the boy, if the bond has altered his physiology, I'm not here for the boy. You're here for whatever I tell you you're here for, Kale. The warmth didn't waver. It never did. Continue observation. Do not engage. I want to know everything, her patterns, her power levels, the strength of the bond. And Kale? Yes. The boy is not to be harmed. Not yet. I want him functioning when we take her. A bonded pair resisting together would be problematic. But a bonded pair separated, the trauma of severance might shatter both of them. I'd rather not waste the legendary's energy on emotional distress. Understood. And Kale? This is the one we've been waiting for. Don't rush it. The line went dead. Kale pocketed the communicator and stepped out of the shadow, becoming just another face in the Silverport crowd. Behind him, unseen by anyone, the shadow he'd been standing in lingered a moment too long, as if something had been living in it, watching him watching them, layers of observation stacking like mirrors facing mirrors in a corridor that stretched into darkness. The night settled over Silverport City, and a tournament was about to begin, and a girl who wasn't a girl was about to watch the boy she loved fight for glory he didn't need, while forces she couldn't yet see circled closer with every passing hour. Ash Ketchum slept well that night. He dreamed of battles and sunsets and amber eyes. He didn't dream about drowning. He never did anymore. Tia made sure of that. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, Human Things. The arena smelled like ozone and sweat and something metallic that Ash had never been able to name but associated with every major tournament he'd ever entered, the collective nervous energy of 32 trainers who all believed they were the best person in the building. He loved that smell. The Silverport Invitational drew a crowd that filled the main stadium to about 3/4 capacity. Not a sellout, but respectable. The stands were a patchwork of color, team banners, regional flags, handmade signs. A group of kids in the front row held up a poster that read, "Go ASH," in crayon, which meant his reputation had preceded him, which meant people would be studying his battle tapes. Good. Let them study. He wasn't the same trainer he'd been at the Indigo League. Nervous? Tia asked, standing beside him in the competitor tunnel. No. Liar. Your left hand is twitching. Ash looked down. His left hand was, in fact, twitching. He shoved it in his pocket. That's anticipation. Different thing. Sure it is. It is. Pikachu, perched on his shoulder, patted his cheek with one paw. The gesture said, very clearly, "You're both ridiculous, and we have a battle to fight." Competitors Ash Ketchum and Darren Holt, please report to Arena 1, the PA system announced, and the tournament began. Darren Holt was a stocky trainer from Olivine City with a Steelix and a plan that amounted to hide behind metal and wait for the opponent to get tired. It was a legitimate strategy. Steelix was a nightmare to damage if you didn't have the right coverage, and Darren had clearly trained it to absorb punishment like a tank. The problem was that Ash had felt Darren's strategy before the battle started. Not literally, not like reading his mind. More like, seeing the shape of his intent. When Darren sent out Steelix, there was a rigidity to his posture, his breathing, his timing that told Ash everything he needed to know. This was a man who fought from behind walls. Who waited. Who reacted instead of acted. So Ash didn't let him wait. Bay Leaf. Razor Leaf, then closed the distance. The leaf struck Steelix's face, not damaging, but blinding. In the half-second of visual disruption, Bay Leaf was already moving, vines extending, wrapping around Steelix's segments with a speed that drew gasps from the crowd. Body slam. Darren barked. Vine whip, redirect. Bay Leaf didn't fight Steelix's momentum. She used it, her vines acting as fulcrums, turning the body slam's force into a rotation that slammed Steelix's head into the arena floor. The impact crater was a foot deep. The battle lasted 4 minutes. Steelix went down. Darren's Quagsire lasted another 90 seconds before Bayleaf's Razor Leaf found the gaps in its defense. Winner, Ash Ketchum, the referee announced, and the crowd made a sound that was half surprise and half approval. Not because Ash won, because of how he won. No wasted moves. No flashy combinations. Just clean, surgical, almost prescient battling. In the stands, Brock leaned forward, elbows on his knees. He'd watched Ash battle hundreds of times. He knew Ash's patterns, the impulsive gambles, the reliance on his Pokémon's loyalty to overcome strategic deficits, the moments of brilliant improvisation that compensated for a lack of planning. This wasn't that. This was something new. Ash was reading his opponents in a way that went beyond experience or observation. He was anticipating moves before they happened. Responding to intentions rather than actions. The soul bond. It had to be. Whatever Latias had done to him in that water, whatever bridge she'd built between their minds, it was leaking into his battles. Psychic sensitivity. Emotional perception. The ability to feel the shape of another person's thoughts. Brock didn't say any of this out loud. He just watched, and thought, and worried, because Brock's default emotional state was competent concern. Tia, sitting beside him, was watching Ash with an expression that was trying very hard to be casual pride and failing utterly. She was radiant. There was no other word for it. The joy pouring off her was so intense that Brock could almost feel it himself, a warm, golden pressure that made the air around her shimmer. She caught him looking and dialed it back, her expression snapping to neutral so fast it might have been funny under different circumstances. He's gotten better, Brock said carefully. He has. Any theories on why? A beat of silence. He works hard. He does. He also seems to know what his opponents are going to do before they do it. That's not hard work. That's something else. Tia's hands tightened in her lap. Brock watched her compose a response, discard it, compose another. Maybe he's just paying more attention, she said. Maybe. Brock let it go. The conversation was a signal, not an interrogation. I see something, and I'm not going to push, but I want you to know that I see it. Tia received the signal. Her jaw tightened almost imperceptibly, and she turned her attention back to the arena, where Ash was high-fiving Bayleaf and grinning like the sun had come out just for him. The second round came that afternoon. Ash's opponent was a woman named Petra Salinas, dark-skinned, mid-20s, from somewhere in the Orange Islands. She used a Kingdra and a Jinx, and she was fast. Her commands came in rapid-fire bursts, her Pokémon transitioning between attacks without pausing, creating pressure chains that forced her opponents into reactive patterns. Ash answered speed with patience. He let Pikachu absorb the initial barrage, dodging most of it, tanking what couldn't be dodged, while he mapped Petra's rhythm. 3 attacks, then a repositioning. Always 3. A pattern she probably wasn't even aware of. On her 4th 3-count cycle, Ash struck. Pikachu, Thunder Wave on the repositioning. Pikachu moved between Jinx's 3rd Psychic Blast and its step back, catching it mid-transition with a Thunder Wave that locked every muscle in its body. Paralyzed. Defenseless. Iron Tail. 1 hit. Jinx crumpled. Petra recalled Jinx, her expression shifting from shock to respect in the space of a breath. She sent out Kingdra, and the battle got serious. Kingdra was a problem. Dragon and water typing meant Pikachu's electricity was effective but not devastating, and Kingdra's smokescreen turned the arena into a haze that negated visual targeting. Focus, Ash murmured. Don't look for it. Feel for it. He was talking to Pikachu, but also to himself. The bond hummed, not with Tia this time, but with something older. The connection between a trainer and his first Pokémon, layered over years of battles and meals and sleeping under the same stars. Pikachu's ears rotated like satellite dishes. Ash felt the electricity in the air, actually felt it, like goosebumps, like static charge, and through Pikachu's senses, through their bond, he could map the moisture in the smokescreen. Where the moisture was densest, that's where Kingdra was. 3 o'clock. Thunderbolt. Lightning split the haze, and Kingdra shrieked. Not a knockout, the dragon was tough, but the smokescreen was gone, evaporated by the electrical discharge. They fought in the open after that. Pikachu versus Kingdra, trading blows, and the crowd was on its feet because this was the kind of battle that made tournaments worth attending. Fast, brutal, beautiful. 2 Pokémon pushing each other to the edge. Pikachu won with a Volt tackle that left both Pokémon staggering. Kingdra fell first. Pika. Pikachu wavered, and Ash was there, scooping him up, cradling him against his chest. You were incredible, buddy. Chew. I know. And humble about it. Pika. Always. Petra crossed the arena and extended her hand. Good battle. You're going to win this tournament. That's the plan. I don't mean it as a compliment. I mean I've been competing for 8 years, and I've never seen anyone read a battle like you do. It's like you can see 3 seconds into the future. Something flickered across Ash's face, a shadow of uncertainty that he covered with a grin. Nah, just good instincts. Petra gave him a look that said she didn't believe him but wasn't going to press. She shook his hand and walked away, and Ash stood alone in the arena for a moment, holding his starter, wondering if what was happening to him was normal. It wasn't. He was starting to suspect it wasn't. He just didn't know what it was yet. While Ash fought his way through the bracket, Tia discovered libraries. She'd encountered books before, in a theoretical sense. Lorenzo's home was full of them, dusty volumes about Altomare's history, the Ian Pokémon, the defense mechanism. She'd looked at the illustrations, pressed her cheek against the pages, felt the texture of paper beneath her wings and found it fascinating in the way that all human artifacts fascinated her. But she'd never read a book. Not the way humans did, linearly, patiently, word by word. As Latias, she'd absorbed information through psychic impression, pulling meaning from written language the way one might absorb the mood of a painting. It was fast. It was efficient. It missed everything that mattered. Reading as a human was different. It was slow and clumsy, and sometimes she had to read the same sentence 3 times because human eyes moved in straight lines and she kept forgetting that pages had 2 sides and you had to turn them. But it was also rich in a way that psychic absorption had never been. She could feel the weight of each word. The rhythm of sentences. The way a good author could make you feel something by the shape of their paragraphs before you even understood what they were saying. Silverport City's public library was a cathedral of books. 3 floors, vaulted ceilings, stained glass windows that threw colored light across reading tables that smelled like old wood and paper. Tia walked in, looked up, and forgot to breathe for so long that the librarian at the front desk asked if she was all right. "I'm fine," Tia said. "How many books can I take?" "With a visitor card?" "3 at a time." "What if I read them here?" "Then as many as you like, dear." Tia read 14 books in 6 hours. This was a compromise between her abilities. She couldn't use full psychic speed reading without her eyes glowing and the pages turning by themselves, both of which would raise questions. But she could read significantly faster than a normal human by maintaining a light psychic connection with the text, absorbing subtext and context at an accelerated rate while her eyes tracked the words at what she hoped looked like a plausible human speed. She read a novel about a woman who ran away from her village to see the ocean and fell in love with a fisherman. She cried. She read a history of the Pokémon League's founding and was furious to discover that the original charter had included a clause about legendary Pokémon being resources of the state. The clause had been removed in amendments, but its ghost haunted the institution's DNA. She read a field guide to Johto wildflowers and memorized every species, because they were beautiful and she wanted to know their names. She read a cookbook and was no closer to understanding why eggs behaved the way they did under heat. She read a collection of poetry by a trainer who traveled every region and written about the spaces between cities, the wild roads, the unnamed mountains, the feeling of sleeping under a sky so big it made you feel both tiny and infinite. She read that last one twice. Somewhere around book 11, a Growlithe wandered in. The library had a resident Growlithe, a retired fire safety Pokémon named Chester who'd been adopted by the librarians after his handler passed away. He was old and gray-muzzled and spent most of his days sleeping on a dog bed behind the reference desk. Chester walked up to Tia's reading table, sat down, and placed his head on her knee. Tia froze. Not from fear, from the sudden, overwhelming intensity of Chester's emotional state, which she could read as easily as the books in front of her. He was lonely. Not in a dramatic way. In the quiet, low-frequency way that old creatures are lonely when they've outlived the person who mattered most to them. He missed being needed. He missed having a purpose. She put her hand on his head. Warmth flowed between them, not the psychic blaze she used for healing, just the natural warmth of an Ian Pokémon's touch, which soothed and calmed even in its mildest form. Chester sighed, the tension draining from his old body, and pressed closer. They stayed like that for an hour. Tia reading, Chester sleeping, both of them fitting together in the sun-dappled quiet of the library like puzzle pieces. The librarian, a thin woman with reading glasses and a name tag that said ESME, watched this from behind the circulation desk with quiet wonder. Chester hadn't approached a patron in 3 years. He'd been sleeping behind the desk since his handler's death, growing slower and grayer, and all the staff had the unspoken understanding that Chester's remaining time was measured in seasons, not years. But here he was. Head on a stranger's knee, sleeping more peacefully than he had in months. "Excuse me," Esme said, approaching Tia's table. "I don't mean to intrude. But Chester seems to have taken a shine to you." Tia looked up from her book, a treatise on oceanic migration patterns of water-type Pokémon, and smiled. He's wonderful. Is he yours? The library's. He was a fire safety Pokemon. His handler, Mr. Takeda, he came in every Tuesday for the history section. He passed last spring, and Chester, well. He misses him. Yes. Very much. Tia looked down at Chester. His paws twitched in his sleep, chasing something in a dream. She felt the shape of his dreaming mind, warmth, a hand on his head, the smell of old paper and pipe tobacco. Mr. Takeda. He's dreaming about him right now, Tia said, and then caught herself, because how would a normal human know what a sleeping Growlithe was dreaming about? But Esme just smiled. I believe that. You have a way with Pokemon. They have a way with me. Esme looked at her for a moment longer than was socially standard, and Tia felt the librarian's attention like a gentle probe, not suspicious, just curious. Then the moment passed, and Esme returned to her desk, and Tia turned a page and tried to remember how human heartbeats were supposed to sound because hers was going too fast. She stayed until late afternoon, when the slant of the sun told her it was almost time for Ash's quarterfinal match. She returned her books, scratched Chester behind the ears one last time, and walked out into the Silverport streets. The city was different from Alto Mare. Louder. More angular. Where Alto Mare's streets curved and wandered, following the paths of ancient canals, Silverport's grid was ruthlessly logical, straight lines, right angles, efficiency over charm. But it had its own beauty. Street musicians played on corners, their Pokemon joining in, a cricketun sawing its arms in rhythm, a chimecho chiming harmonics. Food vendors filled the air with the smell of grilled Magikarp and spiced rice. A crew of Macfolk were renovating a storefront, their 4 arms making the work look effortless. Tia walked through it all with the hungry attention of someone cataloging a new world. She'd spent most of her life in one city, one garden, one secret place where the boundaries between legendary and human were maintained by tradition and necessity. Out here, in the roar and color of human civilization, the boundaries blurred. She was nobody here. Not Latias, the guardian of Alto Mare. Not the sister of the Pokemon who died saving the world. Just Tia. A girl in a yellow sundress who liked books and berries and the way a certain boy's eyes crinkled when he laughed. She was crossing the plaza near the arena complex when she found the coffee shop. It was a small place with mismatched chairs and a menu written in chalk on a blackboard. The smell, dark, rich, complex, pulled her through the door before her conscious mind could weigh in on the decision. "What can I get you?" the barista asked. Tia stared at the menu. She'd tried coffee exactly once, 3 days into her human life. Brock had handed her a cup. She'd taken a sip, made a noise like a startled electrode, and vibrated at a frequency that concerned everyone for the next 3 hours. She'd loved every second of it. "The strongest thing you have," she said. The barista, a young man with a Meowth sleeping on the espresso machine, raised his eyebrows. "Triple shot espresso?" "Yes." "With milk, or, no?" "Just the coffee." "Lady knows what she wants." "Respect." He made it. She drank it in 3 swallows. The world immediately became louder, brighter, faster, and more interesting. Her pupils dilated. Her heart rate spiked. Every nerve ending in her body fired a tiny flare of awakeness. "Can I have another one?" she asked. The barista looked at her empty cup, then at her face, then at the slight tremor in her hands. "I'm going to say no, for liability reasons." "That seems unfair." "Ma'am, you drank a triple shot like it was water. I'm pretty sure you'd phase through the wall if I gave you another one." Tia considered arguing. Decided against it. The vibrating was starting. She left the coffee shop walking at a pace that was approximately 30% faster than human normal, her brain firing on every cylinder, and arrived at the arena just as Ash's quarterfinal match was being called. The quarterfinal opponent was a woman named Jessa Thorne, and she was the first trainer in the tournament who genuinely worried Ash. Not because of her Pokemon, a Scizor and a Heracross, strong but within the range Ash had prepared for. What worried him was her calm. Every other trainer he'd faced had telegraphed their intentions through body language, vocal inflection, micro-expressions. Darren had been rigid. Petra had been rhythmic. Even in the third round, his opponent, a forgettable water specialist from Cyanwood, had practically announced his strategies through posture alone. Jessa gave him nothing. Her face was still. Her body was relaxed. Her commands came in a flat, even tone that carried no emotional weight. She was a wall. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Scizor, Bullet Punch. The attacks crossed. Thunderbolt cracked the air, Scizor's metallic fist blurred through the discharge and caught Pikachu in the chest. The electric mouse flew backward, tumbling, and Ash felt the impact through their bond, not pain, but shock. Surprise. Pikachu hadn't seen it coming. Neither had Ash. That was the problem. Jessa's calm wasn't just composure, it was a void. When Ash reached out with his developing sensitivity, trying to read her intentions the way he'd read every other opponent, he found nothing. A smooth surface with no handholds. Either Jessa had the most disciplined mind he'd ever encountered, or she'd trained herself to suppress the microsignals that most people broadcast unconsciously. He was going to have to fight this one the old-fashioned way. Pikachu, agility. Don't commit, probe. Pika. Pikachu blurred, becoming a yellow streak that circled Scizor at speed. Quick attack feints. Thundershock jabs. Nothing committed, everything probing, looking for the gap. Scizor tracked Pikachu with compound eyes, and Jessa's commands adjusted with machine precision. Swords dance on the third pass. Then X-Scissor. The boost was invisible, just a shimmer of red energy around Scizor's pincers, but the X-Scissor that followed was anything but invisible. It carved a trench in the arena floor and nearly caught Pikachu's tail. Ash's brain kicked into overdrive. He couldn't read Jessa, so he'd read Scizor instead. Pokemon didn't hide their intentions the way humans could, their bodies were honest in ways their trainers might not be. Scizor's weight shifted slightly left before every bullet punch. Its wings buzzed at a different frequency before aerial moves. A pattern in the machine, invisible to anyone who wasn't looking for it. There. Left foot forward. Wings flat. That meant, Pikachu, jump. Pikachu launched skyward a half-second before Scizor's metal claw tore through the space where he'd been. At the apex of the jump, hanging in the air with the arena lights blazing behind him, thunder. Not Thunderbolt. Thunder. The full, devastating, 90-power move that Pikachu could barely control on a good day. The sky inside the arena turned white. Electricity arced down in a pillar that hit Scizor dead center and drove it into the ground with enough force to crack the reinforced flooring. When the light faded, Scizor was in a crater, eyes spiraling. The crowd erupted. Jessa recalled Scizor without expression. Sent out Heracross. And the second battle was harder. Heracross was faster than it had any right to be, and its megahorn nearly ended things twice, but Ash had found his rhythm now. He wasn't reading Jessa. He was reading the battle itself, the flow of energy and motion, and that was enough. Pikachu went down to a close combat that finally overwhelmed his defenses. Ash recalled him gently, sent out Noctowl, and the aerial battle that followed was a chess match played at 200 miles per hour. Noctowl's hypnosis caught Heracross in a diving attack, and the bug type hit the ground asleep. Winner, Ash Ketchum. In the stands, Tia was on her feet. The coffee was still singing in her bloodstream, and Ash's victory was singing in the bond, and she was vibrating at a frequency that was 1 part caffeine and 2 parts love. Brock, beside her, applauded with genuine admiration. He's in the semis. He was incredible, Tia breathed. He was. But did you see the Jessa fight? He couldn't read her. His usual anticipation wasn't working. Tia went still. What do you mean, his usual anticipation? You know what I mean. A loaded pause. Brock, I'm not asking questions, Brock said gently. I'm making observations. And my observation is that whatever's happening to Ash, whatever's making him better, it's not foolproof. He needs to be able to fight without it. Because someday he'll face someone else he can't read, and the stakes will be higher than a trophy. Tia stared at him. For a moment, just a moment, she wanted to tell him everything. Brock, with his calm competence and bottomless patience, would understand. He probably already understood. But Ash deserved to hear it first. If she ever found the courage. You're right, she said. He should train without relying on instinct. Maybe someone should work with him on that, Brock said, looking straight ahead. Someone who understands how those instincts work. The implication hung in the air between them, gossamer thin and unbreakable. I'll think about it, Tia whispered. That's all I'm asking. The semi-final was the next morning, and it was Callum Drake. The arena was packed this time. Word had spread about Ash's quarter-final performance, and Callum had carved through his bracket with a clinical brutality that drew crowds for different reasons. Where Ash won through creative strategy and impossible reads, Callum won through overwhelming preparation and execution. His Pokémon were drilled to mechanical perfection. Every attack maximized. Every defense optimized. No wasted motion. No wasted energy. They stood on opposite sides of the arena, and the tension between them was magnetic. The crowd felt it. The commentators felt it. Even the referee, who'd seen 1,000 battles, straightened unconsciously. One thing before we start, Callum called across the field. His voice carried the casual confidence of a man who believed in his own excellence without arrogance, a tricky balance that most people couldn't pull off. I studied your tapes. All of them. Indigo League, Orange Islands, every recorded battle I could find. And you're a completely different trainer than you were 6 months ago. The old Ash Ketchum was talented but sloppy. Emotional. Made decisions from the gut instead of the brain. Callum's eyes were sharp. Evaluating. This version of you fights like you can see the future. So either you've had the best coaching of your life, or something changed. Ash met his gaze. Something changed. Care to elaborate? Win, and I'll tell you. Callum smiled, the first genuine smile Ash had seen from him. Deal. The referee's flag dropped. Typhlosion. Bay leaf. A grass type against a fire type. The crowd buzzed with confusion. Ash was giving up type advantage in the opening. But Bayleaf charged forward with zero hesitation, and Ash's strategy became apparent within seconds. He wasn't playing the type game. He was playing the speed game. Bayleaf was faster than Typhlosion, not by much, but enough, and Ash used that edge to keep the battle at Bayleaf's preferred range. Too close for Typhlosion's ranged fire attacks, too far for its physical moves to land clean. Vine whipped the legs. Don't attack, restrict. Bayleaf's vine snaked around Typhlosion's ankles, not to hurt but to hobble. Typhlosion stumbled, fire erupting from its back, but Bayleaf was already moving, circling, tripping, tangling. Clever, Callum said, and meant it. Flamethrower, spin. Typhlosion became a tornado of fire. The vines burned away. Bayleaf retreated, edges singed. Razor leaf, wide pattern. Flame will through it. Body slam, above. The body slam came from directly overhead. Bayleaf had used Vine Whip on the arena wall to launch herself vertically, arcing over the flame wheel and dropping on Typhlosion's back with the full force of gravity. Typhlosion staggered. Buckled. Went down. The crowd noise was deafening. Callum recalled Typhlosion with a nod of acknowledgement, already processing, already adapting. Skarmory. The steel bird materialized with a metallic shriek, and the dynamic flipped. Skarmory was everything Bayleaf couldn't handle: flying type, steel type, defensive nightmare. Bayleaf's grass moves bounced off armored feathers, and Skarmory's aerial ace carved through the air with surgical precision. Bayleaf went down in 3 exchanges. Ash recalled her with quiet thanks and reached for his next ball. Pikachu. You're up. Pika. Pikachu leaped from Ash's shoulder, cheeks sparking, and the crowd roared. This was what they'd come to see. Pikachu versus Skarmory was lightning versus steel, literally. Skarmory's metallic body conducted electricity beautifully, which should have made it vulnerable, but Callum had prepared. His Skarmory knew Sandstorm, and the swirling sand disrupted Pikachu's electrical attacks, grounding them before they reached their target. Impressive, Ash muttered. He was being forced to think, really think, in a way he hadn't been all tournament. Agility into quick attack. Get inside the sandstorm. Steel wing. Pikachu dodged the first steel wing. The second caught his tail, sending him spinning. The third, iron tail, parry. Metal met metal. Pikachu's tail clashed with Skarmory's wing in a shower of sparks that drew gasps. For a frozen instant, the two Pokémon were locked together, force against force, and Ash felt the battle reach its fulcrum point, the moment where everything balanced on a knife's edge. Thunderbolt, contact range. Pikachu discharged at point blank. No sand to scatter the electricity. No distance to dissipate it. Pure, unfiltered electric power poured through Skarmory's conductive body, and the steel bird screamed, a sound like tearing metal, and crashed to the arena floor, twitching, sparking, done. Callum stood very still. He'd been outmaneuvered. Not outpowered, not outlucked, outthought. In a battle of preparation versus adaptation, adaptation had won. He recalled Skarmory. For a long moment, he just looked at Ash across the battlefield, at this kid from Pallet Town who had no business being this good, who fought like something had rewired the way he saw the world. Then Callum Drake did something that, according to everyone who knew him, he never did. He extended his hand across the arena and said, "I concede." The crowd went silent. A concession in the semis was almost unheard of. "My third Pokémon is my Walrein," Callum said, walking forward. "It's strong, but it's slow. Your Pikachu would dismantle it. I'd rather acknowledge reality than waste both our time." Ash took his hand. "That takes guts. It takes honesty. There's a difference." Callum's grip was firm. "You owe me an explanation, Ketchum. Dinner tonight. You're buying. Deal." They shook, and the crowd found its voice again, a roar that shook the arena walls, and Ash Ketchum was in the final. In the stands, Tia was crying. She didn't know why, exactly. It wasn't sadness, it was everything else. Pride, joy, terror, love, all of it tangled together and spilling out through human tear ducts that she still hadn't learned to fully control. The bond was singing with Ash's elation, a frequency so pure and bright that it resonated in her chest like a bell. "You okay?" Brock asked, offering a handkerchief. "Fine. Allergies. It's not allergy season." "Then I'm making it allergy season." Brock handed her the handkerchief. "You know, most people are embarrassed about crying in public. You're just mad about it." "I'm not mad. I'm overwhelmed. There's a lot of feelings. I noticed." "Stop noticing things, Brock." "Can't. It's my curse." She blew her nose, loudly and without grace, and Brock laughed, a warm, genuine sound that made two nearby strangers smile by proxy. Tia laughed too, still wet-eyed, and for a moment the two of them were just friends sharing a ridiculous, wonderful, human moment in a crowded arena. The Silverport Invitational Final took place that evening under stadium lights. Ash's opponent was a trainer named Yuki Takahashi, a former Blackthorn City gym challenger who used a dragon-heavy team that had bulldozed through the other bracket without dropping a single round. Ash won. Not easily. Yuki's Dragonair put Noctowl out of commission in the first battle, and her Kingdra, different from Petra's, meaner, trained for all-out offense, pushed Pikachu to his absolute limit. The final exchange was a Thunder against a Hyper Beam, and the collision turned the air to static and ozone, and when the smoke cleared, Kingdra was unconscious and Pikachu was standing on trembling legs, barely conscious himself but standing, because Pikachu had never gone down unless his body physically gave out, and today his body was choosing not to give out. Winner and Silverport Invitational Champion, Ash Ketchum. Confetti. Roaring crowds. A trophy, silver and crystal, heavier than it looked, placed in Ash's hands by a league official whose name he immediately forgot. Cameras flashing. Brock somewhere in the crowd, pumping his fist. Callum in the stands, arms crossed, nodding with the expression of a man who'd lost to the right person. And Tia. Standing at the edge of the arena floor because she'd somehow gotten past security, psychic suggestion, probably, light enough that no human noticed, looking at him with those amber eyes that were gold in the stadium lights. Ash held the trophy. His hands were shaking. Pikachu was in the crook of his arm, barely conscious, tail still sparking faintly. His eyes found Tia's across the distance. She was clapping. Beaming. Crying again, or still. Her dark hair was haloed by the stadium lights, and for one fraction of a second, a blink, a heartbeat, the space between one frame and the next, her outline shimmered. It was like a camera glitch. A film projection wobbling. Her edges went soft, and behind the girl there was a ghost of something else, a suggestion of red and white, of feathers catching light, of wings folded against a body that was too graceful, too elegant, too other to be human. Then the shimmer resolved, and she was Tia again, solid and real and still clapping. Nobody in the crowd noticed. The lights were bright and the confetti was falling and human eyes saw what they expected to see. But at the back of the stadium, in the highest row of seats where the shadows were deepest, someone noticed. Kale saw it. He'd been watching her all day, tracking the energy fluctuations that her illusion produced, tiny, almost imperceptible ripples in the psychic field that a normal person would never detect. But Kale wasn't normal. The dark ray essence in his bloodstream gave him sensitivity to psychic energy the way a spider sensed vibrations in its web. Every flicker, every shimmer, every moment where Latias's concentration lapsed and her true nature pressed against the membrane of her disguise, he felt it all. And that shimmer, in the moment of highest emotional intensity, was the confirmation he'd been waiting for. He didn't smile. Smiling wasn't something that came naturally to him anymore. But something in his chest tightened, anticipation, maybe, or the echo of an emotion he'd been trained to suppress. He reached for his phone and typed a message, short and clinical, identity confirmed. Latias. Eon Class Legendary. Sustained human form illusion. Soul bonded to target at Ketchum. Bond appears to be enhancing subject's cognitive and perceptual abilities. Emotional attachment, significant. Recommend Phase 3. He sent it. Pocketed the phone. Stood up and walked toward the exit while the crowd celebrated below and a boy held a trophy and a legendary Pokemon disguised as a girl wept with joy in the stadium lights. At the door, Kale paused. He didn't know why. Something pulled at him, the ghost of that shimmer, the raw emotion in the girl's face, the way she looked at Ketchum like he was the axis around which her entire world turned. Legendaries didn't love. The Covenant had been very clear about that. Legendaries mimicked, manipulated, projected. They were alien intelligences wearing familiar shapes, and any appearance of emotion was a survival strategy, nothing more. But that shimmer hadn't looked like strategy. It had looked like a woman so full of love that her body couldn't contain it. Kale shook his head. Dismissed the thought. Walked out into the night. Behind him, the celebration continued. Dinner that night was at a waterfront restaurant that Callum had chosen because, as he put it, if you're going to explain something impossible, you should at least have good food while you do it. The restaurant was upscale but not pretentious: white tablecloths, candles, a view of the harbor through floor-to-ceiling windows. Callum ordered wine and steak. Ash ordered whatever was biggest. Brock ordered practically, as he did everything. And Tia ordered 3 desserts and a coffee, which Brock immediately intercepted. "No more coffee," he said, holding the cup away from her. "But, you vibrated for 3 hours last time." That was a learning experience. For all of us. Especially the furniture. 1 cup. 0 cups. Have water. Water is boring. Water is responsible. Tia looked at Ash for backup. Ash looked at the ceiling. Pikachu, sitting on the table like a fuzzy centerpiece, shook his head slowly. "Traitors," Tia muttered, and drank her water. Callum watched this exchange with an expression of fascinated confusion. "You're all insane." "We prefer eccentric," Brock said. "I don't," Ash said. "I'm pretty normal." "You talk to your Pikachu like it's a person." "He is a person." Pikachu confirmed. Callum stared at the electric mouse, then at Ash, then at his wine. "I'm going to need a bigger glass." They ate. The food was excellent. Ash inhaled his meal with the efficiency of someone who'd learned to eat fast in Pokemon centers, while Tia dismantled her desserts with a surgical precision that suggested she was memorizing every component for future recreation attempts. "Okay," Callum said, pushing his plate aside. "We had a deal. You're a different trainer than you were 6 months ago." "What changed?" Ash put down his fork. He'd been thinking about this all day, how to explain the shift in his abilities without revealing things he didn't fully understand himself. "I had an experience in Alto Mare," he said carefully. "During the thing with the defense mechanism. I almost died." Callum's eyebrows rose. "Seriously?" "Drowning. Got pulled under in the flood. A Pokemon saved me, but it was close. Closer than anything I've been through before." The table went quiet. Even Callum, who'd been leaning back with casual ease, straightened. After that, Ash continued, things were different. "I started being more aware of everything. How people move. How Pokemon telegraph their attacks. It's like there's an extra layer of information that I couldn't see before, and now I can." "Heightened perception from a near-death experience," Callum said slowly. "That's documented. Trauma can rewire neural pathways." "Maybe. But it's more than that." Ash hesitated. He was on the edge of saying more, of mentioning the bond, the warmth at the base of his skull, the way he could feel Tia's emotions like weather, and something stopped him. Not deception. Caution. Until he understood what was happening to him, he wasn't going to advertise it. "It's more than just seeing things," he said. "It's feeling them. Intentions. Emotions. The shape of what's coming before it arrives." Callum was quiet for a long time. He turned his wine glass in his fingers, watching the light refract through it. "I have a theory," he said. "In Hoenn, there are researchers studying the psychic bonds between trainers and their Pokemon. The deep ones, not just friendship, but the kind of connection that develops over years of shared experience. They've found that in extreme cases, those bonds can produce measurable effects on the trainer's brain. Enhanced intuition. Emotional perception. Even a limited kind of empathy. You think that's what happened to me? I think whatever happened in Alto Mare supercharged a bond you already had." Callum glanced at Pikachu. "You've been with that Pikachu since you were 10. That's a lot of shared experience. A near-death event could have blown the door open. It was a reasonable theory. Logical. Well supported. And it was wrong, or rather, it was pointing at the right phenomenon from the wrong direction, but Ash nodded because it was close enough to be useful." "You can't rely on it," Callum added. Yeah, I'm getting that. Jessa Thorne. You couldn't read her. No. Because she trained to suppress her tells. Competitive poker player in her off-season, if you can believe it. Callum's lips quirked. Your perception is a tool. Like any tool, it has limits. If you lean on it too hard, someone will find a way around it, and you'll be a trainer who forgot how to fight without a crutch. Ash looked at him. Then at Brock, who was nodding. Then at Tia, who was looking at her empty dessert plate with an expression of forced neutrality that told Ash this conversation was hitting closer to home than she wanted. You're right, Ash said. I need to be good without it. You need to be good despite it, Callum corrected. The best trainers I've ever faced didn't have special abilities. They had preparation. Adaptability. The willingness to be wrong and adjust in real time. You have that naturally, I saw it in the Jessa battle. When your instinct failed, you went back to basics and outthought her manually. That version of you is just as dangerous as the psychic version. Maybe more, Brock said. Because that version doesn't have an off switch. The conversation drifted after that, into training philosophies, regional tournament circuits, the eternal debate about whether type advantage was overrated. Callum said yes, Brock said it depends, Ash said Pikachu beats everything regardless of type, Pikachu nodded smugly. It was good. Easy. The kind of conversation that happens when competitive people find mutual respect. At some point, Tia excused herself to use the restroom. She was gone for 10 minutes, and when she came back, her eyes were slightly red. Ash noticed. The bond told him she'd been crying, not from sadness, but from something more complex. A cocktail of relief and fear and longing that he couldn't parse. He caught her hand under the table. A brief squeeze. I'm here. She squeezed back. I know. After dinner, they walked along the Silverport waterfront. Callum had headed back to his hotel with a handshake and a promise to battle again. Next time, I'll be ready for you, and Brock had begged off with the tactical wisdom of a man who knew when to make himself scarce. So it was just Ash and Tia and Pikachu, walking along the harbor in the warm night air. The water was black and still, reflecting the city lights like scattered jewels. You were amazing today, Tia said. The Pokémon were amazing. I just pointed them in the right direction. Don't do that. Don't deflect. You were brilliant, Ash. Own it. He looked at her sidelong. You sound like my mom. Your mom sounds like a smart woman. She is. She'd like you. A pause. She'd also interrogate you. She's got this thing where she can tell if someone's hiding something just by looking at them. Tia's step faltered, almost imperceptibly. That sounds terrifying. It's a mom's superpower. Totally unfair. They walked in comfortable silence for a while. The harbor was quiet at this hour, just the creak of moored boats and the distant music from a bar on the next block. Ash, Tia said. What Callum said at dinner. About your perception. About not relying on it. Yeah. He's right. And there might be more to it than a near-death experience. Ash stopped walking. Turned to face her. What do you mean? Her lips parted. The words were forming, assembling themselves behind her teeth. She could tell him. Right here, right now, on this quiet harbor with the stars above and the water below and no one around to hear. I'm Latias. I'm the Pokémon who saved you. I bonded with you, and that bond is changing you. Everything you're feeling, the perception, the empathy, the instinct, it's coming from me. From us. From what I did to keep you alive. The words were right there. I think, she said slowly, you should train to fight without it. Really train. Work with Pikachu on traditional battle drills. No instinct. No reads. Just skill. The moment dissolved. The truth retreated to wherever truths go when cowardice keeps the door closed. You're probably right, Ash said, and if he sensed the earthquake of emotion that had just occurred inside her, he didn't press. Will you help me? What? Help me train. You know more about battle strategy than anyone I've met. You think about it differently, like you're seeing the whole picture instead of just the next move. Because she was. Because she'd spent years watching battles from a perspective that encompassed the entire energy field, seeing the shapes of combat as luminous patterns in the psychic spectrum. But she couldn't tell him that. I'd like that, she said instead. Good. We start tomorrow. After the award ceremony? During the award ceremony, if it goes long. Those things are always boring. She laughed. The sound carried across the water, and somewhere in the harbor, a sleeping tentacle stirred and resettled. Tia. Thanks for being here. For all of it. The last few weeks. Traveling with us. Being, I don't know. Being you. She looked at him, and the weight of everything she was hiding pressed down on her so hard she thought she might crack. This boy, who thanked her for being here while she lied to him with every breath. Who looked at her with those warm brown eyes and saw a person worth knowing, not knowing that the person was a construct and the being underneath was something he might not recognize. There's nowhere else I'd rather be, she said, and that, at least, was the purest truth she'd ever spoken. They stood at the edge of the harbor, close enough that their arms brushed, and the night wrapped around them like a blanket, and Pikachu dozed on Ash's shoulder, and the world was quiet and beautiful and terrifying. We should head back, Ash said eventually. We should. Neither of them moved. 5 more minutes, Tia said. 5 more minutes, Ash agreed. They stayed for 20. The morning after the tournament, Ash was summoned. He'd expected a phone call from Professor Oak, or maybe a letter from the Johto League congratulating him on his invitational win. What he got instead was a personal visit from Silverport's gym leader. Moira Ashwick was 53 years old, broad-shouldered, with iron-gray hair cropped close to her skull and the bearing of a woman who'd spent 3 decades in Pokemon League service and still woke up at 5 a.m. for training runs. She led a Steel-type gym, one of the toughest in the Johto circuit, and had a reputation for being blunt in a way that most people confused with rudeness. She was not rude. She was efficient. There's a difference. She found Ash at the Pokemon Center's breakfast table, where he was explaining to Tia why you had to butter toast before it cooled down because otherwise the butter just sat on top like a cold, sad lump. Ash Ketchum? Moira said, pulling out a chair without asking. She sat. The chair creaked under her, not because she was heavy, but because she occupied space with an authority that affected furniture. That's me. I watched your semi-finals. You've got good instincts and better Pokemon. The Pikachu's special. Pikachu agreed. I'm not here about the tournament. Moira's expression shifted, not quite hardening, but tightening, the way a fist closes before it strikes. I'm here because I need to talk to someone who's been close to legendary Pokemon, and your file says you've been close to more of them than almost anyone alive. The table went quiet. Brock set down his coffee. Tia's hand, reaching for a piece of toast, froze mid-motion. My file? Ash said. League records. Your encounters with legendary Pokemon are documented, some officially, some through incident reports. Shamuti Island. Greenfield. Alto Mare. You have a pattern of ending up in the middle of legendary events. Moira's eyes were sharp. Not accusing. Assessing. I need to know, have you noticed anything unusual in the last 6 months? Pokemon acting strangely. Energy disturbances. Legendaries going dark. Going dark. Disappearing. 3 confirmed legendary Pokemon have dropped off the monitoring network in the past 4 months. Suicune, Raikou, and, this hasn't been made public yet, a partial Lugia signature in the Whirl Islands went silent 8 weeks ago. Ash's blood went cold. He didn't know much about legendary monitoring networks, but he knew that legendaries didn't just disappear. They migrated. They hid. But their energy signatures, the vast, unmistakable pulses of power that researchers tracked like weather patterns, those were constant. Always present. Always detectable. Unless something removed them. "What do you mean?" went silent. Brock asked, his voice carefully controlled. "I mean the signatures vanished. Not faded, vanished. One reading, then nothing. Like someone turned off a light." Moira leaned forward. "The League is investigating, but they're slow. Bureaucracy. Committees. Risk assessments. By the time they finish debating whether to act, whatever's happening will be done." "And you think I can help?" Ash asked. "I think you've been in more legendary situations than the League's entire response team combined. I think your instincts around these Pokémon are better than most researchers. And I think," she paused. Chose her words. "I think you might already be on someone's radar." Someone's radar? The disappearances aren't natural. Something is hunting legendary Pokémon. Something organized, well-funded, and sophisticated enough to suppress energy signatures that the League's best equipment can normally detect from hundreds of miles away. She let that sink in. Whatever organization is doing this, they're not amateurs. And anyone who's been in close contact with legendaries, anyone who's formed even a passing connection, might be of interest to them. Under the table, Tia's hands were trembling. She pressed them flat against her thighs, willing them still. Her heart, the human heart she'd constructed, the one that beat in rhythm with Ash's, was hammering at a rate that would concern a doctor. Hunting legendaries. An organization. Sophisticated enough to suppress signatures. She thought of Latios. Of the light leaving his eyes. Of the soul due accepting his essence as the price for Altomare's survival. She thought of the bond, pulsing between her and Ash, and wondered if it was a lighthouse or a beacon, guiding them home or signaling their position to something in the dark. "I'll keep my eyes open," Ash said. His voice was steady, but the bond told Tia that underneath, something had shifted. A gear engaging. A focus sharpening. This was the Ash who ran toward danger, not recklessly, but deliberately, because running away was simply not in his operational vocabulary. "That's all I'm asking." Moira stood. "Here's my personal number." She slid a card across the table. "If you see anything at all that doesn't feel right, call. Don't go through League channels. They leak like a colander." She left. The breakfast table was very quiet. "Well," Brock said after a long moment. "That's concerning." "She's right about the League," Ash said, turning the card over in his fingers. "They're always 3 steps behind when it comes to legendary stuff. By the time they mobilized at Shimudi, the crisis was already over." "Ash." Brock's voice was careful. "If there's an organization hunting legendaries, this is bigger than us. This is champion level. Elite 4 level. I know. You can't just, I know, Brock." Ash pocketed the card. "I'm not going to go charging into anything. But I'm not going to pretend I didn't hear what she said, either." Tia hadn't spoken. She was staring at the table, at the half-eaten toast and the cold coffee, and inside her, a war was being fought between the part of her that wanted to fly, literally fly, shed this human skin and streak across the sky until she was somewhere safe and alone and small, and the part of her that would burn down the world before she left Ash Ketchum's side. The second part won. It always did. "Tia." Ash's voice, soft with concern. "You okay?" She looked up. Met his eyes. Drew a breath. "I'm fine," she said. "But Ash, if someone is hunting legendary Pokémon, they might come after anyone who's been near them. Including you. Let them come. No hesitation. No bravado. Just the flat, calm certainty of a person who decided how he was going to face the world and wasn't interested in revising. Tia felt something in her chest crack open, not break, but open, the way a seed cracks when it starts to grow. This was who he was. This impossible, stubborn, blazingly courageous boy who heard that monsters were hunting gods and said let them come. She loved him so much it terrified her. Okay, she said. Then we stay together. And we stay alert. Agreed, Brock said. Pikachu added, with a voltage behind the word that promised very bad things for anyone who threatened his family. Ash looked at the three of them, his best friend, his partner, and the girl with amber eyes who'd walked into his life 3 weeks ago and made it larger, and he felt something settle. Not peace, exactly. Readiness. The weight of a purpose he was only beginning to understand. Let's get moving, he said. We've got a road to walk. They left Silverport that afternoon, the trophy wrapped in Ash's bag, the memory of battles glowing warm in his mind, and the shadow of something vast and dangerous stretching behind them like a storm front building on the horizon. Tia walked beside him, matching his stride, and the bond hummed between them, steady, warm, infinite, and she thought about libraries and coffee and sleeping grow lives and the way human life was so fragile and so beautiful and so worth every lie she had to tell to stay in it. Somewhere behind them, a young man with dark eyes and dark gray in his blood walked the same road, keeping his distance, watching. And somewhere beyond even him, in a facility buried beneath a mountain that didn't appear on any map, Director Erasmus Voss read Kale's report and smiled. It was a warm smile. Patient. The smile of a man who understood that the greatest prizes required the greatest patience. Phase 3, he said to the empty room. And the machinery of the Covenant, ancient and terrible and precisely calibrated, began to turn. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, What Hides Beneath the Shrouded Forest earned its name. 30 miles south of Silverport, the coastal road turned inland, cutting through a stretch of old-growth woodland that had been ancient when Alto Mare was still a fishing village. The trees here were massive, trunks wide enough to hide a house behind, canopies so dense that midday sunlight reached the forest floor as a dim, greenish twilight. Fog clung to the undergrowth like something alive, rolling between the roots in slow, heavy waves that muffled sound and swallowed distance. This place is creepy, Ash said. It's beautiful, Tia corrected. Those two things aren't mutually exclusive. Pikachu's ears were up, rotating slowly. The electric mouse had been tense since they'd entered the forest an hour ago, not alarmed, but alert in the way that small, smart animals became alert when the environment was too quiet. Brock walked beside them with his hands in his pockets and his eyes doing what Brock's eyes always did, cataloging. Terrain, sight lines, available cover, water sources. Brock processed environments the way chess players processed boards, automatically, unconsciously, always 6 moves ahead. We should reach the other side by evening, he said, checking the map. There's a clearing marked about 2 miles ahead. Good camping spot. Or we could push through, Ash suggested. Make Ironhaven by midnight. You want to walk through this forest in the dark? Ash looked at the fog. At the trees that seemed to lean inward, their branches interlocking overhead like fingers lacing together. At the silence that was just a shade too complete, no bird calls, no rustling, nothing. Good point. Camping it is. They walked. The path was well maintained but narrow, a single-file trail that forced them into a line, with Ash at the front, Tia in the middle, and Brock bringing up the rear. Pikachu rode Ash's shoulder, ears twitching at every sound. Tia was quiet. She'd been quiet since they left Silverport, since Moira's warning about vanishing legendaries had planted a seed of fear that was growing roots through her rib cage. She could feel it, the bond carrying Ash's determination like a warm current, steady and resolute, but underneath her own surface, the water was darker. Someone was hunting legendaries. Capturing them. Suppressing their energy signatures so completely that the League's monitoring network couldn't detect them. That required technology and knowledge that went beyond anything Team Rocket or the other criminal organizations had demonstrated. This was something else. Something patient and precise and very, very old. And Tia was walking through a forest with a neon sign above her head that only the right eyes could read. She wasn't stupid. She'd been suppressing her energy signature since she left Alto Mare, keeping her psychic output at the barest minimum, projecting only enough power to maintain her illusion and her end of the bond. To a casual sensor, she'd register as a modestly gifted psychic-type Pokemon, maybe a Kirlia or an Espion traveling with a trainer. Nothing worth investigating. But if someone was specifically looking for a Latias, if they had the equipment to differentiate between a generic psychic signature and an Eon-class legendary suppressed output, then the forest's psychic dampening properties might actually work against her. In open air, her suppressed signature blended with the ambient psychic noise of the world. In here, surrounded by ancient trees whose wood absorbed psychic energy like sponges, her signal was the only light in a dark room. She should say something. Should tell Ash and Brock that this forest made her uncomfortable, that they should move faster, that Pikachu's tail went rigid. Ash, the electric mouse said, and the word wasn't his usual chirp. It was sharp. A warning. Ash stopped walking. His hand went to his belt, Pokeballs, 6 of them, muscle memory and readiness. The bond flared with sudden focus, and Tia felt it like a searchlight sweeping across dark water. What is it? Ash murmured. Pika. Pikachu's cheeks sparked, casting pale yellow light into the fog. His ears were locked forward, pointing northeast, into the densest part of the tree line. Something's there. Brock moved up beside them, his own hand on his belt. I don't hear anything. That's the problem, Ash said. Listen. They listened. The forest was silent. Not quiet, silent. No insects. No wind through leaves. No distant Pokemon calls. The kind of silence that happens when every living thing in a radius has decided, simultaneously, to hold its breath. Then Tia felt it. A pressure. Not physical, psychic. A dark, heavy pulse that swept through the trees like a wave, washing over them and past them and continuing into the forest beyond. It felt like oil. Like cold water filling a room from the floor up. It felt wrong, not the clean darkness of a dark-type Pokemon's natural energy, but something twisted, artificial. Forced. Move, Tia said, and her voice came out different, lower, harder, stripped of its usual warmth. Move now. They moved. Not fast enough. The first Pokemon hit them from above. A Weevil, ice blue, blade-armed, dropping from the canopy like a dart. Its night slash carved the air where Ash's head had been a half-second earlier, missing only because Ash had already started to dodge, the bond screaming danger before his conscious mind registered the attack. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Lightning split the fog. The Weevil twisted mid-air with inhuman agility, and a dark pulse from deeper in the trees intercepted Pikachu's attack, scattering the electricity into harmless sparks. More shapes in the fog. An Absol, white mane glowing faintly. A Honchkrow, descending through the canopy on silent wings. A Drapion, its segmented body weaving between the trunks with a speed that shouldn't have been possible for something that size. Dark types. All of them. A team designed, deliberately, specifically, surgically, to counter psychic abilities. And behind them, emerging from the fog like ghosts, human figures. 6 of them. Dressed in matte black tactical gear, faces hidden behind masks that reflected no light. They moved in formation, 2 flanking left, 2 flanking right, 2 advancing center, with the coordinated precision of a unit that had trained together for years. Covenant, Tia breathed, and the word tasted like ashes. What? Ash had never heard the word before. He didn't know what it meant, didn't know what he was facing, but his body was already in combat mode, weight low, center of gravity stable, Pikachu crackling with readiness beside him. I'll explain later. Right now, they're here for me. For you. What, Ash? The Weevil came in again, faster this time, aimed at Ash's unprotected flank. Pikachu intercepted with Iron Tail, the collision producing a metallic ring that echoed through the silent forest. The two Pokémon broke apart, and then everything happened at once. The Honchkrow dove at Brock. He got a Pokeball open, Fortress materialized, rapid spin deflecting the aerial attack, and then the Absol was on him, and Brock was fighting a two-front battle with the calm efficiency that made him the best support trainer Ash had ever known. The Drapion circled wide, cutting off retreat. And the six figures advanced with purpose, their own Pokémon joining the assault, more dark types, Houndoom and Mytiana and a Crocodile that tore through the underbrush like a landslide. Bayleaf. Totodile. Ash threw two more Pokeballs, and his team erupted into the clearing. Bayleaf's Razor Leaf screened the advance. Totodile, for once channeling his manic energy into something useful, hit the Crocodile with a water gun that stopped its charge cold. Tia stood in the center of the chaos, and every instinct she had was screaming. She could end this. One psychic burst, a fraction of her true power, would shatter the dark-type suppression field these attackers were projecting. She could mist ball the entire ambush into unconsciousness. She could project illusions so vivid that the attackers would spend the next hour fighting phantoms while the real targets walked away. But doing any of that would confirm what they'd come to verify. Using legendary class power here, now, in front of these people, would be writing her name in fire above the forest. So she fought like a human. Or tried to. Tia, get behind me. Ash shouted, throwing himself between her and an advancing Houndoom. No. She wasn't going to hide behind him. Not when the threat was hers, the danger was because of her, the people attacking were here because she existed and she'd made the choice to walk among humans instead of staying in the sky where legendaries belonged. She moved. Grabbed a fallen branch, thick, solid, improvised weapon, and swung it at the Houndoom with a strength that surprised both of them. The branch cracked across the Houndoom's snout, and the fire dog yelped, retreating. The nearest masked figure pivoted toward her. Target acquired. Moving to, Pikachu's Thunderbolt caught the figure square in the chest. They went down hard, the electronic equipment in their tactical vests sparking and popping, and didn't get up. They're human. Ash shouted. Don't hit them too, they're trying to kidnap your friend. Brock's voice cut through from the left, where Fortress was holding the Absol at bay with a relentless barrage of spike cannon. Pikachu doesn't need to be gentle. The battle devolved into beautiful, terrifying chaos. Ash fought on instinct and skill, directing three Pokémon simultaneously while moving through the fight with the fluid awareness that the bond gave him. He could feel the intent behind every attack, not clearly, the dark-type energy was muddying everything, but enough to keep him one step ahead. Tia fought beside him with the branch and with her fists and with a desperation that made her sloppy and fierce and human in a way that hurt. She was fast, faster than she should have been, her reflexes operating on legendary-grade neural pathways even if she wouldn't use legendary-grade power, and she was smart, positioning herself to block attack angles, creating space for Ash's Pokémon to operate. One of the masked figures got close. Too close. A hand reached for Tia's arm, not with a weapon, but with some kind of device, a metallic band that crackled with energy that Tia recognized instinctively as a suppression cuff. Technology designed to lock down psychic abilities. If that thing touched her skin, Ash hit the figure. Not with a Pokémon command. With his body. A full-force tackle that drove the attacker into a tree trunk, and the suppression cuff went skittering into the undergrowth. Ash came up swinging, and the bond was blazing now, flooding him with adrenaline and psychic energy that made his punches faster and harder than a 12-year-old's had any right to be. Pika Pie. Ash, behind you. He ducked. A night slash whistled over his head. Pikachu, Thunder, grounded through the fog. Thunder wasn't Thunderbolt. Thunder was the uncontrollable one, the 90-power monster that Pikachu could barely aim on a good day. But the fog was wet and electricity loved wet air, and Pikachu's thunder traveled through the moisture like a nerve signal through a body, branching, spreading, hitting every metallic surface in a 30-foot radius. 3 more figures went down. Their Pokémon staggered, the electrical discharge disrupting their coordination. "Fall back," one of the remaining attackers shouted, and the retreat was immediate, disciplined, coordinated, the marks of professional soldiers who knew when a mission had failed. They recalled their Pokémon, grabbed their downed comrades, and vanished into the fog in under 10 seconds. Silence. The real kind, this time, the aftermath of violence, when the air is still ringing and the body hasn't realized it can stop fighting. Ash stood in the middle of the trail, breathing hard. His knuckles were bleeding, he'd hit the tree as much as the attacker, and there was a scratch across his cheek from a near-miss night slash. Pikachu was panting beside him, sparks still dancing across his cheeks. "Is everyone?" "I'm fine," Brock said, emerging from the trees. Fortress floated beside him, looking dented but functional. They knew what they were doing. Military-grade tactics. Those weren't street thugs. They were professionals, Tia said. Her voice was flat. Controlled. But her hands were shaking, and the branch she'd been using as a weapon had splintered from the force of her grip. "You said they were here for you." Ash turned to her, and the look in his eyes was something she'd never seen before, not anger, not accusation, but a fierce, protective fire that was asking questions his mouth hadn't formed yet. "Why would they be here for you?" A sound from the undergrowth. All 3 of them spun, weapons and Pokémon at the ready, and a figure stumbled out of the fog, not in black tactical gear, but in a torn lab coat, hands raised, terrified. "Please don't, please, I'm not with them, they had me, I was, please," a woman. Mid-20s. Dark-skinned, hair in disarray, face bruised. She was shaking so badly she could barely stand, and she was handcuffed, one wrist cuffed to a broken chain that dangled from nothing, as if she'd been attached to something larger that had been severed in the chaos of the fight. "Easy," Ash said, his combative posture softening instantly. "Easy. We're not going to hurt you." She collapsed. Just folded, like someone had cut the strings holding her up, and Brock was there, always there when someone needed catching, easing her to the ground, checking her pulse, his Pokémon breeder training overlaying seamlessly with basic field medicine. "She's dehydrated," Brock said. "Exhausted. These bruises are days old. She's been restrained for a while." "Who are you?" Ash knelt beside her. "Lyra." Her voice was raw, the voice of someone who'd been screaming or crying or both for a long time. "Lyra Vasquez. I'm a researcher. They took me, I don't know how long ago. 3 days. 4. Who took you?" "I don't know their name." "The organization." "They wear black, they have technology I've never seen, she looked at Tia, and something flickered in her eyes. Not recognition. Not suspicion. But a researcher's instinctive attention, the part of her brain that noticed things even in the middle of a breakdown. "They wanted my data." "What data?" Tia asked. "I study legendary Pokémon migration patterns. Seasonal movements, energy signatures, nesting behaviors. I've been mapping them for 5 years. Lyra swallowed. "They wanted to know where the legendaries would be. When they'd be vulnerable. They want to find them." The words settled into the silence like stones into water. Ash looked at Brock. Brock looked at Tia. Tia looked at the forest, at the fog and the trees and the darkness between them, and felt the walls closing in. "We need to get her to safety," Ash said. "Ironhaven has a hospital." "Wait." Lyra's hand shot out, grabbing Ash's wrist with surprising strength. "They put something in me. A chip. A tracking chip, under the skin. I can feel it, here." She touched the back of her neck. As long as it's active, they know where I am. Brock examined the spot she'd indicated. I can feel it. It's small, subdural, just under the skin. I could probably remove it, but not without proper tools. A sterile environment. We'd need a medical facility. If we take her to Iron Haven, Tia said slowly, the chip leads them to Iron Haven. And to everyone in it, Brock finished. There it was. The dilemma, clean and sharp as a blade. Leave Lyra here. Remove the chip with improvised tools and risk infection, nerve damage, worse. Or bring her to Iron Haven and lead the people who just tried to kidnap Tia, who were hunting legendary Pokemon across the world, straight to a city full of innocents. The forest waited. The fog pressed in. We take her with us, Ash said. Brock opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. Ash, we take her with us. We get the chip out at the hospital. And if they come to Iron Haven, we deal with it. Deal with it? Ash, you saw those people. They're organized, they're well-equipped, and they knew exactly what they were doing. A city isn't a forest. If they attack in a populated area, then we evacuate. We warn the authorities. We find allies. But we don't leave someone behind because protecting them is inconvenient. Ash's voice was steady. Not loud. Not heated. Just absolutely, immovably certain. That's not who we are. Brock looked at him for a long time. Then he nodded, once, the way a soldier acknowledges an order he might disagree with but will execute flawlessly. Okay. We move fast, then. No more camping. We push through to Iron Haven tonight. Thank you, Lyra whispered. Thank you, save it, Ash said gently. You can thank us when you're safe. Tia watched him. Watched the way he made the decision without hesitation, without calculation, with the same instinct that made him run toward drowning cities and rampaging machines. He didn't weigh the cost of doing the right thing because, for Ash Ketchum, the right thing wasn't a calculation. It was a reflex. She loved him. God, she loved him. And the irony of a legendary Pokemon using a human expression of divinity to describe the depth of her feeling for a human boy was not lost on her, even in the middle of crisis. I'll help her walk, Tia said, moving to Lyra's side. Brock, take point. Ash, rearguard. I know. He grinned, actually grinned, in the middle of a forest where people had just tried to kidnap the girl he was traveling with. This isn't my first emergency. It's your 100th emergency. That's not reassuring. It means I'm experienced. It means you're a magnet for disaster. Pikachu. She's not wrong. Traitor. They moved. The shrouded forest at night was a different creature than the shrouded forest at dusk. The fog thickened until visibility dropped to arm's length. The darkness was total. Pikachu's cheek sparks and Brock's flashlight were the only lights, carving narrow tunnels through a blackness that seemed to resist illumination. Tia guided them. She couldn't say how, couldn't explain to Ash and Brock that she was using the faintest trickle of psychic perception to map the path ahead, feeling the shapes of trees and rocks and the gentle slope of the terrain through a sense that had no human name. She just said, left here, and watch the route, and the bridge is 30 yards ahead, and they followed, because something in her voice carried the certainty of someone who could see in the dark. Lyra walked between Tia and Brock, one arm over Tia's shoulders. She was weak but stubborn, the kind of stubbornness that researchers develop when their fieldwork involves tracking legendary Pokemon through hostile terrain for months at a time. Can I ask you something? Lyra said to Tia, her voice low. Now. When else? I'm awake, and I'd rather talk than think about what's behind us. Fair point. Ask. Your energy. It's unusual. Tia's steps faltered. One misstep on the dark path, covered in an instant. I don't know what you mean. I study energy signatures. It's literally my job. And yours is, Lyra hesitated. It's like looking at a campfire and knowing, somehow, that there's a forest fire behind it. The scale is wrong. The suppression is deliberate. Whatever you're hiding, you're very good at hiding it, but I've spent 5 years learning to see what doesn't want to be seen. Silence. The forest breathed around them. You should rest, Tia said. Save your energy. That's not a denial. It's not an answer, either. Rest. Please. Lyra gave her a long look, the look of a scientist who's found an anomaly and been told to ignore it, and fell quiet. But Tia could feel the woman's mind working, turning over data, forming hypotheses. Lyra was a danger of a different kind than the Covenant. Not malicious, but curious, and curiosity aimed at secrets was a lockpick that didn't care about the lock's feelings. An hour into the night march, Ash dropped back to walk beside Tia. How's she doing? Sleeping on her feet, mostly. She wakes up for bad terrain and goes back under. And you? Fine. Tia. I said I'm fine. And I'm saying your hands haven't stopped shaking since the fight. And you said those people were here for you. And you knew the word for them, you called them something. Covenant. What is that? She should have seen this coming. Ash wasn't going to let it go, not this, not something that threatened the people around him. His protective instinct was an engine that didn't have a neutral gear. I don't know much, she said, which was true. I've heard the name. Rumors. In Alto Mare, there are old stories about an organization that hunts legendary Pokemon. Not to catch them, to use them. Extract their power. The stories are centuries old. I thought they were myths. Apparently not. Apparently not. Ash was quiet for a few steps. Why would they be after you? The question was a trap, not set intentionally, but a trap nonetheless. Any honest answer would crack the facade wide open. They're after me because I'm a legendary Pokemon. Because my energy signature, no matter how carefully I suppress it, is a beacon to anyone with the right equipment. Because I chose to walk beside you in human skin, and that choice made me visible. Maybe because I'm from Alto Mare, she said. The city of the Ian Pokemon. Anyone connected to that place might be of interest to people who hunt legendaries. It was thin. She knew it was thin. And from the way Ash's jaw tightened, he knew it too. But he didn't push. Not now, not in the dark, not with Lyra half-conscious on Tia's shoulder and the forest pressing in from every side. He filed it, the way he'd filed every unexplained thing about Tia since the day she'd walked into his life, and moved on. When we get to Iron Haven, he said, we're going to talk. Really talk. About everything. I know. I mean it, Tia. I know you do. He looked at her in the thin light of Pikachu's sparks. She looked back. The bond trembled between them, thick with things unsaid, and for a moment the forest and the danger and the night all faded, and there was just the two of them in a private darkness, circling the truth like planets around a shared sun. Let's just get there first, Tia whispered. Yeah. He turned forward. Let's get there. They hit the forest edge at 2 a.m. Ironhaven's lights appeared through the thinning trees like a constellation dragged down to earth, amber streetlights, white security floods, the red pulse of a communications tower. The city was bigger than Marantide, smaller than Silverport, built into the side of a coastal cliff in tiers that rose from the harbor to the upper residential districts like a wedding cake made of stone and glass. Lyra was fully unconscious by now, her weight distributed between Tia and Brock with practiced efficiency. They carried her into the Pokemon Center, the only 24-hour facility in the city, and Nurse Joy took one look at the bruised, dehydrated woman and shifted into emergency mode. What happened? She was being held captive, Ash said. In the shrouded forest. The people who had her, she has a tracking chip implanted in her neck. It needs to come out. To Joy's credit, she didn't ask follow-up questions. Medical professionals in the Pokemon world, Ash had learned, operated on a simple principle: treat first, ask questions later. Lyra was taken to the back room. Brock went with her. His Pokemon breeder credentials gave him enough medical standing to assist, and Ash and Tia were left in the lobby, alone for the first time since the ambush. The Pokemon Center at 2 a.m. was a different place than the Pokemon Center at noon. The lights were dimmer. The lobby was empty except for a Chansey doing late-night inventory and a trainer sleeping in the corner with a Houndour on his lap. The silence was the comfortable kind, the quiet of a safe place. Ash sat in a plastic chair and stared at the ceiling. Pikachu curled in his lap, exhausted, sparks finally dark. The adrenaline was fading, leaving behind the familiar wreckage, aching muscles, stinging knuckles, a bone-deep fatigue that made the plastic chair feel like a featherbed. Tia sat beside him. She didn't speak. Didn't move. She was running damage assessments in her head, cataloging the fight, analyzing the attacker's tactics, evaluating how close they'd come to capturing her. Close. Too close. The suppression cuff had been inches from her wrist. If it had made contact, if that technology had locked down her psychic abilities while she was maintaining a human illusion, the result would have been catastrophic. Not just exposure, but involuntary exposure. The illusion collapsing in front of Ash. In front of Brock. In front of the Covenant soldiers, confirming beyond doubt that their target was exactly what they thought she was. She'd been reckless. Coming out here. Pretending she could be human. Pretending that love was armor enough against the forces that hunted her kind. Stop it, Ash said. She blinked. Stop what? Whatever you're doing right now. The thing where you stare at nothing and your jaw gets tight and you look like you're building a cage around yourself. He didn't look at her, kept his eyes on the ceiling, but his voice was the gentlest thing she'd heard all day. I can feel it, you know. Through whatever connection we have. I can feel you pulling away. I'm not pulling away. You're thinking about leaving. Her breath caught. The bond. She kept forgetting, or choosing not to remember, that it worked both ways. That Ash might not understand what he was feeling, but he felt it. Her fear. Her guilt. Her desperate calculation of whether the people she cared about would be safer without her. I'm thinking about keeping you safe, she said. Same thing. You think leaving would keep me safe? It wouldn't. You don't know that. I know that whatever's happening, the Covenant, the ambush, all of it, it's bigger than you. Bigger than me. And the only way we survive something bigger than us is together. He finally looked at her. His eyes were tired and warm and absolutely certain. So stop thinking about leaving. It's not an option. She wanted to argue. She had arguments, good ones, logical ones, arguments about threat assessment and operational security and the cold mathematics of risk. But looking at Ash's face, at the stubborn set of his jaw and the warmth in his eyes, she realized that arguing with Ash Ketchum about protecting people was like arguing with the ocean about being wet. Okay, she said. Okay. Okay. I'm not leaving. Good. He settled deeper into the chair. Pikachu stirred in his lap, and Ash stroked the electric mouse's head absently. Now can you please tell me how you knew the word Covenant before I did? I told you. Legends from Alto Mare. Legends that gave you enough information to recognize their operatives on site and know they were specifically targeting you. Detailed legends. Ash gave her a look of such monumental skepticism that she almost laughed despite everything. I know you're not telling me everything, he said. I've known that since the first week. You slip up sometimes, say things that don't make sense, know things you shouldn't know, react to things before they happen. I'm not as oblivious as people think, Tia. I never thought you were oblivious. Then trust me. Whatever it is, whatever you're hiding, I can handle it. It's not about whether you can handle it. Then what's it about? It's about whether you'll look at me the same way after. It's about whether Tia survives the truth. It's about whether you'll hold my hand on a dock and talk about sunsets when you know the hand you're holding isn't real. It's complicated, she said. Uncomplicate it. I can't. Not yet. But I will. I promise, Ash, I will tell you everything. When it's time. When's it going to be time? When I'm brave enough. The honesty of that last sentence hit differently than all her careful deflections. Ash looked at her, really looked, and saw the fear underneath the composure, and the love underneath the fear, and the secret underneath the love, layered like geological strata, each one pressing down on the next. He reached over and took her hand. Laced his fingers through hers. Held on. Take your time, he said. I'm not going anywhere. She squeezed his hand. Her eyes were burning, the human eyes that she'd constructed to be beautiful and that she now used primarily for crying, and the bond hummed between them, carrying everything that words couldn't, and the Pokemon Center was quiet around them like a held breath. They sat like that, hand in hand, until Brock emerged from the back room at 3:30. Chips out, he said. Clean removal. Lyra's sleeping. She'll be fine. Good, Ash said. Brock looked at their joined hands. Looked at their faces. Made a decision that he'd been building toward for weeks. You two should get some sleep, he said. I'll take first watch. If anyone comes looking for the chip signal, I want to know about it before they get through the door. Ash nodded. Wake me in 4 hours. Will do. Tia released Ash's hand, and the loss of contact was a physical thing, a cooling, a dimming. She stood, stretched muscles that were sore from the fight and the march, and headed for the room Joy had assigned them. At the door, she stopped. Turned back. Brock? Yeah. Thank you. For today. For all of it. That's what friends do. A pause. That's what friends do for the people they care about. Regardless of anything else. The emphasis on anything else was so slight that someone who wasn't listening for it would have missed it entirely. Tia wasn't someone who missed things. She looked at him. He looked back. And something passed between them, an acknowledgement, a reassurance, a gentle and unmistakable message, I know what you are. I've known for a while. And I'm still here. Get some sleep, Tia, Brock said softly. She nodded. Went inside. Closed the door. And sat on the edge of the bed in the dark room, hands clasped between her knees, and shook until the shaking stopped. Ash was woken at 7 by the sound of argument. Not shouting, Brock didn't shout, and Lyra was too exhausted to manage more than a forceful whisper, but the kind of intense, rapid-fire exchange that meant two intelligent people were disagreeing about something they both considered critically important. He found them in the Pokemon Center's common room, Brock standing with his arms crossed and Lyra sitting up in a chair with an 4 in her arm and fire in her eyes. I am not going to a safe house, Lyra was saying. Those people have my research. 5 years of work. If they use my data to track more legendaries, then the League will handle it, Brock said. You need to recover. You were held captive for days. I was held captive because I'm the foremost authority on legendary migration in the Johto region. If I go into hiding, I can't work, and if I can't work, those patterns become exclusively their data. I need to publish. Get the information out there, make it public, so that their advantage disappears. That also paints a target on your back. The target is already there. At least this way it's useful. Ash listened to this for about 30 seconds before intervening. She's right. Brock turned. Ash, if she has information that can help protect legendary Pokemon, we should help her use it. Hiding doesn't solve anything, it just gives the Covenant more time. Lyra looked at Ash with the grateful intensity of a woman who was not accustomed to being backed up. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. What do you need to publish? My laptop. Which was in my bag. Which the Covenant took. She grimaced. But I have backups. Encrypted, on a server in Olivine City. If I can get to a secure terminal, I can access everything. There's a university here, Brock said. Ironhaven Technical. They'd have secure academic terminals. Good. Lyra was already pulling the 4 from her arm, ignoring Brock's protest. Let's go. You need to eat first, Brock said, in the voice that was not a suggestion. I'll eat on the way. You'll eat sitting down, at a table, with actual food, like a person. Lyra opened her mouth to argue and then caught Brock's expression, the one that had successfully compelled compliance from Ash Ketchum, a creature with the self-preservation instincts of a caffeinated lemming, for over a year, and closed it. Fine, she said. But quickly. Tia appeared in the doorway, dressed and alert, looking like she'd slept approximately 0 minutes but was prepared to pretend otherwise. I heard the plan. I'm coming. Tia, you should rest, I'm coming. Ash decided not to argue. Arguing with Tia about safety was becoming as futile as arguing with Ash about it, which Brock found either ironic or poetic depending on his level of exhaustion. They ate. Quickly. Then they moved. Ironhaven Technical University occupied a cluster of angular buildings on the city's second tier, connected by covered walkways and surrounded by gardens where students studied alongside Pokémon. The computer science building had a secure terminal lab on the 3rd floor, restricted access, encrypted connections, the kind of setup that researchers used for sensitive data. Lyra talked her way in using her credentials, her charm, and a strategic deployment of the bruises on her face that made the lab supervisor too sympathetic to ask follow-up questions. Within 20 minutes, she was at a terminal, fingers flying over the keyboard. 5 years, she murmured, pulling up files. 5 years of data. Migration routes, energy signatures, seasonal patterns. I've mapped the movements of 37 legendary Pokémon across 4 regions. Ash leaned over her shoulder, watching data fill the screen, maps overlaid with colored lines, timestamps, energy readings. This is incredible. It was my life's work. And the Covenant wanted to use it as a hunting guide. Her jaw tightened. Not anymore. I'm uploading everything to the Pokémon League's public research database. Once it's out there, it's everyone's data. The Covenant's advantage disappears. Won't that also tell everyone where the legendaries are? Tia asked from across the room. Her voice was carefully neutral. Not in real time. The data shows patterns, where legendaries have been, not where they are right now. It's useful for conservation, not capture. But it would have been useful for the Covenant because they could cross-reference patterns with seasonal timing to predict future positions. And now anyone can do that. Now anyone can protect those positions. Rangers, League officials, researchers. The more eyes on the data, the harder it is for one organization to exploit it. Tia considered this. The logic was sound, transparency as defense. It was the opposite of what she'd been doing her whole life, hiding in the shadows, depending on secrecy for safety. And Lyra was right that sunlight was a better shield than darkness in this case. But the data on that screen included Latias. Included Alto Mare. Included energy readings that, if cross-referenced with the right equipment, might reveal exactly what a soul-bonded Ian Pokémon suppressed signature looked like. Tia said nothing. Some battles were fought by choosing which ones not to fight. The upload took 40 minutes. Lyra narrated as she worked, explaining her methodology to Ash and Brock with the rapid-fire enthusiasm of a researcher who'd been denied an audience for far too long. She was brilliant, Ash realized. Not just smart, brilliant, in the specific way that meant she saw connections others missed and cared about things others ignored. Done. Lyra leaned back, the tension draining from her shoulders. It's public. Every league office, every Pokémon Center, every accredited research institution now has access. How long before the Covenant knows? Ash asked. They probably already know. Their intelligence network is extensive. Lyra paused. Which means we should expect a response. What kind of response? I don't. The lights went out. Not a power failure, the computers were still running on battery backup, but every overhead light in the building killed simultaneously. Through the windows, Ash could see the same thing happening across the university campus. Buildings going dark one by one, like candles being blown out. That's not a power failure, Brock said quietly. That's a directed EMP. They're here, Lyra whispered. Ash moved. Not panicking, pivoting. Battle mode. Brock, get Lyra out. Back entrance. There was a service corridor on the first floor. What about you? I'm going to buy you time. Ash, go, Brock. Brock went. Because he trusted Ash, and because someone needed to protect Lyra, and because Brock understood that there were moments when the best thing a support player could do was let the front line do its job. Tia didn't go. Don't you dare tell me to leave, she said. Ash looked at her. In the dim light of the battery-powered screen, her eyes were burning, not amber. Gold. Actual gold, bright enough to cast shadows. He noticed. Filed it. Kept moving. Then stay close. They moved to the hallway. Pikachu's cheeks lit up, throwing sharp-edged shadows down the corridor, and Ash's enhanced perception swept outward, reaching, feeling, searching for the intent of whoever was coming. He found it. Not a full team this time. Just one person. One presence. Walking up the stairwell with the unhurried confidence of someone who didn't need to rush because they'd already won every fight they'd ever been in. The door at the end of the hall opened. The woman who walked through was different from the masked soldiers in the forest. She wore no mask. No tactical gear. Just a dark, well-fitted outfit that moved with her like a second skin, and a silver braid that fell over one shoulder like a rope of mercury. She was beautiful in the way that a sword was beautiful, all edges and function and the promise of damage. Beside her, a Mytiana with red eyes. Nyx. Sable, Tia said, and the word was recognition, not introduction. Sable stopped. Looked at Tia with interest. You know me? I know of you. Then you know I'm not here to fight. Sable's voice was calm. Controlled. The voice of a professional who had long ago separated emotion from operation. I'm here to talk. You EMP'd a university to talk. Ash said. I EMP'd a university to ensure our conversation wasn't recorded. Ironhaven's surveillance network is thorough. She folded her arms. Also, the EMP was targeted. Only the lighting grid. Your researcher's upload is already complete, I have no interest in stopping it. Ash's eyebrows rose. You wanted her to publish. I didn't intervene to prevent it. There's a difference. The Covenant's intelligence advantage was always going to be temporary. Lyra Vasquez accelerated the timeline, but the outcome was inevitable. Sable's gaze returned to Tia. I'm here for something else. What? The researcher. The data she has in her head, the unpublished observations, the analysis, the insights that didn't make it into the database. The Covenant will want those. Publicly or privately, through persuasion or force. I'm offering an alternative. Which is? Give it to me. Specifically, give me a detailed account of the Covenant's operational patterns as observed through her data. Where they've been. What they've taken. The gaps in the legendary monitoring network that correspond to their extraction operations. Why would we give that to you? Ash's voice was hard. You work for them. Something shifted behind Sable's eyes. A fracture in the professional facade, small, quickly repaired, but visible. I work for the Covenant because 12 years ago, they offered me a purpose when I had none. I was good at what I did, so I didn't ask what it was for. That was my mistake. She paused. But I've seen things recently that I can't reconcile. Soldiers, our soldiers, deteriorating. The essence infusion process is killing them. They're dying in stages, and the director doesn't care because there are always more volunteers. Hollow soldiers, Tia said. You know about them? I saw them in the forest. The ones who attacked us. Their energy was wrong. Twisted. Sable nodded slowly. They're infused with diluted legendary essence. It makes them stronger, faster, more durable. It also destroys them from the inside out. Average lifespan post-infusion is 2 years. Her voice was flat. Clinical. But underneath it, Ash could feel, faintly, through the psychic dampening that Sable's dark-type partner created, a current of genuine disgust. I signed up to hunt legendaries. I didn't sign up to watch people be consumed by the hunt. So you want to betray the Covenant? Ash asked. I want to understand what the Covenant has become. I want data that confirms or denies my suspicions. If the director is burning through human lives for his project, then I need to know. And I need proof. And if you get proof? What then? Then I make a choice. Silence. The hallway was dark, lit only by Pikachu's sparks and the faint glow from Sable's Mytiana's eyes. Two sides of a conflict, standing 10 feet apart, negotiating in the ruins of a lighting grid. We can't give you Lyra's data, Ash said finally. It's not ours to give. Then let me talk to her. Let her decide. Ash looked at Tia. Through the bond, he felt her assessment, not words, but impressions. Caution. Uncertainty. And underneath, a faint signal that he'd learned to trust, she's telling the truth. Mostly. If you talk to her, Ash said, it's on our terms. Here. Now. With us present. Acceptable. And if this is a trap, if there are more soldiers outside, or tech we haven't seen, there's no trap. Sable's voice carried a weariness that didn't feel performed. I came alone. I have no support. As of 2 hours ago, I went dark on all Covenant communications. Whatever happens next, I'm on my own. Ash studied her. The bond gave him fragments, sincerity, fatigue, a stubborn core of principle that had been buried under years of compliance and was now clawing its way back to the surface. He made a decision. Brock, he called down the stairwell. Bring Lyra back up. We've got a visitor. The conversation lasted an hour. Lyra, once she understood what Sable was asking for, and once Sable demonstrated her bona fides by providing 3 Covenant base locations that Lyra could cross-reference with her data, agreed to share her analysis. Not the raw data, which was now public, but her interpretations. The patterns she'd noticed. The gaps that corresponded to known legendary disappearances. In exchange, Sable provided information about the Covenant that none of them had possessed. The organization is old, she said, sitting cross-legged on the hallway floor with Nyx at her side. Older than the modern League. It was founded during the Age of Myths, when legendary Pokémon walked openly among humans, by a sect that believed legendaries were meant to serve humanity, not coexist with it. How many members? Brock asked. Active operatives, maybe 200. Support infrastructure, scientists, engineers, logisticians, another 500. Plus the hollow units, which fluctuate as attrition takes its toll. Attrition, Lyra repeated, her voice cold. You mean death? Yes. Sable didn't flinch. I mean death. And the leader? Director Voss. Erasmus Voss. Former Pokémon professor, excommunicated 30 years ago for unauthorized research on legendary energy. He's undergone partial essence infusion himself, limited psychic abilities, extended lifespan. He's brilliant, patient, and absolutely convinced that he's saving the world. Saving it from what? Ash asked. From itself. Voss believes that humanity's dependence on Pokemon is a weakness. That legendaries, specifically, are crutches, divine powers that humans rely on instead of developing their own potential. His endgame is to harvest enough legendary essence to create a device that would give humans the power to reshape reality without Pokemon assistance. That's insane, Brock said. It's consistent. Voss doesn't want to destroy Pokemon or humans. He wants to transcend the relationship. Make humanity self-sufficient on a cosmic scale. By killing legendaries, Tia said, her voice barely above a whisper. Sable looked at her. The extraction process is, not always lethal. Some legendaries survive. Diminished, but alive. Others. She didn't finish. She didn't need to. Tia stood up. Walked to the window. Pressed her forehead against the cold glass and stared out at the dark campus, where the EMP's effect was fading and lights were beginning to flicker back on in distant buildings. She thought about Latios. About the light leaving his eyes. About a sacrifice that had been made willingly, freely, out of love for a city and a sister and a world that contained a boy who ran toward danger. The Covenant would have captured him. Would have strapped him down and drained his essence into a machine and called it progress. What do they know about me? Tia asked, not turning from the window. The room went quiet. Sable's expression didn't change, but something in her posture tightened, the recognition that the question had come from a direction she hadn't anticipated. About you specifically? About whatever they came to the forest to find. Sable chose her words carefully. The Alto Mare incident produced an anomalous energy signature. Eon class. The Covenant tracked it to this region. Beyond that, I can't say what operational intelligence has been gathered. I've been out of the loop for several days. Not a direct answer. An acknowledgement without confirmation. Tia appreciated the precision. If they find what they're looking for, Tia said, what happens? Extraction. The same process applied to Suicune and Reiku. Capture, containment, and gradual essence draining over a period of weeks. Sable paused. The Eon Pokemon are, particularly valuable. Their psychic abilities, their connection to the soul do, their capacity for emotional bonds, Voss considers them the missing piece. Missing piece of what? The Crucible. His device. He's been building it for 20 years. He has essence from 3 legendaries. He needs one more, specifically, an Eon-class psychic signature, to complete the matrix. The room was so quiet that Ash could hear his own heartbeat. He looked at Tia's back. At the rigid line of her shoulders. At the way her reflection in the window showed a face that was carefully, desperately blank. And something clicked. Not the full truth. Not yet. But a piece of it, a chunk of the puzzle sliding into place with the inevitability of gravity. The Covenant was hunting Eon Pokemon. Tia was from Alto Mare, home of the Eon Pokemon. Tia had known the word, Covenant. Tia had said the attackers were, here for me. The energy readings. The way Pokemon flocked to her. The speed that wasn't human. The healing touch that glowed pink. The slip about, flying, through canals. The eyes that turned gold in dim light. He didn't have the answer yet. But he had the shape of it, a silhouette in fog, and the shape was familiar, and it was beautiful, and it was breaking his heart in a way he didn't understand. We should go, he said quietly. If the Covenant knows we're in Iron Haven, staying in one place is dangerous. Where? Brock asked. South. Keep moving. Get Lyra somewhere safe, then figure out our next move. He turned to Sable. What are you going to do? Sable stood. Nick stood with her, red eyes watchful. I'm going to look at the data Lyra provided and compare it to what I know. If my suspicions are confirmed, you'll help us? I'll help myself. Whether that aligns with your interests remains to be seen. She walked toward the stairwell, then paused. A piece of advice, catch 'em. The Covenant knows about the girl. They've confirmed her energy signature. Whatever she is, and I think you're starting to figure out what that means, they're not going to stop. Neither am I. Sable looked at him. For the first time, something cracked through her professional mask, not respect, exactly, but recognition. The recognition of one stubborn person encountering another. No, she said. I don't suppose you will. She disappeared down the stairs. Nyx's red eyes were the last thing they saw, glowing in the dark like coals. They left Ironhaven before dawn. Lyra stayed behind. She had contacts at the university, colleagues who could provide shelter while the League was notified. She hugged each of them before they left, Brock, who'd saved her life, Ash, who'd refused to leave her behind, and Tia, who she held longest. I don't know what you are, Lyra whispered in Tia's ear. But whatever it is, they won't get you. I'll make sure of that. My data goes both ways, it can hide as well as it can find. Tia pulled back. Looked at this human woman she'd known for less than a day, who'd been tortured and kidnapped and was still thinking about how to protect someone she barely knew. Thank you, Tia said. Take care of him, Lyra nodded toward Ash. He's going to need you before this is over. I know. They walked south in the pre-dawn gray, following the coastal road toward a destination they hadn't decided on yet. The ocean was a dark mirror to their left, reflecting stars that were fading into the approaching dawn. Pikachu slept in Ash's backpack, exhausted from the night's exertions. For a long time, nobody spoke. They were tired, wired, processing. The last 24 hours had contained a forest ambush, a night march, a rescue, a defection, and revelations about a shadow organization that hunted legendary Pokémon with the patience and precision of an apocalypse. It was Brock who broke the silence. Ash. Tia. There's something I need to say. They stopped. The road was empty, the dawn light painting the world in shades of pearl and silver. Brock faced them. His expression was calm, the deep calm of someone who'd thought carefully about what they were going to say and was committed to saying it. I want you both to know that I trust you, he said. Completely. Whatever is happening, whatever either of you is carrying, I trust that you'll share it when you're ready. I'm not going to push, and I'm not going to pry. He paused. Reached into his bag. But I want you to know that you're not hiding as well as you think. He pulled out a book. The same book, Legends of Ian, the Lottie twins of Alto Mare, that he'd left by Tia's sleeping bag weeks ago. He'd retrieved it, apparently. Kept it. He opened it to a specific page and held it up. The illustration showed Latias in human form. Dark hair. Amber eyes. A face that was beautiful in a way that was slightly too perfect, too symmetrical, too idealized, like someone had drawn a face from memory and gotten the proportions just slightly too right. Tia's face. The resemblance wasn't exact. The illustration was an artist's interpretation, stylized and impressionistic. But the essential quality was there, the warmth, the hidden fierceness, the sense that this was a being of enormous power choosing to appear small. Tia stared at the illustration. Her illusion held perfectly. Not a flicker, not a shimmer. She'd been maintaining it for so long now that it was less like a projection and more like a second skin. But her eyes, her amber, gold-flecked, not quite human eyes, filled with something that no illusion could produce and no human expression could contain. Brock, she whispered. You healed a Pidgey with a touch that glowed pink, Brock said gently. You knew what the Covenant was before anyone mentioned it. You navigate in the dark like you have a sixth sense. Pokémon treat you like you're one of them. And when you're emotional, your eyes turn a color that isn't in any human genetics textbook. Silence. The dawn held its breath. I put this book by your bag 3 weeks ago, Brock continued. I wanted you to know that someone saw you. Not to threaten you or force a confession. Just so you'd know that you weren't alone in carrying this. Tia's hands were trembling again. Not from fear this time. From the overwhelming, devastating experience of being known. Of having someone look at her, look through her, and not run. Not flinch. Not reach for a pokeball or a phone or a weapon. You're not going to, I'm not going to do anything, Brock said. Except be your friend. Which I've been, and which I'm going to keep being, regardless of anything. He closed the book. Put it back in his bag. And then he did something so Brock, so fundamentally, perfectly Brock, that it almost broke her. He walked forward and hugged her. Not a casual hug. Not a side squeeze. A real hug, arms around her, steady and warm and solid, the hug of a person who had decided to be a safe place and would not be moved. Tia broke. Not her illusion, that held, because by now it was as much a part of her as her feathers. But the dam she'd built around her fear and her guilt and her loneliness cracked, and what came flooding out was a sound she'd never made in human form, a keening, musical sob that was half cry and half song, and that resonated at a frequency that made the air shimmer. Ash watched this, and the pieces fell into place. Not all of them. Not the full picture. But enough. The shape in the fog resolved just a fraction more, and what he saw was familiar, and beautiful, and his heart was doing something complicated that he'd need time to untangle. He stepped forward and put his hand on Tia's back. She flinched, then leaned into him. The bond between them blazed, incandescent, carrying everything she couldn't say, I'm sorry, I love you, I'm sorry, please don't hate me, I'm sorry. It's okay, Ash said, and meant it, even though he didn't fully know what it was okay about. Whatever this is, it's okay. They stood on the road in the dawn light, 3 people, 1 secret, and a bond that hummed between 2 of them like a song that the world had written before they were born. Brock held on. Tia cried. Ash's hand stayed on her back, steady and warm, and the sunrise broke over the ocean in shades of gold and amber and rose. The road stretched south. The Covenant waited in the shadows. And somewhere, the machinery of an ancient, terrible plan ground forward. But here, now, in this moment, there was trust. There was truth, partial but growing. There was love, confused but present. It was enough. For now, it was enough. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The Shape of Truth. They found a rhythm in the weeks that followed. Not peace, the shadow of the Covenant hung too heavy for peace, but a rhythm. A way of moving through the world that accounted for danger without being consumed by it. They traveled south along the coast, avoided major cities, kept their heads down. Brock handled logistics and communication with Moira Ashwick, who was quietly building a network of gym leaders and league officials who took the Covenant threat seriously. Ash trained, harder than ever, pushing his Pokemon and himself beyond previous limits, preparing for a fight he could feel approaching like a storm front on the horizon. And Tia existed in the space between truth and confession, closer to the edge than she'd ever been, held back by a fear that was shrinking but not gone. Brock's revelation on the road had changed things. Not externally, to a casual observer, their dynamic was identical. But underneath, the architecture had shifted. Tia no longer had to hide from Brock. The tiny, constant expenditure of energy she devoted to maintaining her cover around him was gone, and the relief was physical, like setting down a weight she'd been carrying so long she'd forgotten it was there. They didn't talk about it directly. Brock wasn't that kind of person. But small things changed. When Tia accidentally heated her coffee with a psychic pulse because Brock's camp stove was broken, Brock just handed her his cup and said, "Mine too, please." When she navigated them through a fog bank using senses that had nothing to do with human eyes, Brock noted their position on his map without comment. When she sat with a wounded Pokemon and the faint pink glow leaked through her palms, Brock stood watch to make sure no one else saw. It was partnership. Simple, practical, beautiful. With Ash, the dynamic was different. More electric. More dangerous. Ash knew something. He didn't know what, the full truth was still a shape in fog, but he knew something, and the knowing had changed the way he looked at her. Not with suspicion. With attention. The way you watch a sunset when you realize it's actually a sunrise and you've been facing the wrong direction. He noticed everything now. The way her body temperature ran 2 degrees above human normal. The way she could sit perfectly still for an hour, not fidgeting, barely breathing, in a way that no human with a functioning nervous system could manage. The way her reflexes sometimes operated on a timeline that preceded the stimulus, flinching from a falling branch before the crack that caused it to fall. He noticed, and he didn't ask, and the not asking was its own kind of confession. I'm going to let you tell me. But I'm going to make it very clear that I'm ready to hear it. The training sessions helped. Tia had agreed to work with him on battle strategy, and their sessions had quickly become the highlight of Ash's days. She was a phenomenal strategist. She saw battles the way a composer saw music, in overlapping structures and harmonic patterns that most trainers never perceived. You're thinking in lines, she told him during a session on a cliffside overlooking the ocean. Attack, defense, counter, response. Linear progression. Battles aren't lines, they're shapes. Your opponent's strategy has a geometry. Find the geometry, and you can predict every point on the curve. That sounds like math. It is math. Beautiful math. I hate math. You love math. You just don't know it yet. When you read an opponent's timing and throw a counter that arrives at exactly the right millisecond, that's calculus. You do it intuitively. I'm trying to teach you to do it deliberately. She was right, and it was working. Ash's battling sharpened, not just the psychic intuition from the bond, but actual tactical skill, grounded in understanding rather than instinct. He drilled with Pikachu until their coordination was telepathic, literally, though he didn't know the literal part. He worked Bayleaf and Noctowl into a defensive rotation that could shut down almost any offensive combination. He pushed Totodile until the little water type's natural enthusiasm was channeled into focused, devastating bursts of power. He's going to evolve soon, Tia said, watching Totodile blast through a set of training targets with a water gun that had twice the power it had a month ago. Yeah. How can you tell? He's got that look. The one where everything inside is getting bigger and the outside hasn't caught up yet. She paused, watching the little blue Pokémon dance triumphantly on the shattered remains of a target. He reminds me of you. Small and loud. Full of something that hasn't found its shape yet. Ash looked at her. The late afternoon light was doing things to her face, catching the planes and curves, highlighting the amber of her eyes. The bond hummed between them, warm and present, and Ash felt something in his chest that was becoming harder to ignore. Tia. After this is over, the Covenant, the danger, all of it, I want to take you to Pallet Town. She went still. Why? Because that's where I'm from. Because my mom's there, and Professor Oak, and the hill where I first met Pikachu. He shrugged, trying for casual and missing by a wide margin. Because I want you to see the place that made me. And I want it to know you. The silence that followed was so full of emotion that Tia thought she might drown in it. The bond carried everything, Ash's warmth, his nervousness, the vulnerability of someone offering a piece of themselves and waiting to see if it was accepted. I'd like that, she said, and her voice cracked, and she didn't care. Yeah. Yeah. He smiled. She smiled. Pikachu, who'd been pretending to sleep on a rock, opened one eye and smiled too. And the sunset painted everything gold, and for a moment the world was just two people on a cliff who were falling into something neither of them could name. They arrived at Ironhaven's outskirts 3 weeks after they'd left. Not by design, Moira Ashwick had contacted them through Brock's secure line, requesting a meeting. The gym leader had assembled a coalition of officials who were ready to take action against the Covenant, but she needed Ash's first-hand account of the forest ambush and Sable's intelligence. Ironhaven was the safest meeting point, Moira controlled the city's security infrastructure, and the Pokémon League had quietly increased ranger presence in the area. "I don't like going back," Tia said, standing on the ridge overlooking the city. The wind caught her hair, streaming it behind her in dark ribbons. "The Covenant knows we were here." "Moira says security's tight," Brock offered. "Security was tight at the university when they EMP'd the building." "She's right," Ash said. "But we need allies. We can't fight this alone." Tia looked at him. The pragmatism was new, or rather, it was old, a latent quality that the soul bond and recent experience had drawn to the surface. The Ash of 6 months ago would have charged in without calculation. This Ash weighed risks, acknowledged danger, and still moved forward, because his courage wasn't the absence of fear, it was the decision that other things mattered more. "Together, then," she said. "Always." They descended into Ironhaven in the late afternoon. The city was different from their last visit, more alert, more guarded. Ranger patrols moved through the streets in pairs, and the Pokémon Center had new security protocols that required ID verification. Moira met them at her gym, a massive, steel-reinforced structure near the city center. Inside, the meeting room was already occupied, 2 League officials, a Ranger captain, and, to Ash's surprise, a familiar face. Callum. Callum Drake sat at the far end of the table, arms crossed, wearing an expression of studied nonchalance that didn't quite cover the intensity underneath. "Ketchum. Heard you've been having adventures. How are you here?" Moira reached out. "Apparently, experienced trainers willing to fight a shadow organization is a short list, and I was on it." He uncrossed his arms. "Also, I was bored. Regional circuits are dull when you've already fought the best." Was that a compliment? It was a fact. Don't let it go to your head. The meeting was productive but sobering. Moira laid out what the coalition had gathered. The Covenant had cells in 6 regions, funding that dwarfed most criminal organizations, and technology that was at least a generation ahead of League standard. Their leadership structure was opaque, boss at the top, a handful of trusted operatives, and a hierarchy below that operated on compartmentalized intelligence. "We can't fight them conventionally," Moira said. "They're too decentralized. Too well funded. A direct assault on any single facility would just scatter them." "So what's the play?" Ash asked. "We need their endgame. Sable said Voss is building something, the Crucible. If we can find it, we can end this in one strike." "Sable hasn't made contact since the university," Brock said. "We don't know where the Crucible is. Then we need to draw them out." Moira's gaze swept the room. "The Covenant wants something specific. An Eon-class psychic signature. If we can, no." Ash's voice was sharp. Final. Everyone in the room turned to him. "We're not using anyone as bait," he said. "Not Lyra. Not anyone." Moira studied him for a long moment. "I wasn't going to suggest it. But the Covenant is going to come for what they want regardless of our strategy. We can either be ready for them, or we can be surprised. Then we get ready. Fortify. Prepare. But we do it without dangling someone in front of them." The meeting continued, but the energy had shifted. Ash's refusal had drawn a line, and the room organized itself around it, practical planning that accounted for the Covenant's initiative without sacrificing anyone to obtain it. Tia sat in the corner, quiet, watching the boy who'd just refused to use bait in a war against an organization that wanted to drain her essence. He didn't fully know, that the bait Moira was dancing around was her. But his instinct to protect was so deep, so fundamental, that it didn't need specifics. She was running out of time. The truth was a wave building behind her, and it was going to break whether she chose the moment or not. The Ironhaven Harvest Festival was an annual event that transformed the city's central plaza into a carnival of light and sound. Lanterns strung between buildings. Music from every direction. Food stalls, games, trainers showing off their Pokémon in informal exhibitions. The entire city came out, flooding the streets with thousands of people in a celebration that had been running for 200 years. Moira had argued against it. Canceling the festival would signal fear and might tip off the Covenant that the city was preparing for an attack. So the festival proceeded, but with a security infrastructure underneath it that was invisible to the public, rangers in civilian clothes, Pokémon patrols, psychic-type sentries monitoring the crowd for hostile intent. Ash, Tia, and Brock walked through the festival like normal people on a normal night. Ash won a stuffed Pikachu at a ring toss game and gave it to Tia, who held it against her chest with both arms and refused to put it down. Brock was instantly smitten with a festival performer who juggled with her Ambipom, and spent 20 minutes composing a love poem that Ash intercepted and destroyed for the good of everyone involved. "You have no appreciation for art," Brock said. "I have incredible appreciation for art. That wasn't art. That was a crime against the written word. It rhymed. Your eyes are like two shining jewels / they make me feel like all the fools." "Brock, that's a threat, not a poem." Tia laughed so hard she had to lean against a lamppost. The stuffed Pikachu compressed between her and the metal pole let out a synthetic squeak, and she laughed harder, and the sound of it, that slightly too musical, rippling laugh, drew the attention of every Pokémon within earshot. A nearby EV abandoned its trainer's side to trot over and press against her ankles. She didn't notice. She was too busy being happy. Ash watched her laugh, and the thing in his chest that he'd been trying to ignore became impossible to ignore, and he thought, "I'm going to tell her tonight. Whatever she's hiding, whatever she is, it doesn't matter. I'm going to tell her how I feel." He didn't get the chance. The first sign was the lanterns. They flickered. Not the natural flutter of flame in wind, a synchronized dimming, all of them at once, as if something had passed between them and the sky. A shadow that moved too fast to track. The second sign was the cold. A wave of it, rolling through the plaza like a tide. Not physical cold, psychic cold. The temperature of terror. The bone-deep, irrational certainty that something was wrong, something was here, something was watching from the dark spaces between the light. Tia felt it first. Her laughter died mid-breath, and her eyes went wide, wider than human eyes should go, and the amber irises flooded with gold. "Ash," she said, and her voice was different. Layered. As if two voices were speaking in harmony. Something's, the fear pulse hit. It exploded outward from a point in the crowd, a detonation of pure psychic terror that slammed into every mind in the plaza simultaneously. People screamed. Pokémon howled. The crowd surged in 100 directions, panic turning thousands of festival-goers into a stampede. Ash staggered. The bond blazed with pain, not his, Tia's, and through his enhanced perception he felt the source of the pulse, a single point of absolute darkness in the psychic field, radiating fear like a beacon of concentrated nightmare. Darkrai energy. Weaponized. Directed. Kale. He stood at the center of the plaza, arms at his sides, and the darkness poured off him in waves. His eyes were black, not dark brown almost black, but black, the pupils dilated to swallow the iris entirely, filled with an energy that wasn't human and never had been. The Darkrai essence in his blood was fully active, and the fear it projected was tailored, surgical, designed not to cause maximum panic but to achieve a specific effect. It was targeting psychic energy. The pulse wasn't just fear, it was a disruption field. A frequency that interfered with psychic abilities the way a magnet interferes with electronics. Any psychic-type Pokémon within range would be suppressed. Any psychic energy construct would be destabilized. Any illusion maintained by psychic power would crack. Tia felt it hit her like a physical blow. The human form she wore, the skin, the hair, the amber eyes, the beating heart, shuddered. It was like standing in a hurricane, wind tearing at a coat you were trying to hold closed. The illusion rippled. Warped. Her edges went soft, and behind the girl, for just a fraction of a second, the ghost of something else showed through, wings, feathers, a body of red and white light. She clamped down. Poured everything she had into the illusion, reinforcing it, welding it shut from the inside. The shimmer resolved. She was Tia again. But the effort cost her. She stumbled, gasping, and Ash caught her arm. Tia, what? He felt it through the bond. Felt the illusion straining. Felt the architecture of her disguise laid bare for one blazing instant, the psychic framework, the energy flows, the wrongness of it, the gap between what he was touching and what was actually there. His hand was on her arm. Her arm was warm. Solid. Real. But the bond said it wasn't. The bond said his hand was resting on something made of light and will and love, shaped to feel like skin, and behind it, inside it, was something vast and luminous and achingly familiar. His breath stopped. The second pulse hit. Stronger than the first. The darkness rolled through the plaza like a wave, and this time Tia couldn't hold it. The illusion cracked, not at the edges but at the center, a fissure running through the construct like a crack through ice. Her eyes blazed gold. Her shadow, thrown by the festival lanterns, twisted on the ground, elongating, sprouting wings, becoming the silhouette of something that was not, had never been, human. And then it sealed. She dragged it back, gasping, and the shadow was human again, and her eyes dimmed to amber, and the cracks closed. But Ash had seen it. Had felt it. Had understood, not with his mind, not yet, but with the bond, with the deep knowing that lived below thought, exactly what had just happened. The crowd was still panicking, still surging, and in the chaos Kale walked toward them with the unhurried stride of someone who'd already achieved his objective. He wasn't attacking. Wasn't threatening. Just walking, his black eyes fixed on Tia, and the darkness around him pulsed in slow, deliberate waves. Ash Ketchum, he said. His voice was flat. Affectless. The voice of someone who'd had the emotions burned out of him and replaced with purpose. We need to talk. The hell we do. Ash stepped in front of Tia. Pikachu was on his shoulder, cheeks blazing, and every line of Ash's body communicated a single, unambiguous message, through me. I'm not here to fight. I'm here to show you something. Kale's gaze shifted to Tia, standing behind Ash with her arms wrapped around herself and her eyes terrified. Or rather, someone. Whatever you're doing, stop it. The fear pulse, there are civilians here. Children. The pulse is targeted. Psychic disruption only. The civilians are frightened, not harmed. It will pass. Kale tilted his head. But your friend is more than frightened, isn't she? She's fighting. Fighting to hold something together. Something that my energy is trying to pull apart. Shut up. You know, don't you? You've known for a while. Not the details, but the shape. The way she moves. The way Pokemon react to her. The way your bond, your illegal, non-consensual soul bond, has been rewiring your brain since Alto Mare. Ash's fist clenched. The bond screamed with Tia's panic, and his own anger rose to meet it, a clean, focused fury that burned through the dark ray-induced fear like sunlight through fog. I said shut up. She bonded with you without your permission. She altered your neurology. She's been living inside your head for months, manipulating your perceptions, your emotions, Pikachu's thunderbolt split the air between them. It wasn't aimed at Kale, it was a warning shot, a line drawn in lightning, and the crack of it silenced everything within 50 feet. One more word, Ash said quietly, and the next one doesn't miss. Kale looked at the scorch mark on the cobblestones. Looked at Pikachu, whose expression promised that the next discharge would be a magnitude higher. Looked at Ash, and saw something that gave him pause. Not fear. Not anger. Not even the protective fury of a boy defending his companion. Certainty. The absolute, unshakable certainty of someone who had made a decision about what they believed and would not be moved by argument, evidence, or force. Cale stepped back. The darkness ebbed. The fear pulse faded, leaving the plaza in a stunned, frightened quiet. "It doesn't matter whether you believe me," Cale said. "The truth is the truth. She's not what she says she is. And when you realize that, when the illusion finally breaks and you see what's been sleeping beside you, you'll understand why we do what we do." He turned and walked away. The crowd parted for him unconsciously, the residual fear in the air creating a corridor of empty space. At the edge of the plaza, he stopped. "The Covenant is coming, Ketchum. Not for you. For her. And when they take her, the bond will break, and you'll feel what she's been hiding from you." He looked back over his shoulder. "I hope you survive it." He vanished into the night. The darkness went with him. The plaza was chaos in the aftermath, people crying, Pokemon agitated, rangers rushing in from every direction. Brock was already moving through the crowd, his field medic instincts on autopilot, checking on civilians, calming Pokemon, being the rock that held things together when the ground shook. Ash stood in the center of it all, and the world was very, very loud, and he was very, very still. He turned to Tia. She was shaking. Full-body tremors that she couldn't control, her arms wrapped around herself like she was trying to hold her own pieces together. Her eyes were amber, not gold, the illusion was stable again, but there was a wildness behind them that Ash had never seen. The wildness of a trapped animal. "Ash," she said, and her voice broke on his name. "Ash, I can explain, not here. Please, I need to, not here." His voice was steady. Controlled. But the bond told her everything his voice didn't, a hurricane of emotion, confusion and hurt and fear and something else, something stubborn and bright that she couldn't identify through the storm. "Come with me. Please." She followed him. Through the crowd, through the streets, up the stairs to the residential district above the city center. They climbed until Ironhaven fell away below them and the only thing above was sky and the only sound was wind and their own breathing. The rooftop of an abandoned watchtower. Stone walls. A view of the ocean that stretched to the edge of the world. Stars. Ash sat on the wall. Legs dangling over the edge. The wind caught his jacket and Pikachu settled on the stone beside him, close but quiet, giving his trainer space while making it clear that he wasn't going anywhere. Tia stood behind him. 3 feet away. An ocean between them. "What are you?" Ash asked. The words were quiet. No accusation. No anger. Just a question, as simple and devastating as gravity. Tia closed her eyes. Opened them. And let go. The illusion didn't shatter. It didn't crack or shimmer or glitch. It simply dissolved. Like morning fog burning off in sunlight. Like a dream releasing its hold on waking eyes. One moment there was a girl, dark hair, amber eyes, yellow sundress, human and warm and real. The next moment the girl was gone, and in her place stood something else entirely. Latias. Red and white, feathered and winged, hovering an inch above the stone because her body didn't conform to human rules about gravity. Her eyes were gold, the deep, luminous gold of the sun seen through amber, and they were wet with tears that legendary Pokemon weren't supposed to be able to cry but that fell anyway, trailing down her face like liquid light. She was beautiful. Not human beautiful. Not constructed beautiful. Beautiful the way the ocean was beautiful, or a thunderstorm, or the first light of dawn over mountains that had never been named. Beautiful in a way that existed before human language had words for it. Ash looked at her. She looked at him. The bond between them blazed, not with information or emotion but with presence. The raw, unfiltered presence of what they were to each other, stripped of disguise and pretense and the careful architecture of lies. It was enormous. It was terrifying. It was the truest thing either of them had ever felt. How long? Ash asked. Since Alto Mare. Since the water. Her voice was the same, Tia's voice, warm and slightly musical, emerging from a form that shouldn't have been able to produce it. The bond had changed her. Made her more than what she'd been. Given her a voice that bridged the gap between Pokemon and person. The soul bond. I came to save you, and when I did, the bond formed, and everything changed. You've been with me this whole time. Since the canal. Yes. The girl I've been traveling with. Eating with. Laughing with. Training with. That was you. Yes. The girl he stopped. Swallowed. Started again. The girl who burned eggs and cried at chocolate and vibrated for 3 hours after coffee. That was me. The girl on the dock. The sunset. Someone worth following. That was me, Ash. All of it. Every moment. Every word. Every lie. The word landed like a stone in still water. Ripples spreading outward, touching everything. Latias flinched. Her wings drew inward, a self-protective gesture, instinctive, the body language of a Pokemon that expected to be hurt. Yes, she whispered. Every lie. Silence. The wind moved between them, cold and indifferent. Why? Ash asked, and his voice was the voice of someone trying very hard to understand something that defied understanding. Why didn't you tell me? Because I was afraid. Of what? Of me? You know me, Tia, you're literally inside my head. You know I wasn't afraid of you rejecting me. The words tumbled out, raw and messy and desperate. I was afraid of you accepting me. As Latias. As a Pokemon. A legendary creature you admire and respect and would protect with your life. Because if you accepted me as that, if I became Latias to you instead of Tia, then this. She gestured between them with a wing, a gesture that was somehow both inhuman and heartbreakingly human at the same time. This goes away. We go from being two people who are falling in love to being a trainer and his Pokemon. And I can't be that. Not after everything her voice broke. She turned away, wings folding tight against her body, and the tears fell faster. Ash sat on the wall and listened to the sound of a legendary Pokemon crying, and his heart did something that he would later describe, with his typical eloquence, as splitting down the middle and then getting put back together slightly differently. He wasn't angry that she was a Pokemon. He was hurt that she hadn't trusted him. He was hurt that she built their entire relationship on a foundation of deception, even though he understood, could feel, through the bond, as clearly as his own heartbeat, that the deception had never been malicious. It had been survival. It had been love, confused and terrified and doing its best. He was hurt, and he was lost, and underneath all of it, the bond was singing with a truth that cut through everything else, the connection between them was real. The soul bond hadn't manufactured his feelings. It had amplified something that was already there, a resonance between two souls that recognized each other across the gulf between species. He stood up. Walked toward her. She heard him coming and tensed, wings drawing tighter, bracing for the words she'd been dreading for months. Tia. She didn't turn. Tia. Look at me. She turned. Slowly. Gold eyes met brown, and the distance between human and Pokemon, between real and illusion, between love and its shadow, collapsed to nothing. You lied to me, Ash said. Every day. 4 months. I know. You bonded with me without my permission. You changed my brain. I didn't mean to. The bond wasn't, I was trying to save your life, Ash. I wasn't choosing to bond with you. I was choosing not to let you die. The bond was a consequence. An accident. An accident that you then used to build a fake human life. A real human life. Everything I felt was real. The illusion was it was just the outside. The skin. Underneath, everything was real. How am I supposed to know that? How am I supposed to trust that anything I felt was actually mine and not the bond manipulating? It doesn't work that way. The sharpness in her voice surprised both of them. The bond doesn't create emotions. It amplifies them. It makes you more aware of what's already there. If you felt something for me, for Tia, that feeling was yours. Born in you. The bond just made it louder. Kale said, Kale is a weapon. Built by people who believe legendaries are tools. He told you what the Covenant needs you to believe, that I'm a manipulator, a deceiver, an alien intelligence wearing a human mask. He told you that because if you believe it, you'll let them take me. And if they take me, they win. Ash was breathing hard. The bond was a maelstrom, his emotions and hers crashing together, indistinguishable, a torrent of pain and anger and love and fear that was too much, too loud, too everything. He sat back down on the wall. Put his head in his hands. Breathed. Pikachu moved. The little yellow mouse walked across the stone, leaped up onto the wall beside Ash, and placed a paw on his trainer's knee. Pikachu said gently. Ash looked at his starter. His first friend. The Pokémon who'd been with him since the beginning, who knew him better than anyone alive. You knew, Ash said. You've known this whole time. Pika. Yes. Why didn't you tell me? Pikachu looked at Latias. Then back at Ash. And his black eyes held a depth that people who dismissed Pokémon as simple creatures would never understand. Pikachu Pi. Pika Pikachu. Because it was her truth to tell. And because you needed to fall in love with the person before you learned about the Pokémon. Ash stared at him. You planned this? Chew. Not planned. Trusted. A pause. Trusted both of you. The silence that followed was different from the ones before. Less sharp. The storm was passing, not because the emotions had faded but because something stronger was emerging from underneath, the bedrock of who Ash Ketchum was, the fundamental architecture of his character that no amount of shock or betrayal could reshape. He was someone who cared about beings for who they were, not what they were. He'd proven it 1,000 times, with every Pokémon he'd befriended, every legendary he'd helped, every person and creature he'd extended his trust to based on their hearts rather than their species. And now the universe was asking him to prove it one more time. He looked up. Latias was still there. Still trembling. Still crying. Still the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen, in any form. The dock, he said. In Marantide. You almost told me. I almost told you 100 times. The camping trip. The night you sat beside me while I slept. You knew about that? I felt it through the bond. I didn't know what it was. I thought it was a dream. She made a sound, half laugh, half sob. I used to talk to you while you were sleeping. Tell you things I couldn't say when you were awake. About Alto Mare. About Latios. About how scared I was that I'd lose you. You're not going to lose me. The words came out before he could second-guess them, rising from somewhere below thought, from the place where the bond lived and the truth of his feelings existed without the contamination of fear or doubt. Latias went still. The trembling stopped. She looked at him with those gold eyes, and the hope in them was so fragile that it hurt to look at. You're not going to lose me, Ash repeated. I'm angry. I'm hurt. I need time. But you're not going to lose me. Ash, I need to think. I need to figure out what's real and I need space. But I need you to hear me, don't leave. You promised you wouldn't leave, and I'm holding you to that. I won't. I promise. And when I'm ready, when I've sorted through this, we're going to talk. Really talk. About everything. About the bond, about your life, about your brother, about what happens next. All of it. All of it, she echoed. He stood up. Walked to the edge of the rooftop. Looked out at the ocean, which was vast and dark and didn't care about the problems of humans and Pokemon and whatever existed in the space between. One thing, he said, not turning around. Anything. The coffee. The 3 hours of vibrating. Was that real? Or was that some Pokemon thing? A sound behind him, startled, wet, somewhere between a laugh and a cry. That was real. Caffeine affects Ian Pokemon the same way it affects hummingbirds. It was completely real. And the eggs? The ceiling? I genuinely do not understand how human cooking works, and I maintain that eggs are malicious. Something in Ash's shoulders relaxed. Just a fraction. Just enough. Okay, he said. Okay. He walked back toward the stairs. Paused at the door. Didn't turn around, because if he turned around and saw her, the Latias who was the girl who was the person he was falling in love with, he'd say things he wasn't ready to say, and he needed to be ready when he said them. Get some rest, he said. And, you can be Tia. If you want. Around Brock and me. Whatever form you're comfortable in. I'm not going to ask you to be one thing or the other. Then he was gone, footsteps receding down the stone stairwell, Pikachu's smaller footsteps pattering beside his. Latias stayed on the rooftop. She hovered in the starlight, wings catching the wind, and the tears were still falling but the terror was gone. In its place was something new. Something she hadn't felt since before the water, before Alto Mare, before any of this. Hope. He hadn't run. He hadn't flinched. He'd looked at her, at the real her, the legendary her, the alien intelligence with wings her, and said don't leave. It wasn't acceptance. Not yet. It was the space before acceptance, the breath before the word. But it was enough. For now, it was enough. She shifted. The illusion rebuilt itself, not as a disguise but as a choice, Tia's face, Tia's body, Tia's warmth, worn not to hide but to be. Because Tia wasn't a lie anymore. Tia was who Latias became when she chose to be human, and the choice was the truth, and the truth was love, and love was the only force in the universe stubborn enough to bridge the gap between a Pokemon and a boy from Pallet Town. She went inside. Found her room. Lay in the dark. And for the first time since Alto Mare, she slept without dreaming of water. The next 3 days were the longest of Tia's life. Ash kept his distance. Not coldly, not with anger or punishment, but with the deliberate care of someone who was processing an earthquake and needed solid ground before he could walk again. He trained with his Pokemon. He met with Moira and the Coalition. He ate meals at the same table as Tia and Brock, and the conversation was polite and warm and carefully navigated around the enormous truth that now occupied the center of their shared space. Brock bridged the gap with the same quiet competence he brought to everything. He didn't ask Ash what he was feeling. He didn't ask Tia how she was holding up. He just was there, constant, steady, the emotional infrastructure that kept the group functional when its two most important members were struggling to find their footing. On the second day, Ash went for a walk alone. Pikachu went with him, Pikachu always went with him, and they climbed to the same rooftop where the truth had been revealed. Did she really not manipulate me? Ash asked, sitting on the wall, looking at the ocean. Pikachu considered this with the gravity it deserved. Pikachu. The bond. The feelings. They're really mine. Pika Pie. They've always been yours. The bond doesn't create. It connects. But it connected us without my choice. I didn't agree to have my brain linked to a legendary Pokemon. Chew. Pika Pikapi. No. But you chose to run toward a drowning city. You chose to help Latias and Latios. You chose to care. The bond was the consequence of your choices as much as hers. Ash was quiet for a long time. The wind blew. The ocean did what the ocean always did. I love her, buddy. Pika. I know. Not because of the bond. Not because of psychic manipulation. I love the person who burned eggs and cried at chocolate and sat with me on a dock and said something that changed how I think about my entire life. Pikachu. That person is real. She was always real. The form was the lie. The heart was always true. When did you get so wise? Pi. Always was. You just weren't listening. Ash scratched behind Pikachu's ear. The electric mouse leaned into the touch, eyes closing, and for a moment they were just a boy and his Pokémon, the way they'd been since a rainy morning in Pallet Town, and the world was simple. Then Ash stood up. Took a breath. Okay, he said. Let's go. On the third evening, the Covenant attacked. Not a probe. Not a skirmish. A full assault on Ironhaven's Pokémon Center, where Lyra, who'd returned to the city at Moira's request, was coordinating with the Coalition's intelligence team. They came in force. 20 hollow soldiers. A dozen Dark-type Pokémon. Technology that disabled security systems and communications in a 3-block radius. The attack was fast, coordinated, and aimed at one objective, Lyra and her unpublished research. Ash heard the explosions from 6 blocks away and was running before the echoes faded. Brock, get the civilians clear. Tia, with me. They hit the perimeter of the attack at a dead sprint. The Pokémon Center was surrounded, hollow soldiers taking positions, their Dark-type partners establishing a suppression field that turned the area into a psychic dead zone. Inside, Rangers were fighting, their Pokémon clashing with the Covenant forces in the corridors. Ash didn't hesitate. Pikachu, Bayleaf, Noctowl, Breach. 3 Pokeballs. 3 flashes. 3 partners who'd been training for this moment without knowing it. Pikachu's Thunderbolt blasted a hole in the suppression field. Bayleaf's Vine Whip pulled 2 hollow soldiers off their feet. Noctowl dove through the gap, Hypnosis dropping a Houndoom mid-attack. And Tia followed. In human form, choosing human form, because this was what she was now, this was who she'd become, but fighting with a ferocity that went beyond human limits. She moved through the battle like water, dodging attacks that should have been undodgeable, striking with precision that came from a legendary's reflexes filtered through a human frame. A hollow soldier lunged at her with a suppression cuff. She caught his wrist, twisted, and the cuff clattered to the ground. The soldier stared at her, at this girl who'd just overpowered someone with enhanced strength, and for a moment, behind his mask, she saw his eyes. They were scared. Not of battle. Of her. Of whatever was happening inside his body, the legendary essence eating him alive, the clock ticking down. She let him go. He stumbled back, and another soldier took his place, and the battle raged on. Inside the Pokémon Center, Lyra was barricaded in the communications room with 2 rangers. Ash fought his way to her, Pikachu blazing a path through the corridor, and the hollow soldiers fell back, not defeated, but regrouping, their coordination suggesting a command presence nearby. Lyra, you okay? Fine. They want my analysis, the unpublished data. I encrypted it and scattered the files across 6 servers. They're not getting it. Good. Stay here. He turned back to the fight. Through the shattered front windows of the Pokémon Center, he could see the plaza, and in the plaza, a new shape. Kale. Standing in the center of the street, arms at his sides, black eyes fixed on the building. Not fighting. Waiting. The darkness around him was a living thing, pulsing, reaching toward the Pokémon Center like fingers of shadow. Ash felt it through the bond, the Darkrai energy pressing against Tia's psychic presence, trying to crack her, destabilize her, force the transformation that would confirm her identity to the Covenant's forces. He turned to Tia. She was standing in the lobby, surrounded by the aftermath of battle, and she was shaking. The suppression field and Kale's dark ray energy were hammering her illusion from both sides, and the strain was visible, a fine tremor running through her body, her edges softening in the flickering emergency lights. Tia. She looked at him. Gold eyes in a human face. The mask cracking. The truth pushing through. I can't hold it, she whispered. Ash, the field, his energy, I can't maintain the illusion and fight. I have to choose. The moment stretched. The battle raged around them. Hollow soldiers pushed through the broken windows. Pikachu's thunderbolt crackled. Brock's voice shouted commands from somewhere outside. Ash looked at Tia, at the girl, at the Pokemon, at the being who was both and neither and everything, and made a decision that required no thought at all. Then don't hold it, he said. Be who you are. Fight with me. Not as Tia. Not as Latias. As you. The crack ran through her from top to bottom, and the illusion shattered like glass. Latias erupted from the human shell in a blaze of red and white light. Wings spread wide. Eyes blazing gold. Psychic energy radiating outward in a wave that slammed into the dark-type suppression field and broke it apart. The hollow soldiers staggered. Their dark-type Pokemon recoiled. And Latias, the real Latias, unmasked, unveiled, free, hung in the shattered lobby of the Ironhaven Pokemon Center and screamed. Not in fear. In fury. In the righteous, devastating fury of a being who'd spent months in hiding and was done. Done with the disguise. Done with the fear. Done pretending to be small. Her mist ball detonated in the center of the hollow formation. The explosion of psychic energy sent soldiers flying, their enhanced bodies ragdolling through the air. Their Pokemon scattered. The suppression field collapsed entirely, and the Rangers' psychic types surged back to full power. Ash and Latias fought together. There was no awkwardness. No adjustment period. The soul bond, freed from the constraints of the illusion, blazed at full strength, and suddenly they were operating as a single entity, Ash directing his Pokemon with impossible precision while Latias provided aerial support, her mist ball and psychic attacks clearing threats before they materialized. He could see through her eyes. She could feel through his instincts. When a hollow soldier flanked left, Ash was already turning. When a dark-type attack streaked toward Ash's exposed back, Latias was already there, her body between him and the danger, a shield of feathers and light. It was spectacular. It was terrifying. And the Covenant soldiers, trained to fight humans and Pokemon as separate forces, had no answer for a bonded pair fighting as one. In 5 minutes, it was over. The hollow soldiers retreated. Their Pokemon were recalled. The street emptied, leaving behind scorched cobblestones and broken glass and the echoes of a battle that would be talked about in Ironhaven for years. Ash stood in the ruins of the Pokemon Center lobby, breathing hard, bleeding from a cut on his forearm that he hadn't noticed getting. Pikachu was on his shoulder, exhausted but sparking. Bayleaf and Noctowl were wounded but standing. Totodile was doing a victory dance on an unconscious Houndoom. And beside him, floating at eye level, Latias. They looked at each other. Covered in dust and debris. Blood and light. Human and Pokemon. He reached out his hand. She pressed her face against his palm, the way she'd done on the shore in Alto Mare, the first time they'd touched, the moment the bond was born. The warmth was the same. The hum was the same. The feeling, was the same. Just louder. Nice fight, Ash said. She made a sound, that musical trill, the one he'd heard on the shore, and it was the most honest, most purely Tia sound she'd ever made. In the street outside, Kale stood in the shadows and watched. The girl was gone. The Pokemon was revealed. The bond was fully active, no longer suppressed by the illusion. He should have felt triumph. This was what he'd been sent to accomplish, force the reveal, confirm the target, prepare for extraction. But watching the boy touch the Pokemon's face with the same tenderness he'd have shown the girl, watching the Pokemon lean into the touch with the same trust the girl had shown, Kale felt something that his training told him was impossible. Doubt. The Covenant had taught him that legendaries didn't love. That bonds were chains. That human-Pokemon connection was a weakness to be exploited. But there was no exploitation here. No chains. Just a boy and a being who'd chosen him, and a touch that said you are real to me, in any form, in any world. Kale retreated into the dark. The doubt went with him, growing, spreading, a crack in the foundation of everything he'd been built to believe. Behind him, in the ruined lobby, Ash Ketchum held a legendary Pokemon's face in his hands and felt, for the first time in 3 days, like the ground beneath his feet was solid again. Different. Changed forever. But solid. That was a start. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, Soul Deep. The morning after the Pokemon Center battle, Ash found Tia sitting on the harbor wall, feet dangling over the water, wearing her human form and feeding breadcrumbs to a school of Remoraid. She heard him coming. Of course she did, the bond was fully open now, no longer dampened by the illusions overhead, and his emotional presence was a warm, familiar signal she could track from a mile away. But she didn't turn around. She just kept dropping breadcrumbs, watching the Remoraid jostle for position, and waited. He sat beside her. Not close, not distant. Beside. The harbor was quiet. Dawn was still new, the sky a pale wash of pink and gray, the fishing boats rocking gently at anchor. Somewhere, a polyper called, a lazy, contented sound that belonged to mornings where nothing important was supposed to happen. Tell me about Latios, Ash said. Not hello. Not how are you. Not let's talk about us. He went straight to the heart of it, not to her secret, but to her grief. To the wound underneath all the lies. Tia's hand stilled over the bread. He was my brother, she said. My twin. We were born from the same light. Ian Pokemon don't hatch the way normal Pokemon do. We emerge. From the Soul Dew's energy, from the garden, from something that doesn't have a word in any human language. He was the first thing I ever saw. What was he like? Faster than me. Stronger. More suspicious of humans. He'd been hurt by a trainer once, years before you came to Altomare, and he never fully let go of it. But underneath the suspicion, he was the kindest soul I've ever known. He'd spend hours watching the children play in the canals. He'd steal food from the market and leave it on doorsteps during hard winters. She smiled, and the smile was cracked at the edges but real. He pretended to be fierce. He was terrible at pretending. He saved Altomare. He gave his life for it. When the DMA went critical, when the wave was going to destroy everything, he poured his essence into the Soul Dew. All of it. Every particle of what he was. Her voice dropped to something barely audible. I felt him go. Through our bond, the sibling bond, the twin bond. I felt the moment he stopped being my brother and became a jewel. The Remoraid had gathered closer, sensing the emotion in the air, pressing against the harbor wall like they wanted to comfort her but didn't know how. I was supposed to protect him, Tia whispered. That's what the older twin does. I was born 6 seconds before him. 6 seconds of seniority, and I couldn't. Her voice broke. The human form flickered, just once, just at the edges, and Ash saw the wings beneath, trembling. He reached over and took her hand. Not tentatively. Not with the careful caution of the past 3 days. He took her hand the way he'd taken it on the dock in Marantide, firm and warm and present, and the bond surged between them, carrying everything he couldn't find words for. It wasn't your fault, he said. I know that. Logically. But logic and grief don't live in the same house. No. They don't. They sat with that for a while. The sun crested the horizon, turning the harbor to gold. The remorade dispersed, satisfied that the breadcrumbs were gone and the emotions were being handled by someone more qualified than fish. Ask me the rest, Tia said. I know you have questions. I can feel them stacking up. Okay. Ash turned to face her. His eyes were clear, no anger, no hurt, just the focused attention of someone who'd decided to understand. The bond. Kale said it was non-consensual. That you rewired my brain. The bond formed when I saved you. I didn't choose it. If I'd had time to think, I might have, but there was no time. You were drowning. I acted. She paused. But Kale was right that I didn't ask your permission. I couldn't have. And the bond has changed you, your psychic sensitivity, your battle intuition, your ability to read emotions. That's all from me. From us. From the connection. Can it be undone? The question hung in the air like a held breath. I don't know, Tia said honestly. Lorenzo said it was permanent. The ancient texts describe it as irreversible. But the ancient texts also said Ian Pokemon couldn't sustain human forms for more than a few hours, and here I am. She looked at their joined hands. Do you want it undone? Ash was quiet for so long that the silence took on weight and texture, becoming a third presence at the conversation. No, he said finally. I don't. Because of the abilities? Because of you. He squeezed her hand. The bond is how I feel you. It's how I know when you're happy or scared or pretending to be okay when you're not. It's the thing that let me know, even when I didn't understand it, that the person beside me was real. I don't want to lose that. Tia's eyes were doing the thing again, the human tears thing that still caught her by surprise, the way grief and joy could occupy the same drop of water. The abilities are nice too, though, Ash added. She laughed. The sound was wet and messy and slightly too musical and absolutely perfect. Okay, Ash said. Next question. The illusion. Can you just be Tia? Full time. Is that sustainable? I've been doing it for months. The bond made it sustainable. Before Alto Mare, I could only hold a human form for a few hours. Now it's as natural as breathing. I don't even think about it. She hesitated. But it's a choice. Every moment, it's a choice. I choose to look like this. I choose Tia's face and Tia's body and Tia's voice because that's who I want to be when I'm with you. And when you're not with me, I fly. The word was simple and enormous. At night, sometimes, when you're sleeping, I drop the illusion and fly over the ocean. I need it, the way you need to walk or run. My body wants the sky. Ash imagined it. Latias, red and white, luminous, cutting through the dark above the waves at speeds that would make a Pidgeot jealous. Free in a way that the ground could never offer. I want to see that, he said. Someday. I want to see you fly. You saved the best question for last. Actually, the best question is, are you still going to try to learn cooking? Because the ceiling in Marantide never recovered. The ceiling was a casualty of science. The ceiling was a casualty of you not understanding how whisks work. Whisks are adversarial instruments and I stand by that. Ash laughed. Really laughed, the full, helpless kind that shook his shoulders and made Pikachu, who'd been sleeping in his backpack, poke his head out with an expression of groggy irritation. Pikapi. Can you two do this quieter? Sorry, buddy. Pikachu. You're not sorry. You're never sorry. Pikachu's eyes focused on Tia. On their joined hands. On Ash's face, which was doing the thing, the warm, crinkle-eyed thing, that Pikachu hadn't seen in 3 days. Chew, Pikachu said softly, and curled back into the backpack, satisfied. Tia leaned her head against Ash's shoulder. He let her. The weight of her, human weight, chosen weight, the weight of a being who could fly and was choosing to be held down by gravity because gravity was where he lived, settled against him like an answer to a question he'd been asking his whole life. "We're going to be okay," he said. It wasn't a question. "We're going to be okay," she agreed. The harbor shone gold around them, and the morning was new, and the cracks in the world were still there but smaller now, filled with something that looked a lot like trust. Moira's war room occupied the basement of the Ironhaven gym, a steel-reinforced space filled with maps, communication equipment, and the quiet intensity of people preparing for something larger than themselves. The Coalition had grown. After the Pokemon Center attack, the Covenant's existence was no longer a rumor or a theory, it was a confirmed threat, witnessed by dozens of Rangers and civilians. The League's bureaucratic hesitation crumbled under the weight of burned buildings and injured people. Resources flowed. Personnel mobilized. What had been Moira's unofficial network became an official task force. Ash stood at the center table, looking at a map of the Johto coastline. Red pins marked confirmed Covenant operations. Blue pins marked Coalition assets. The pattern was clear even to a non-strategist. The Covenant's operations clustered around coastal and underwater locations. "They're marine-based," Ash said. "Their facilities are near water." "Underwater, in many cases," Moira confirmed. "The Abyssal Trench, an underwater cavern system 30 miles off the Olivine coast, is our best lead for their main facility. Satellite thermal imaging shows anomalous heat signatures consistent with a large-scale operation." "That's where the Crucible is," Tia said. She stood beside Ash, in human form, and nobody in the room questioned her presence. After the Pokemon Center battle, the Coalition had been briefed on her true nature. The reactions had ranged from stunned silence to fascinated curiosity to Callum Drake saying, "Well, that explains the battle instincts," and immediately demanding a training session. Moira had taken it in stride. "I've worked with legendary Pokemon before," she'd said, which was a lie. She'd never worked with one directly, but the confidence of the statement anchored the room, and everyone moved forward. "The Abyssal Trench is a fortress," Moira continued. "Underwater approach only. The entrance is a submerged cave system that's been modified with Covenant technology, pressure locks, security systems, probably automated defenses. A frontal assault would be suicide." "What about a strike team?" Ash asked. "Small group, fast insertion, hit the Crucible before they can respond. That's the plan. But we need intelligence, guard rotations, internal layout, weak points. Without that, a strike team is just a faster way to die." The door opened. Every head turned. Sable walked in. She looked different from the last time they'd seen her. Thinner. Harder. The professional composure was still there, but underneath it was something raw, the look of a person who'd crossed a line they couldn't uncross and was dealing with the vertigo. Nyx padded beside her, red eyes sweeping the room with predatory attention. "I have your intelligence," Sable said. Moira's hand went to the pokeball at her hip. Half the room tensed. "Stand down," Ash said. "She's with us." "She's Covenant," the Ranger captain, a hard-faced woman named Reeves, said flatly. She was Covenant. As of 3 weeks ago, she's been AWOL from their communications network, which means she's either turned or she's the most committed deep cover agent in history. Ash looked at Sable. "Which is it?" "I brought floor plans." Sable pulled a data chip from her jacket and tossed it to Moira. "Interior layout of the Abyssal Trench facility. Guard rotations as of my last duty cycle. Security system specifications. And the location of the Crucible within the complex." Moira plugged the chip into the map system. The display updated, a three-dimensional rendering of an underwater facility that was larger than anyone had anticipated. Multiple levels, connected by pressurized corridors. A central chamber that pulsed with energy readings. Barracks, laboratories, armories. "It's a city," Brock said quietly. "It's a machine," Sable corrected. "Built for one purpose. The crucible is here, she pointed to the central chamber. Protected by 3 layers of security and a permanent dark-type suppression field. The essence containers for Suicune, Reiku, and the partial Lugia extraction are stored in adjacent vaults. How many personnel? Moira asked. At full capacity, about 300. But Voss has been pulling resources to the Spear of Heaven, his mobile platform, for the past 2 weeks. Current garrison is maybe half that. 150 soldiers, plus technical staff. Why is he pulling resources? Because he's close. He has 3 essences. He needs 1 more, an Eon-class psychic signature, to complete the Crucible's matrix. Once he has that, the Crucible goes mobile. He loads it onto the Spear of Heaven, and he has a flying fortress with the power to reshape reality. Sable's gaze found Tia. He's coming for you. The Pokémon Center attack was a probe, testing your power, confirming your identity. The real extraction team is being assembled. How long? Ash asked. 48 hours. Maybe less. The room went silent. The kind of silence that happens when a deadline drops and everyone simultaneously recalculates their sense of urgency. Then we move first, Ash said. We hit the abyssal trench before Voss assembles his team. Destroy the Crucible. Free the captured essences. Take away his endgame. With what army? Reeves asked. We don't need an army. We need a team. Ash looked around the room. Sable knows the facility. Moira's steel types can handle the underwater approach. Callum's got the raw battle power for the heavy resistance. Brock handles logistics and field support. His eyes found Tia. And we have something the Covenant has never faced before, a bonded legendary willing to fight. Tia met his gaze. Through the bond, she felt his conviction, not reckless, not naive, but the deep, considered certainty of someone who'd weighed the risks and decided that the cost of inaction was worse. There's a problem, she said. The dark-type suppression field. If I enter that facility, my psychic abilities will be dampened. Possibly severely. In the open, I can overpower a suppression field. Inside an enclosed space, with generators designed specifically to counter Eon-class energy. Then we take out the generators first, Ash said. Sable, where are they? Sable highlighted 4 points on the map. Power nodes. Kill these, and the suppression field drops. But they're in the most heavily guarded sections of the facility. 4 targets, 4 teams. Ash's mind was moving at battle speed, the same intuitive tactical sense that won him the Silverport Invitational, amplified by the Bond's psychic enhancement, operating at a level that made the military professionals in the room pay attention. Simultaneous strikes. 30-second window to take all 4 nodes offline before the security system reroutes power. That's a very small window, Moira observed. Then we'd better be very good. The planning session lasted 3 hours. Roles were assigned, contingencies mapped, equipment catalogued. It was the kind of meticulous preparation that Ash had never been good at. His natural instinct was to charge and adapt, but the bond was teaching him patience. Tia's strategic mind, feeding through their connection, helped him see the whole picture rather than just the next move. They were deep in the details of the underwater approach when the war room door banged open for the second time. So, said a voice that Ash hadn't heard in months but recognized instantly, anybody going to tell me what the hell is going on, or do I have to figure it out from the news? Misty Waterflower stood in the doorway, Cerulean City gym leader, water-type specialist, and quite possibly the most stubborn human being Ash had ever met. She was drenched, she'd come by water, apparently, riding her Gyarados up the coast, and she was furious in the way that Misty was always furious when she found out her friends were in danger and hadn't called her. Misty. Ash stood up so fast his chair fell over. How did you? Brock called me. She pointed at Brock, who was suddenly very interested in the ceiling. 3 days ago. After an attack on a Pokémon Center that you forgot to mention. I didn't forget. I was going to, you were going to what? Handle it yourself? Fight a shadow organization with a Pikachu and a prayer? She crossed the room in 4 angry strides and punched his shoulder. Hard. Then she hugged him. Harder. You absolute idiot. I swear, you cannot be left unsupervised. Missed you too, missed. She pulled back, her expression cycling through the rapid-fire emotional transitions that made Misty, anger to relief to determination to something softer that she'd die before admitting existed. Then her gaze landed on Tia. The room went very still. Misty looked at Tia. At the dark hair and amber eyes and the sundress and the not-quite-human perfection of her features. Then she looked at Ash. Then back at Tia. Then at Brock, who was still studying the ceiling. The legendary Pokémon, Misty said flatly. The one who saved your life in Alto Mare. The one you've been traveling with. The one you're obviously in love with. It's complicated, Ash managed. It's really not. Misty walked up to Tia, and everyone in the room tensed, because Misty's emotional unpredictability was legendary in its own right. She stopped. Studied the woman in front of her, the Latias in human skin, the being who'd chosen a boy that Misty had known since they were both 10 and stupid and dragging each other through Kanto's forests. Do you love him? Misty asked. More than anything in this world or any other, Tia answered immediately. Do you know he's an idiot? I've noticed. And you love him anyway? Because of it. Not despite it. Misty was quiet for exactly 2 seconds. Then she nodded once, a sharp, decisive gesture, and extended her hand. Misty Waterflower. Cerulean City. If you hurt him, I'll find a way to make a water-type attack work on a psychic type. Don't test me. Tia took her hand. Tia. Alto Mare. If I hurt him, I'll deserve it. They shook. The room exhaled. Well, Callum said from the back, that was terrifying. Shut up, Callum, Misty said, without looking at him. We haven't met. I don't care. Ash looked at Brock. Brock shrugged with the supreme nonchalance of a man whose machinations had produced exactly the desired result. You called her, Ash said. You needed her. You always need her. You just never ask. He wasn't wrong. Misty's presence changed the dynamic, not just strategically, her water types were essential for the underwater approach, but emotionally. She was a piece of Ash's original foundation, a connection to the beginning, a reminder of who he'd been before the bond and the danger and the love that had remade his world. With Misty in the room, the strike team was complete. They deployed at midnight. The approach was by sea, Misty's Gyarados and Starmie leading, Moira's Empoleon providing armored escort, the team riding in a waterproof transport pod that Sable had acquired from a Covenant supply cache. The ocean at midnight was black and vast, the surface glittering with starlight, and beneath them the continental shelf dropped away into the dark. The abyssal trench was exactly what it sounded like, a rift in the ocean floor, miles long and hundreds of feet deep, carved into the rock by geological forces that predated human civilization. The Covenant had built their facility into the walls of the trench, using the natural rock as armor and the water as defense. Tia floated in the center of the pod, maintaining a compressed version of her human form, smaller, more efficient, saving energy for the fight ahead. The bond pulsed between her and Ash in slow, steady rhythm, synchronized with their heartbeats. You doing okay? Ash murmured, leaning close. Nervous. Good. Nervous keeps you sharp. Is that what your battle mentor told you? My battle mentor is you, and you told me to feel the geometry of the fight. Right now the geometry is a box underwater full of people who want to kill us, so I'm very much feeling it. She almost smiled. The geometry also includes 6 legendary essences in containment. If we can release them, priority 1. The crucible's useless without the essences. If we free them and trash the containment system, Boss loses decades of work. And 3 legendaries might come back to life. Ash looked at her. The hope in her voice was so raw, so carefully contained, that it hurt to hear. Suicune and Reiku, he said. And the partial Lugia. If there's enough essence remaining. If the extraction didn't take everything. She paused. The process isn't always lethal, Sable said. Some survive. Diminished. Then we find out. And if they need help healing, we help them. The transport pod descended. The water darkened from midnight blue to abyssal black. External lights cut pale beams through the murk, revealing the walls of the trench, sheer, ancient, covered in bioluminescent organisms that pulsed in slow patterns like underwater constellations. There. Sable pointed through the viewport. The main entrance. A massive steel door set into the rock face, framed by running lights that cast a cold blue glow. Security cameras tracked their approach. Automated turrets, underwater variants, pressure-sealed, rotated to track the pod. They know we're here, Reeves said. They knew we were coming the moment we hit the water, Sable replied. The trench is wired with sonar grids. We have maybe 3 minutes before the full garrison mobilizes. Then we don't waste time. Ash stood. The pod was cramped, 8 people plus Pokemon in a space designed for 6, but he moved through it with the confidence of someone who decided that logistics were a problem for people with more patience. Team assignments. Moira, you take the East Power node with Reeves and the Rangers. Callum, West node, hit fast, hit hard, don't get creative. I'm always creative. Don't be. Brock, South node. You've got Fortress and Steelix, bunker busters. Get through the door, kill the generator, get out. Understood. Misty, you're with me. North node. It's the most heavily defended, and I need your water types for the approach corridor. Obviously. Misty was already releasing her Pokemon from their balls, Starmie, Politoed, and her Gyarados, who regarded the cramped pod interior with the patient disdain of a creature that could have swallowed the entire vehicle. Tia, I'm with you. The suppression field will hurt. I can still fight. I'm not sitting this out, Ash. He looked at her. Through the bond, he felt her determination, a steel wall of resolve that wasn't going to bend for anything, least of all his protective instincts. Okay, he said. With me. Sable. Sable checked her equipment, dark clothes, communication gear, Nyx at her side. I'll run interference. I know the facility's internal communications. I can feed them false data, misdirect response teams, buy you time at the nodes. 30-second window, Ash reminded everyone. All 4 nodes go down within 30 seconds, or the system reroutes and we lose the element of surprise. Synchronize on my mark. 8 people. 4 targets. An underwater fortress with 150 soldiers. Ash should have been terrified. He was 12 years old, 13 now, technically, he'd missed his birthday somewhere on the road, and Tia had quietly made him a cake that was only slightly burned, about to lead an assault on a military installation. But the bond hummed with steady confidence. Tia's presence behind him was a sun at his back. Pikachu's sparks lit the dark. And Ash Ketchum had been running toward danger since the day he was born, and no amount of rational fear was going to change the fundamental direction of his momentum. Let's go, he said. The pod's doors opened. Water rushed in. Pokemon deployed. And the assault on the abyssal trench began. The north approach corridor was a pressurized tunnel carved through solid rock, lit by emergency strips that cast everything in amber. The suppression field was already active, a heavy, oily pressure that pressed against Tia's psychic presence like a hand on her chest. She could feel her abilities dampening, her perception narrowing, the vast awareness she normally maintained shrinking to a focused cone. It wasn't disabling. Not yet. The generators were calibrated for general psychic suppression, not Eon-class resistance, and Tia's power, even dampened, was orders of magnitude above what the system was designed to contain. But it was like fighting underwater, every action took more effort, every psychic pulse required more energy, and the walls of the corridor felt like they were pressing inward. "You okay?" Ash asked, moving beside her. Pikachu rode his shoulder, cheeks sparking in the darkness. Misty was behind them, Starmie floating at her side like a lavender jewel. "Managing. The field is strong but not, it's like running through mud. I can do it, but I'm slower. Save your energy for the node. I'll handle the guards." The first Hollow Patrol found them at the corridor junction. 4 soldiers, 2 Houndoom, moving in formation. They were good, well-trained, coordinated, their Dark-type partners providing additional psychic dampening that made Tia wince. Ash and Misty took them apart in under a minute. It wasn't even close. Ash's combat instincts, honed by weeks of training and amplified by the bond, predicted every attack before it launched. Pikachu's Thunderbolt chained through the corridor's metal walls, bouncing between surfaces, hitting targets that thought they were in cover. And Misty's Starmie was a revelation, rapid spin deflecting dark pulse attacks while Hydro Pump slammed soldiers into walls with bone-rattling force. "Clear," Misty said, barely winded. "Move." They pushed deeper. The facility was vast, corridors branching, levels descending, the hum of machinery growing louder. Tia guided them, her compressed perception still sharp enough to detect energy signatures through walls, mapping the route to the North Power Node. Left at the junction. 30 meters. 2 guards, 1 Umbreon. Ash moved. Pikachu moved with him. The guards went down before they finished turning around. The North Power Node was in a reinforced chamber at the end of the corridor, a cylindrical room dominated by a generator the size of a truck, thrumming with dark-type energy that made the air taste of copper and ozone. 4 hollow soldiers guarded it, backed by a Tyranitar that filled half the room. "That's a big problem," Misty observed. "Pikachu can't handle Tyranitar in an enclosed space," Ash said. "The electricity would bounce everywhere." "Gyarados. In a room this size? Trust me." Ash looked at her. Misty's expression was the one she wore when she'd already calculated the solution and was waiting for everyone else to catch up. "Okay," he said. "On 3. Misty's Gyarados materialized in the corridor behind them, too large for the space, its body coiled and compressed, scales scraping the walls. The soldiers in the room had about half a second to register the sight of a 20-foot sea serpent filling their doorway before the hydro pump hit. The water wasn't just water. It was Misty's water, shaped, directed, pressurized to a degree that turned it from a stream into a blade. It hit the Tyranitar center mass and drove it backward through the far wall. The soldiers scattered. Pikachu's Thunder Wave caught 2 of them. Starmie's Psychic, weakened by the suppression field but still functional, locked down the 3rd. The 4th raised his weapon. Tia moved. Even dampened, even fighting through the psychic mud, she was faster than anything human. She crossed the room in a blur, caught the soldier's arm, twisted the weapon free, and pushed him against the wall with a strength that cracked the concrete behind his back. "Don't," she said, and her voice was layered again, Tia's voice over Latias's voice, human and ancient, gentle and absolute. The soldier didn't move. "Ash," Tia said. "The generator." Ash looked at the massive device. The humming filled the room, a physical vibration that he could feel in his teeth. This was 1/4 of the system keeping Tia suppressed, keeping the captured legendary essences contained, keeping the entire facility functional. "Pikachu. Full power. Everything you've got." Pikachu leaped from his shoulder. Landed on the generator. Cheeks blazing with more electricity than should have been possible from a creature that weighed 15 pounds. Thunder. The room turned white. The generator screamed, metal warping, circuits melting, the dark-type energy contained within it detonating in a cascade of sparks and black fire. The explosion blew the ceiling open and cracked the floor, and the suppression field in the entire north sector of the facility died. Tia gasped. The pressure lifted, not completely, 3 nodes were still active, but the difference was immediate. Her perception expanded. Her abilities surged. The world went from mud to water to air, and she could breathe again. Node 1 down. Ash shouted into the comms. 3 seconds later, East node down. Moira's voice, grim and satisfied. 5 seconds, West node clear. Callum, with the barely contained glee of someone who just detonated a building. 10 seconds. 15. Come on, Brock. 22 seconds. South node, down. Brock's voice, strained. Took a hit. I'm fine. Generators toast. 24 seconds. Within the window. The suppression field collapsed. The effect was immediate and devastating, for the Covenant. Every psychic dampening system in the facility went dark simultaneously. The containment fields around the legendary essences stuttered. Security systems reliant on dark-type energy failed. And Tia, Latias, felt the chains fall away and her full power flood back with a force that made the walls shake. She closed her eyes. Reached out with her mind. And felt the facility. Every corridor. Every room. Every heartbeat, human and Pokemon. The terrified confusion of the hollow soldiers whose advantage had just evaporated. The panicked scramble of technicians in the control room. And deep in the facility's core, behind 3 blast doors and a wall of steel, the Crucible, a pillar of twisted energy that pulsed with the combined agony of 3 legendary Pokemon. I can feel them, Tia whispered. Suicune. Reiku. They're still alive. Barely. Contained. But alive. Then let's get them out. Ash's voice was the steel and fire thing that it became when he had a mission and nothing was going to stop him. Tia, lead the way. They moved. Through the facility, down corridors that Tia navigated with psychic precision, past hollow soldiers who found themselves facing a fully powered Latias and reconsidered their commitment to the Covenant's retirement plan. Misty covered the rear. Her water types flooded corridors behind them, creating barriers that slowed pursuit. Pikachu ranged ahead, taking out security systems with targeted electrical bursts. And Ash moved through the facility like he owned it, directing traffic, making snap decisions, leading from the front because that was the only position he knew. The Crucible chamber was at the facility's heart. 3 blast doors, each requiring a separate security override. Sable handled the first 2 remotely, feeding false codes through the compromised network. The third was mechanical, a physical lock that required a key. I don't have the key, Sable's voice crackled over comms. That one's Vasa's personal lock. Only 3 copies exist. Ash looked at the door. Looked at Pikachu. Looked at Tia. Misty, he said. Gyarados. On it. Gyarados' hyper beam hit the blast door at point-blank range. The steel glowed white. Buckled. Held. Again. Second blast. The door warped, hinges screaming. Tia. Together. Tia's mist ball hit the weakened door simultaneously with Gyarados' third hyper beam. The combined force, psychic and raw power, legendary and mortal, blew the door inward like a crumpled can, and the Crucible chamber opened before them. It was vast. A cathedral-sized space carved from the bedrock of the ocean floor, dominated by a device that defied easy description. The Crucible was part machine, part organism, a lattice of dark metal and crystalline structures that pulsed with contained energy, veined with light that shifted between blue, Suicune, gold, Reiku, and silver, Lugia. At its center, 3 containment spheres held the legendary essences, swirling clouds of light that moved like caged storms. They were in pain. Tia could feel it, the agony of legendary beings reduced to fuel, their essence drained drop by drop, their consciousness fragmented but not destroyed. Suikun's grief was a frozen ocean. Reiku's rage was lightning trapped in a jar. Lugia's presence was the faintest of the three, a whisper where there should have been a roar. How do we release them? Ash asked. The containment spheres. If I disrupt the energy matrix holding them, the essences should be able to reconstitute. Tia moved toward the crucible, her form shifting, the human shell dropping away, Latias emerging in full, wings spread, eyes blazing. It might take everything I have. Then I'll make sure nothing interrupts you. Ash turned to face the chamber entrance. Beyond it, the sound of boots on metal, the garrison responding, converging on their position. Misty, hold that corridor. With pleasure. Misty's water types formed a wall. Gyarados filled the corridor like a living barricade, its roar shaking dust from the ceiling. Tia approached the crucible. The energy coming off it was immense, a storm of legendary power, twisted and compressed and screaming. She placed her wings against the first containment sphere, and the contact was electric, not painful, but vast, a connection to something ancient and suffering. Suikun, she called through the psychic link. I'm here. I'm going to get you out. A response. Faint. Broken. But there. Help. She poured her energy into the sphere. The matrix resisted, it was designed to contain legendary power, to hold it indefinitely, and it did not want to let go. The lattice tightened. The containment field surged. Tia pushed harder, and the bond flared, Ash's energy, flowing through the connection, amplifying her own. The sphere cracked. Light poured out, blue, crystalline, cold and clean and free. Suikun's essence erupted from the containment like a geyser, filling the chamber with the scent of snow and running water, and the sphere shattered. One down. Ash shouted. Tia moved to the second sphere. Reiku. This one fought harder, the essence inside was pure rage, and the containment system fed on that rage, using it as fuel. Tia had to be gentler, calmer, projecting serenity into the storm of Reiku's fury. Peace, she sent. You're free. Let go. Let me out. I'm trying. Stop fighting the cage and let me open the door. A pause. Then, grudgingly, the rage subsided. Tia found the fracture point in the matrix and twisted. Gold light. Thunder without sound. The smell of ozone and summer storms. Reiku's essence burst free, and the second sphere collapsed. Two down. Tia, the third, she was already there. Lugia's sphere was the weakest, the partial extraction had left barely enough essence to fill the containment. What was inside was a ghost. A whisper. The memory of a god. Tia cradled the sphere in her wings and wept. I don't know if there's enough of you left, she sent. But I'm going to try. She didn't crack this one. She dissolved it, gently, carefully, the way you'd peel bandages from a wound, letting the silver light seep out at its own pace, giving it time to remember what it was. The light pooled in the air. Swirled. Took shape, not a full form, not Lugia's vast silhouette, but a suggestion. A promise. Enough to survive. Enough to heal, given time. All three essences swirled through the chamber, blue and gold and silver, liberated, traumatized, but free, and then they were gone, streaking through the facility's breached walls and into the ocean, headed for the surface, headed for home. Tia collapsed. The effort had drained her, fully drained, in a way she hadn't experienced since Alto Mare. She fell from the air, wings failing, and Ash caught her. He caught her. Of course he caught her. He was always going to catch her. I've got you, he said, and his arms were warm, and the bond was a lullaby, and she was safe. The crucible, she managed. Destroy it. Ash looked at the device. Without the essences, it was inert, a massive, expensive piece of hardware with nothing to power it. But intact, it could be refilled. Rearmed. Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu understood. This was the big one. The attack that would end the mission. Everything. Every volt. Don't hold anything back. Pikachu climbed the crucible. Reached the apex. Cheeks blazing with the accumulated charge of every battle, every training session, every moment of love and loyalty between a trainer and his first Pokémon. Thunder. The crucible screamed. Metal melted. Crystal shattered. The energy matrix collapsed in a chain reaction that cascaded through the entire device, and the crucible, Voss's 20-year project, his key to humanity's transcendence, died in a pillar of lightning that punched through the facility's ceiling and split the ocean above into steam. The sound was apocalyptic. The shockwave knocked Ash to the ground, Tia still in his arms. Debris fell. Alarms howled. And through it all, Pikachu stood on the ruins of the crucible, sparks dancing across his body, and said, "Pika." Done. The retreat was chaos, but organized chaos, the kind that happened when competent people executed a plan under fire. Moira's team secured the escape route. Misty's water types cleared the corridors. Brock, limping from his earlier injury but functional, coordinated the extraction with the unflappable efficiency of someone who'd been managing crises since he was 14. They were halfway to the exit when Kale found them. He stepped out of a side corridor, alone. No soldiers. No Pokémon. Just him, dark-eyed and empty-faced, standing between Ash and the way out. Catch him. Ash stopped. Tia was on her feet now, barely, leaning on him, her power reserves critically low, and Misty flanked his right side, Starmie hovering in defensive position. "Move," Ash said. "No. Your facility is destroyed. The crucible is gone. The essences are free. It's over, Kale." "It's not over. Voss has the Spear of Heaven. He has reserve essence stores, smaller quantities, but enough. He'll rebuild. He always rebuilds." Kale's black eyes fixed on Tia. "And he'll come for her. Again and again, until he gets what he wants. Then I'll stop him. Again and again. You can't protect her forever. Watch me." Something moved behind Kale's eyes, not anger, not hatred, but that crack that had appeared on the rooftop in Ironhaven. The doubt. The fracture in the ideology. "I'm going to fight you," Kale said. "Not because I believe in the Covenant's mission anymore. Because I need to understand something." "Understand what?" "How you can love something that isn't human. How you can look at a creature from another order of existence, a being that manipulated your brain, altered your biology, lied to you for months, and still stand in front of her like she's worth dying for." The question was genuine. Ash could feel it through his enhanced perception, not psychic manipulation, just a young man in tremendous pain asking a question that his entire worldview hinged on. "Because she is," Ash said simply. "Not because she's legendary. Not because of the bond. Because she's Tia. Because she sat with me on a dock and said the thing I needed to hear. Because she's brave, and kind, and terrible at cooking, and she chose to be human because she wanted to be close to me. That's love, Kale. It doesn't have a species requirement." Kale stared at him. The black eyes swirled, dark gray energy, surging, fighting something internal. "Prove it," Kale said. "Beat me. Prove that your bond is stronger than what they built me to be." Ash looked at Tia. She was barely standing, her eyes dim, her power spent. She gave him the smallest nod. He handed her to Misty. "Take care of her. Always." Misty's arm went around Tia's waist. Steady. Strong. The friendship of a woman who decided that if Ash loved this being, then so did she. Ash turned to face Kale. Pikachu leaped from his shoulder to the ground between them, cheeks sparking. "One battle," Ash said. "Right here." "One battle," Kale agreed. The darkness around Kale expanded, Darkrai energy flooding the corridor, turning the air cold, filling the space with the psychic weight of concentrated fear. Visions pressed at the edges of Ash's mind, Tia dying, the bond breaking, loneliness stretching to the horizon. Ash pushed through it. Not with power. With clarity. The bond was a lifeline, and Tia's presence, even exhausted, even depleted, was a star he could navigate by. The fear was real. The love was realer. Pikachu. Let's end this. Kale's Pokémon materialized, a Weevil, ice blue and vicious, the same one from the forest ambush. It was faster than before, stronger. Kale had been training too. Weevil opened with Night Slash, a diagonal cut that split the air with a sound like tearing silk. Pikachu dodged, countered with Quick Attack, and the battle ignited. It was the fastest fight of Ash's life. Weevil and Pikachu moved at speeds that human eyes could barely track, afterimages and sparks and the shriek of claws against Iron Tail. Kale's commands came in clipped, precise bursts. Ash's came from somewhere deeper, from the bond, from instinct, from the part of him that fought the way he breathed. The Darkrai energy pressed harder. Visions flooded Ash's peripheral awareness, nightmares given form, horrors designed to break his focus. He didn't break. "Pikachu, you trust me?" "Pika. Always." "Then close your eyes." Pikachu closed his eyes. In the dark, with Weevil bearing down, with the nightmares screaming, Pikachu trusted his trainer absolutely. Ash reached through the bond. Not to Tia, to Pikachu. To the connection they built over years, the bond that predated the soul bond, the trust that was purely, perfectly their own. He felt Pikachu's senses. Felt the electric field that surrounded the mouse, the way it mapped the corridor in voltages and resistances. And through that electric sense, he felt Weevil, its metallic claws, its ice-cold body, its position in space as clearly as if he could see it. Now. Volt tackle. 40 degrees right. Pikachu moved blind. Moved on faith. The volt tackle hit Weevil at full force, amplified by Ash's psychic energy flowing through their bond, supercharged beyond anything Pikachu had ever produced. The collision blew out every light in the corridor. The shockwave cracked the walls. And when the dust settled, Weevil was down, and Pikachu was standing on trembling legs, and the Darkrai energy was fading because Kale had stopped projecting it. Kale stood in the dark corridor, looking at his fallen Pokémon. His face was blank. Then it wasn't. Something behind the emptiness shattered. Not into anger. Not into despair. Into something worse, and something better, grief. The grief of a young man who'd been told his entire life that love was a weapon and power was the only truth, watching a trainer and a Pikachu prove that trust could hit harder than any dark-type move ever conceived. Why? Kale's voice cracked. Actually cracked, the composure dissolving, the training failing. Why does it work for you? I had everything, the enhancement, the training, the purpose. And you have a mouse and a girl who isn't even real and she's real, Ash said. She's the most real person I've ever met. And Pikachu isn't a weapon. He's my friend. That's the difference, Kale. The Covenant gave you power. My Pokémon gave me trust. And trust doesn't have a counter. Kale looked at him. Tears were streaming down his face, tears that might have been the Darkrai essence finally cracking, or might have been a 20-year-old boy finally grieving for the childhood he'd never had. I can't go back, Kale said. Then don't go back. Go forward. Forward to what? I don't know. But you don't have to figure it out tonight. Kale recalled his Weevil. Stood in the ruined corridor, surrounded by the wreckage of a facility that had been his home, and made a choice that the Covenant's conditioning had spent 15 years trying to prevent. He stepped aside. Ash walked past him. Scooped up Pikachu, who was barely conscious but purring with exhausted satisfaction. Reached the rest of the team at the exit corridor. Behind him, Kale's voice, Voss escaped. He took the Spear of Heaven. He'll be at Alto Mare within 48 hours. He's going to finish this whether he has the crucible or not. Ash turned. How do you know? Because Alto Mare has the Soul Dew. And if he can't build a new crucible, he'll use the Soul Dew as a substitute. The result will be messier, more destructive, but it'll work. Kale paused. He's going to destroy your girlfriend's home to get what he wants. The corridor was silent except for the groan of a facility dying around them. Then we go to Alto Mare, Ash said. You'll need help. Are you offering? Kale didn't answer immediately. He looked at his hands, human hands that contained an inhuman power, given to him by people who'd never asked if he wanted it. I'm offering to not be in your way, he said. For now, that's the best I can do. He turned and walked deeper into the dying facility, toward exits that only someone who'd lived here would know. The darkness swallowed him, and he was gone. Ash looked at Tia. At Misty. At Brock and Callum and Moira and Sable and every person who'd chosen to stand beside him in the dark. Alto Mare, he said. We're going home. Tia's hand found his. Human fingers laced with his, warm and real and chosen. Home, she echoed, and the word held everything, the garden, the canals, the Soul Dew, the memory of a brother who died there, and the hope that this time, the story would end differently. They rose from the abyssal trench into starlight and open water, and the ocean carried them toward a war that would decide the shape of the world. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, Home. Alto Mare rose from the sea like a memory-given stone. Ash saw it first from the deck of the League transport, a silhouette on the horizon, all spires and bridges and the warm terracotta geometry of a city that had been old when the rest of the world was young. The morning light caught the canals and turned them to ribbons of gold, and the white facades of the buildings glowed like they were lit from within. He'd been here before. Months ago. A lifetime ago. He'd raced through those canals on a water chariot and eaten gelato on those bridges and been kissed by, a girl who might have been Bianca or might have been Latias, and the uncertainty of that memory had haunted him until Tia walked into his life and made the answer obvious. Beside him, Tia gripped the railing with both hands and stared at the city of her birth with an expression that contained so many emotions it had circled back to something resembling calm. I haven't been back since I left with you, she said. Are you okay? No. But I'm going to be. The transport carried their full force, Ash's team, Misty's Cerulean contingent, Moira's coalition fighters, Callum and his Pokemon, Sable and Nyx, and a company of League Rangers that Moira had pulled every string to mobilize. Behind them, 2 more transports carried additional personnel and equipment. It wasn't an army. But it was enough. It had to be enough. Brock stood at the transport's communication station, coordinating with Lorenzo and Bianca on the ground. The old man had been warned. Moira's intelligence network had flagged the Spear of Heaven's trajectory 12 hours ago, and Lorenzo had immediately begun evacuating civilians from the areas nearest the secret garden and the Soul Dew. Lorenzo confirms evacuation of the Canal District is 70% complete, Brock reported. Bianca's coordinating with local authorities. They're telling people it's a weather emergency. How long until Voss arrives? Ash asked. Satellite tracking puts the Spear of Heaven 6 hours out. It's moving slowly, the platform is massive, and without the crucible at full power, Voss is running on reserve energy. But 6 hours is 6 hours. 6 hours to prepare a city for war. Ash turned to the assembled team. They were gathered on the transport's main deck, trainers, rangers, soldiers, a defected Covenant operative, and a legendary Pokemon in a sundress. The most unlikely strike force ever assembled, and every single one of them was here because they'd chosen to be. Okay, Ash said. Here's how this goes. He'd been planning for 2 days. Not alone, Tia's strategic mind, Moira's military experience, Sable's knowledge of Covenant tactics, Brock's logistical genius, all of it feeding through the bond and through conversation into a plan that was imperfect but solid. The Spear of Heaven is an aerial fortress. Voss can't land it, it's too large for Alto Mare's infrastructure. He'll hover above the city and deploy forces from the air. His objective is the Sol Du. If he reaches it, he can use it as a substitute power source for whatever's left of his crucible technology. The Sol Du is in the secret garden, Tia said. Below the city. Protected by barriers that have held for centuries. But Voss has technology that could breach them, given time. So we don't give him time. Ash pointed to the map of Alto Mare spread across the deck table. 3 defensive layers. First, the sky. Moira, your flying types and the Rangers' aerial Pokémon establish a perimeter above the city. Anything that drops from the Spear of Heaven gets intercepted before it touches ground. Understood, Moira said. Second, the streets. Misty, Callum, you take the Canal District. That's the most direct route from any landing zone to the secret garden. Fortify the bridges. Use the water. Make them fight for every inch. Finally, something fun, Callum said. Third, the garden itself. That's me and Tia. We're the last line. If Voss gets through everything else, he meets us. And Voss himself? Sable asked. She stood apart from the group, Nyx at her side, occupying the uncomfortable space of someone who'd switched sides and wasn't yet sure of her welcome. He's undergone partial essence infusion. He has abilities that go beyond normal human parameters. Psychic projection, limited telekinesis, enhanced durability. And if he's desperate enough to use the reserve essences on himself, then he becomes something worse, Ash finished. I know. You can't fight him conventionally. I don't plan to. Sable studied him. Whatever she saw in his face, the certainty, the fire, the absolute refusal to calculate odds when principles were at stake, made her nod once, sharply. I'll run interference inside the Spear of Heaven, she said. The platform has internal systems that can be sabotaged, navigation, weapons targeting, deployment mechanisms. If I can get aboard, I can cripple it from within. That's a suicide mission, Brock said quietly. It's a high-risk mission. There's a difference. Sable's voice was flat. Professional. The voice she'd worn for 12 years, now pointed in a different direction. I know the spear's layout. I know the security. And I know Voss. He won't expect a saboteur because he doesn't believe anyone who's worked for him would have the courage to betray him. He's wrong, Ash said. He's been wrong about a lot of things. Sable paused. Met Ash's eyes. If I don't make it out, tell people I switched sides. Tell them it mattered. You'll tell them yourself. That's optimistic. That's the plan. The transport cut through the morning sea, and Alto Mare grew larger on the horizon, and the clock counted down. They docked at the eastern harbor, away from the main tourist piers. Lorenzo met them at the waterline, a wiry old man with deep-set eyes and the weathered hands of someone who'd spent a lifetime working with ancient, powerful things. He looked at Tia and something in his face collapsed and rebuilt itself in the space of a breath. You came back, he said. I came back. He pulled her into an embrace that was half hug and half assessment, holding her at arm's length afterward, studying her face, the human face he'd watched her build from nothing, and the person she'd become inside it. You're different, he said. I'm more. You're in love. That too. Lorenzo looked at Ash. The assessment was briefer but no less thorough, the gaze of a man who'd been guardian to legendary Pokémon for decades, evaluating the boy who'd stolen his ward's heart. She cried the night she left, Lorenzo said. Not because she was sad. Because she was terrified that she'd never be brave enough to tell you. She told me, Ash said. Eventually. Was it enough? It was everything. Lorenzo nodded. The assessment was complete. Whatever he saw satisfied him, because he extended his hand, and when Ash took it, the old man's grip was iron. Protect her, Lorenzo said. Protect the garden. Protect this city. That's why we're here. No. Lorenzo's eyes were fierce. You're here because you love her. The city is a bonus. He wasn't wrong. Bianca appeared behind her grandfather, taller than Ash remembered, more serious, the playful girl from months ago hardened by the reality of approaching war. She hugged Tia without a word, and the two of them stood in the harbor light, and Ash saw the family that Tia had left behind to follow him, and the weight of that sacrifice pressed on his chest like a stone. The evacuation's almost complete, Bianca reported, pulling back. The canal district is clear. We've moved everyone to the upper city and the eastern shelters. The garden? Tia asked. Sealed. Grandpa activated the old barriers, the ones from the original builders. They'll slow anything down, but they won't stop military-grade technology. They won't need to, Ash said. We'll stop it first. They moved into the city. The streets of Alto Mare were eerie in their emptiness, a place built for crowds and laughter and the splash of gondolas, now silent except for the cry of wind gull and the distant hum of military preparations. Rangers took positions on rooftops. Trainers deployed Pokémon at choke points. Misty's water types filled the canals, turning the city's arteries into defensive networks. Callum Drake walked through the preparations with the brisk efficiency of someone who'd been born for this. He positioned his Pokémon at the three main bridges spanning the central canal, each one a fortress in miniature. If they come this way, he told Ash, they'll have to cross water under fire from 3 directions. I can hold these bridges for an hour, maybe 2. Make it 2. I'll make it 3 if you promise me a rematch after this is over. Deal. Callum grinned, the sharp, competitive grin that Ash had first seen at the Silverport Invitational, a lifetime ago. Try not to die, Ketchum. I haven't beaten you yet. Try not to die yourself, Drake. I need the challenge. They clasped hands. The grip held longer than a handshake should, carrying everything that competitive rivalry had evolved into, respect, friendship, the understanding that they'd found in each other the adversary they needed. Go, Callum said. I've got this. Ash went. The secret garden was exactly as Tia remembered it. Hidden beneath Alto Mare's oldest district, accessed through a maze of passages that only the Guardians knew, the garden was a cathedral of green. Ancient trees with trunks wider than houses. Flowers that bloomed in colors that didn't exist anywhere else on Earth. A pool of water so clear it looked like liquid glass, and at its center, on a pedestal of carved stone, the soul dew. The jewel glowed with a soft, steady light, blue and white, the colors of the sky reflected in a sphere the size of an apple. Inside it, somewhere beyond physical sight, the essence of Latios rested. Not alive. Not dead. Something else. A presence preserved in crystal, dreaming the dreams of the world. Tia stood before the soul dew and pressed her forehead against the pedestal. I'm home, she whispered. I brought help. I brought someone who, you'd like him. He's stubborn like you. Brave like you. He runs toward things. A pause. I love him. I know you'd have something to say about that. Something overprotective and grumpy. I wish you were here to say it. The soul dew pulsed once. A gentle brightening, like a heartbeat. It might have been random. It might have been Latios, buried in crystal, acknowledging his sister's return. Ash stood at the garden's entrance, giving her space. Pikachu was on his shoulder, and the electric mouse was doing his own assessment, mapping the garden's energy, feeling the ancient power that saturated every leaf and stone, nodding to himself with the gravity of a creature who understood exactly how important this place was. The garden has its own defenses, Tia said, returning to Ash. She was in her Latias form now, red and white, wings folded, eyes luminous in the garden's green light. The trees respond to threats. The water can be directed. And the soul dew itself, if used correctly, it can amplify psychic energy 1,000-fold. Can you use it? Yes. But there's a cost. The soul dew is Latios's essence. Using it drains him. If too much is taken. She didn't finish. The implication was clear: if she used the soul dew as a weapon, she risked destroying the last remnant of her brother. Then we use it as a last resort, Ash said. Only if there's no other choice. Only if there's no other choice. They prepared the garden. Ash deployed his full team, Pikachu at the entrance, Bayleaf among the trees, Noctowl in the canopy, and Totodile in the pool surrounding the soul dew. Tia wove psychic barriers into the garden's existing defenses, layering illusions and detection grids into the ancient framework. When they were done, the garden was a fortress wrapped in a sanctuary wrapped in a legend. Now we wait, Ash said. They didn't wait long. The spear of heaven announced itself with the subtlety of a thunderclap. It came from the east, riding the wind, a platform the size of a city block, angular and dark, hovering 200 feet above the ocean on engines that screamed with barely contained power. It was ugly in a way that was almost impressive, a monument to function over form, bristling with weapons arrays and deployment bays and the arrogant assumption that the world would rearrange itself to accommodate its passage. Ash watched it approach from the garden's upper entrance, a concealed opening in the clifftop that overlooked the bay. The morning sun was behind the spear, throwing its shadow across the water like a stain. "That's big," he said. "Voss doesn't do small," Sable's voice crackled over the comms. She was already in position, having slipped away from the main group 2 hours earlier, approaching the spear via a stolen Covenant shuttle that she'd hidden in the harbor district. "I'm on approach. Boarding in 3 minutes. Be careful." "I'm always careful. That's why I'm still alive." A pause. "Quieter, good luck, Ketchum." "You too, Sable." Static. Then silence. The spear of heaven reached Alto Mare's airspace, and the war began. Deployment bays opened along the platform's underside. Black shapes dropped, transport pods, each containing a squad of hollow soldiers and their dark-type Pokémon. 20 pods. 30. The sky filled with them, falling toward the city like iron rain. Moira's aerial force met them at altitude. The sky above Alto Mare erupted. Flying types clashed with Covenant Pokémon in a whirling, screaming maelstrom of feathers and fire and lightning. Moira's Skarmory tore through a transport pod's hull with steel wing. A ranger's Charizard, borrowed from the Cherisific Valley reserves, bathed a cluster of Houndoom in flame. Pidgeot and Staraptor and Togekiss wove between the falling pods, picking off targets, disrupting formations. It wasn't enough. There were too many. The aerial defense caught half the pods, maybe more, but the rest punched through, slamming into the streets of Alto Mare, disgorging hollow soldiers who immediately moved toward the Canal District. "Misty, Callum, incoming!" Ash shouted into the comms. "We see them." Misty's voice, hard and controlled. "Gyarados, Hydro Pump, clear the eastern approach." The canals of Alto Mare became a battleground. Water surged as Misty's Pokémon turned the city's arteries into weapons, currents redirected to sweep soldiers off bridges, whirlpools forming at intersections, her Starmie's psychic lifting combatants and depositing them in the harbor with business-like efficiency. Callum held the bridges. His Typhlosion turned the central crossing into an inferno that no hollow soldier could cross. His Skarmory patrolled the air above the canal, steel wing carving through any Pokémon that tried to bypass the ground defenses. And when a squad broke through a side street, Callum met them personally, his Walrein freezing the alley solid and entombing the entire squad in ice up to their shoulders. "That's for the boring regional circuits," Callum muttered, recalling Walrein with satisfaction. The battle raged across the city. Street by street, canal by canal, the coalition forces fought for Alto Mare with the desperate courage of people defending something worth more than victory. Rangers went down and got back up. Pokémon fell and were recalled and replaced. The streets shook with the force of attacks, and the ancient stones of the city cracked and buckled, and still the defenders held. But the hollow soldiers kept coming. And above it all, the spear of heaven loomed, untouchable, deploying reinforcements in an endless stream. Until it stopped. The change was subtle, a pause in the deployment rhythm, a stuttering of the platform's running lights. Then one of the weapons arrays went dark. Then another. Then the deployment bays sealed shut, trapping half-loaded pods inside. Sable, Brock said over the comms, wonder in his voice. She's doing it. Inside the spear of heaven, Sable was waging her own war. She moved through the platform's service corridors with the intimate knowledge of someone who'd walked them 1,000 times, Nyx at her side, disabling systems with a combination of physical sabotage and her Mytiana's targeted dark pulse attacks on critical electronics. Navigation went down first. Then targeting. Then deployment control. Each system failure forced the spear to compensate, rerouting power, pulling from reserves, and each reroute opened new vulnerabilities that Sable exploited with the cold precision of a surgeon. She reached the engine room on the platform's lower level. 2 hollow guards. She and Nyx took them down in seconds, Nyx's crunch disabling the first, Sable's combat training handling the second with an efficiency that was almost gentle. She placed charges on the primary engine coupling. Magnetic. Timed. The kind of precise demolition work that turned a functional engine into an expensive paperweight. Sable, status. Ash's voice over the comms. Engine room. Charges set. I can kill the main engines, but the auxiliary power will keep the platform airborne for maybe an hour. Do it. Ash, Voss isn't on the bridge. He's not directing the battle. He left the platform 20 minutes ago. Ash's blood went cold. Where? I don't know. The shuttle bay is empty. He took a personal transport and, the garden. He's going for the garden directly. That's my assessment. Sable, blow the engines and get out. Already set. 30 seconds on the timer. A pause. Ash, there are hollow soldiers between me and the shuttle bay. A lot of them. The engine room explosion is going to bring more. Can you make it? I'll make it. The confidence in her voice was the kind that masked uncertainty, the professional's shield, worn smooth by years of dangerous work. Do your job, Ketchum. I'll do mine. The comms went to static. Ash stared at the device in his hand for a moment, then pocketed it and turned to the garden. He's coming, he told Tia. I know. I can feel him. She could. Through the psychic field, through the garden's ancient network, she could sense Erasmus Voss approaching, a presence that was wrong in the way that the hollow soldier's energy was wrong, but worse. More concentrated. More deliberate. A human mind wrapped in stolen legendary power, burning through the fabric of reality like acid through cloth. Get ready, Ash said. I've been ready since Alto Mare, Tia said, and her form shifted, human to Latias, seamless, the sundress dissolving into feathers and wings, the amber eyes igniting to gold. The garden waited. The soul dew pulsed. And Erasmus Voss descended. He came through the old passage, the one that only the Guardians were supposed to know, because of course Voss had studied Alto Mare's architecture for decades, because of course his preparation was that thorough, because Erasmus Voss did nothing without understanding every angle first. He walked into the garden alone. No soldiers. No Pokémon. Just a man in a dark coat, silver-haired, 60 years old, walking with the controlled stride of someone whose body was holding together through willpower and stolen energy. His eyes were wrong, pale, luminous, shot through with threads of blue and gold that didn't belong in human irises. The partial essence infusion had changed him, and the reserve essences he'd absorbed before leaving the spear had changed him more. He radiated power. Not the vast, oceanic power of a legendary Pokémon, something sharper. More focused. The power of a human mind wielding forces it was never designed to contain, burning itself alive to hold the fire steady. Ash Ketchum, Voss said, and his voice was warm. Patient. The voice of a teacher addressing a promising student. I'd hoped we could talk before the unpleasantness. The unpleasantness already started. Your soldiers are losing. My soldiers are a distraction. They always were. Voss looked around the garden with the expression of a man entering a museum, appreciative, possessive, already cataloging what he intended to take. Beautiful. The oldest living structure in Alto Mare. Built by the Ian Pokémon themselves, they say. Before humans. Before language. Before you decided to destroy it. Destroy. Voss looked genuinely surprised. I'm not here to destroy anything, Ash. I'm here to fulfill this place's purpose. The Soul Dew is a battery. A container for legendary essence. The garden is a machine, an ancient one, built by beings who understood that power must be focused to achieve its potential. His gaze found the Soul Dew, and the hunger in his eyes was naked and absolute. I'm simply going to use it the way it was always meant to be used. By draining it. By taking Latios's essence. By converting it into usable energy. Latios is dead, Ash. His consciousness is gone. What remains in that jewel is raw power, preserved by a natural process that the Ian Pokémon never fully understood. I do. I've spent 30 years studying it, and I understand what they never could, that legendary power, properly harnessed, can elevate humanity beyond its limitations. By killing the legendaries who carry it. Some sacrifices are necessary for transcendence. That's not your call. Voss smiled. The warmth of it was genuine. He truly believed, with the absolute conviction of the brilliant and the insane, that he was the protagonist of this story. That his vision was the right one. That the suffering he caused was the birth pain of a better world. You've bonded with the Latias, Voss said, turning to Tia. She hovered behind Ash, wings spread, eyes blazing, every line of her body communicating a threat that was held in check by the finest possible margin. A soul bond. The first in centuries. Do you have any idea how rare that is? How valuable? She's not a resource, Ash said. Everything is a resource, Ash. That's the fundamental truth that your generation refuses to accept. Pokémon, humans, legendaries, we're all energy. All systems. The universe doesn't care about love or loyalty or the touching little life you've built with this creature. It cares about thermodynamics. I don't care what the universe cares about. I care about her. And that's why you'll lose. Voss raised his hand, and the air split. Not metaphorically. The space between Voss and Ash tore like fabric, a rift of raw energy, blue gold, crackling with the combined force of every stolen essence in Voss's body. The rift expanded, and through it poured a wave of psychic force that slammed into Ash like a physical wall. He flew backward. Hit a tree. The impact drove the breath from his lungs, and Pikachu, launched from his shoulder, tumbled across the garden floor. Ash. Tia streaked forward. Her mist ball formed, swirling, brilliant, aimed at Voss with everything she had. Voss caught it. His hand closed around the mist ball like it was a tennis ball. The psychic energy crackled between his fingers, struggling, and he crushed it. The detonation should have blown his arm off. Instead, it dissipated around him like water around stone. Eon-class power, Voss said, examining his hand with academic interest. Remarkable. The energy density is even higher than my models predicted. You'll complete the matrix beautifully. He gestured, and the rift widened. Gravity shifted. The garden's trees groaned as an invisible force pressed down on everything, crushing, compressing. Tia struggled to stay airborne, her wings straining against a weight that had nothing to do with physics. Ash pulled himself to his feet. Blood on his temple. Ribs screaming. But standing. Pikachu. Pika. The mouse was up. Dazed but up. Sparking. Thunderbolt. Lightning arced across the garden. Voss didn't dodge, he absorbed it. The electricity flowed into him, feeding the stolen essences, making him brighter, stronger, more. I have 3 legendary essences in my body, boy. Your Pikachu's electricity is a match compared to the sun I'm carrying. You can't hurt me. Maybe not. Ash recalled Pikachu. Sent out Bayleaf, Noctowl, Totodile. His full team, arrayed before him, facing a god. But I can slow you down. To what end? Sable, Ash said into the comms. Now would be a great time. Above the city, the spear of heaven shuddered. The engine room charges detonated, a chain of explosions that ripped through the platform's propulsion system and turned its primary engines into scrap metal. The spear tilted. Groaned. Its remaining auxiliary systems strained to maintain altitude, and the entire platform began a slow, grinding descent toward the sea. Voss felt it. The distraction cost him, a fraction of a second, a flicker of attention divided, and in that fraction, Ash struck. Not with Pokémon. With the bond. He reached through the soul bond, found Tia's mind, and pulled. Not her power. Her perspective. Her way of seeing the world, the psychic architecture, the energy flows, the geometry of combat that she'd spent months teaching him. He pulled it through the bond and layered it over his own perception, and suddenly the garden was a map of light and force, and Voss was a node of stolen energy with fracture lines running through him like cracks in glass. Tia, the fractures. Do you see them? I see them. Her voice was strained, the gravity field was crushing her, but her mind was clear, feeding him data through the bond. The essences aren't stable. He absorbed them too fast, too raw. His body is rejecting them. The fracture points are where the essences conflict, Suikun's cold fighting Reiku's heat, both fighting the Lugia partial. If we hit the fracture points, the essences destabilize. He loses control. Can you hit them? Not alone. The gravity field is too strong. But if you can break his concentration for 2 seconds, I can do 2 seconds. Ash looked at his Pokémon. 3 of them, facing a being with the power of legends. Not enough. Not even close. But Ash had never needed enough. He'd needed trust. Bayleaf. Razor Leaf. Every leaf you've got. Don't aim for him, aim for the trees above him. Bayleaf understood. The Razor Leaf storm erupted, not at Voss, but at the ancient branches overhead. The leaves cut through wood and vine, and the garden's canopy collapsed on Voss in a cascade of timber and greenery. He brushed it aside with a wave of telekinetic force. Trivial. Meaningless. But it cost him a half-second of attention. Noctowl. Hypnosis. The psychic pulse hit Voss's exposed mind. It couldn't put him to sleep, his stolen power was too great, but it could distract. For 1 second, Voss's concentration wavered as his mind fought the sleep impulse. Totodile. Water gun. Maximum pressure. The ground under his feet. Totodile's water gun didn't hit Voss. It hit the ground, turning the garden's ancient soil to mud, and Voss's feet slipped. His balance shifted. His concentration broke for 1 more second. 2 seconds. 2 seconds of disrupted focus. Tia, now. Latias moved. Through the gravity field, through the pain, through every barrier, she flew at Voss like a comet, and her attack wasn't missed ball or psychic or any catalogued move. It was something new. Something the soul bond had made possible, a fusion of her legendary power and Ash's human will, channeled through the connection between them, aimed at the fracture lines in Voss's stolen energy with the precision of a surgeon's scalpel. The attack hit 3 points simultaneously. 3 fractures, 3 conflicts between warring essences. Voss screamed. It was the first honest sound he'd made, not warm, not patient, not controlled, just raw agony as the essences inside him tore at each other. The blue fought the gold. The silver fought both. His body became a battlefield, and the power he'd stolen turned on its jailer with the fury of gods who had not consented to be consumed. The gravity field collapsed. The rifts closed. Voss staggered, his luminous eyes flickering between colors, blue, gold, silver, his own pale gray, each one fighting for dominance. "No," he gasped. "No, I can control, I've spent 30 years, I understand the energy, you understand the science," Ash said, standing before him. "Bleeding. Battered. Unbroken. You don't understand the beings. They're not beings. They're forces. Natural phenomena. They don't, they grieve. They rage. They endure. Suicune mourns the rivers that humans have poisoned. Reiku rages against the cages that have been built for his kind. And Lugia, whatever's left of Lugia, endures, because that's what the Guardian of the Sea does." Ash stepped closer. "You didn't absorb energy, Voss. You swallowed people. And they're fighting back." Voss's body convulsed. Light erupted from his skin, blue and gold and silver, the essences rejecting their host, clawing toward freedom. The ground around him cracked. The air warped. Reality itself seemed to bend away from him, as if the universe was trying to eject a foreign object. "I was going to save humanity," Voss whispered, and the tragedy of it was that he believed it. He really, truly believed it. 30 years of brilliance and madness, and the man at the center of it all was just a human being who'd looked at the world's flaws and decided, with the arrogance of genius, that he could fix them by stealing the power of gods. "Humanity doesn't need saving," Ash said. "It needs connecting. To Pokémon. To each other. To the world. That's what legendary Pokémon are, connections. Between the ocean and the sky, between the past and the future. They're not resources. They're relationships." Voss looked at him. The essences were tearing him apart, his body disintegrating at the edges, fingers translucent, eyes burning with light that had nothing to do with human biology. In his final moment, he wasn't the director. He wasn't the villain. He was a 60-year-old man who'd given everything to an idea that was brilliant and wrong and magnificent and fatal. "You're a child," he said. "What do you know about the weight of the world? I know it's lighter when someone helps you carry it." The essences erupted. Blue and gold and silver light burst from Voss's body in a pillar that punched through the garden's ceiling and split the sky above Alto Mare. The energy wasn't destructive, it was liberating. 3 legendary presences, freed for the second time, streaming upward into the atmosphere, heading for the places where they belonged. Voss stood in the light. For one instant, the space between heartbeats, his expression changed. The warmth left. The conviction left. What remained was something simpler. Older. Something that looked, impossibly, like wonder. Then the light consumed him, and Erasmus Voss was gone. Not dead. Not exactly. Dissolved. Returned to the energy he'd spent his life trying to master, distributed among the legendary essences he'd stolen, carried away on wings he'd tried to clip. There would be no body. No grave. Just an absence where a man had stood, and the slowly fading glow of power returning to its rightful owners. The garden was quiet. Ash stood in the center of it, swaying. The adrenaline was leaving and the pain was arriving, and his legs were considering a rebellion against the concept of standing. "Ash." Tia's voice. Close. Warm. She was beside him. Latias' form, wings extended, catching him as his knees finally gave. She eased him to the ground, and the garden's soft moss received him like a bed, and the soul dew pulsed once, bright, grateful, an echo of something that might have been Latios saying thank you. Did we win? Ash asked. We won. Is everyone? Brock's fine. Misty's fine. Callum is complaining about his hair, which means he's fine. She paused. Sable. Sable. The comms crackled. Brock's voice, strained but present. Ash. The spear of heaven went down. Crashed into the sea about a mile offshore. The Covenant forces are surrendering. A pause. We found Sable in the engine room corridor. She held off a squad of hollow soldiers to buy time for the engine charges. Is she's alive. Barely. Comatose. They're airlifting her to the Pokemon Center's medical wing. Ash closed his eyes. Sable. The woman who'd spent 12 years as a weapon and spent her last conscious moments as a shield. She's going to make it, he said, and it wasn't a question. It was a demand, directed at the universe, and the universe would comply or answer to Ash Ketchum personally. The doctors are hopeful, Brock said. She's tough. She's the toughest person I've ever met. I'll tell her you said that. When she wakes up. When she wakes up. The comms went quiet. The garden breathed around them, ancient trees settling, flowers opening to the light that now poured through the hole Voss's departure had torn in the ceiling. Ash lay on the moss, and Tia curled beside him, half Latias, half Tia, the illusion flickering between forms as her exhaustion made the boundaries fluid. Pikachu climbed onto Ash's chest. Looked down at him with those black, bottomless eyes. Pikachu said. We did it. We did it, buddy. Chew. I'm going to sleep for a week. Earned it. Pikachu curled into a ball on his chest, and the sparking stopped, and the little yellow body went still with the absolute commitment of a creature that had given everything and was now claiming its rest. Ash put one hand on Pikachu. Put the other on Tia's wing, which had draped across him like a blanket. The soul dew glowed. The garden hummed. And the sky above Alto Mare, visible through the broken ceiling, was very, very blue. Kale stood at the entrance to the garden passage. He'd fought his way through the city. Not against the coalition, against the Covenant's remnants, the hollow soldiers who'd kept fighting even after the spear went down, because the essence burning in their bodies didn't give them a choice. He'd used his Darkrai powers to put them to sleep, not to attack, but to pacify, projecting a darkness that wasn't fear but exhaustion, giving broken soldiers permission to stop. Now he stood at the threshold of the garden and looked at what was inside. A boy, lying on the moss. A legendary Pokemon, curled beside him. A Pikachu, sleeping on his chest. And between them, a bond that glowed, actually, physically glowed, a thread of golden light connecting human and Pokemon, visible to anyone with the senses to see it. Love. Real, undeniable, impossible love between a mortal boy and an immortal being. The Covenant had told him this was impossible. That it was a delusion. That legendary Pokemon mimicked emotion without feeling it, that bonds were chains, that the only truth was power. The Covenant was wrong. Kale stood at the threshold and let the truth reshape him. It hurt. Truths always hurt when they demolished foundations. The ideology that had held him upright for 15 years was rubble, and without it, he was just a young man with darkness in his blood and nowhere to go. He didn't enter the garden. He didn't announce himself. He just stood, and watched, and let the hurt happen, because the hurt was the beginning of something that the Covenant had never given him. A choice. He turned away. Walked back through the passage. Out into the streets of Alto Mare, where the battle was ending and the morning was brightening and the world was, against all odds, still spinning. He walked to the harbor. Looked at the ocean. Thought about nothing and everything. Then he started walking south, along the coast, toward no destination in particular. Not redeemed. Not forgiven. Not fixed. But free. 3 weeks later. The cottage sat on a cliff overlooking the sea, a quarter-mile from Alto Mare's eastern shore. It was small, 2 rooms, a kitchen, a porch that wrapped around 3 sides, and it was old, built from the same pale stone as the city itself, worn smooth by centuries of salt wind. Lorenzo had offered it. It was the previous guardian's home, he'd said. Before me. It's been empty for 20 years. Needs work. Needs work was an understatement. The roof leaked. The door stuck. The kitchen had been colonized by a family of Ratata who regarded the new tenants with the proprietary indignation of longtime residents. Ash fixed the roof. Tia negotiated with the Ratata. Pikachu supervised both operations from a sunbeam on the porch, offering commentary that was equal parts helpful and sarcastic. The days after the battle had been a blur. Medical treatment. Debriefings. A formal hearing by the Pokémon League, during which Ash's actions were reviewed, approved, and classified at a level that ensured the general public would hear a sanitized version involving a criminal organization, rather than the full truth about legendary essence extraction and flying fortresses. Sable woke up on the 4th day. Her first words were, "Did it matter?" And Brock, who'd been sitting beside her bed, said, "It mattered more than you know." She'd cried. Brock had held her hand. Nobody mentioned either of these things afterward, because some moments were sacred. Callum returned to Hoenn with a handshake and a promise. "I'll be back for that rematch, Ketchum. Count on it. Wouldn't miss it. And Tia, take care of this idiot. He needs supervision. Don't I know it?" Misty stayed for a week. She and Tia spent long hours together, walking the city, talking, building the foundation of a friendship that would have seemed impossible months ago. A water-type specialist and a psychic-type legendary Pokémon, bonded by their shared stubborn love for a boy who couldn't stay out of trouble. "He's always been like this," Misty told Tia, sitting on the cottage porch, watching Ash try to teach Totodile to fish. "Since the day I met him. Falling off waterfalls. Running into burning buildings. Picking fights with legendaries. I was one of those legendaries. Exactly my point." Misty paused. "He loved you before he knew what you were. You know that, right?" "I know. And he loves you now that he does know. Which is somehow more impressive, because now he knows you can turn into a giant bird and he's still willing to argue with you about cooking." Tia laughed. The laugh was warm and full and only slightly too musical, and Misty smiled at the sound of it, because it was the laugh of someone who'd found the place where they belonged. Misty left on a Sunday. Hugs all around. Threats of violence if anyone got hurt without calling her first. The Gyarados carried her north, and the sea swallowed her silhouette, and the cottage was quieter but not empty. Brock stayed longest. Brock always stayed longest, because Brock understood, better than anyone, that the time after the crisis was when people needed support most. He cooked meals. He helped repair the cottage. He sat with Ash on the porch in the evenings and talked about nothing important, which was the most important kind of talking. "You're going to be okay," Brock said one night, watching the sunset. "Both of you. I know. She's real, Ash. Whatever doubts you had, whatever Kale put in your head, she's the most real person I've ever met. I know that too. Good. Now stop sitting here and go be with her. I'm going to bed. It's 7:30. I'm tired. I earned tired. Good night." Brock went inside, and Ash sat on the porch, and the sunset turned the ocean to fire, and the door behind him opened. Tia came out. Human form. The sundress, a new one, green this time, bought at a market in Alto Mare because she'd decided that her wardrobe needed to evolve along with everything else. Her hair was loose, dark with those impossible hints of auburn, and her eyes were amber with flecks of gold that caught the evening light. She sat beside him. Close. Shoulder to shoulder. The garden's recovering, she said. Lorenzo says the trees are growing back faster than they should. The sol dew is brighter than it's been in years. Latios? Still there. Still dreaming. But the light is warmer. Like he knows things are better. Ash nodded. They sat in comfortable silence, the kind that didn't need filling, the kind that was its own form of conversation. I've been thinking, Tia said. Dangerous. Stop it. I've been thinking about what happens next. You still want to be a Pokemon master? Yeah. Then let's do that. Gym battles. Tournaments. The whole journey. Together. You want to travel again? I want to live. Not hide. Not run. Live. With you. In whatever way that looks like, human or Latias or whatever I am on any given Tuesday. I want to train with you and battle beside you and sleep under the stars and eat terrible food at roadside stands and argue about whether you need a jacket when it's cold. I never need a jacket. You always need a jacket. Your body temperature regulation is terrible. I have a Pokemon who's literally made of fire. Cyndaquil is not a jacket. Cyndaquil could be a jacket if I asked nicely. She laughed, and he laughed, and the sunset threw gold across the water, and the world was quiet and warm and exactly the right size. Tia. I love you. The words came out simple. No preamble. No dramatic setup. Just 3 words, spoken on a porch at sunset, the way the most important things are always spoken, quietly, honestly, without decoration. Tia looked at him. Her amber eyes were bright. The bond hummed between them, carrying the truth of the words from his heart to hers, confirming what she already knew but needed to hear. I love you too, she said. I've loved you since the water. Since before the water. Since the moment I watched a boy run toward a flood and thought, that one. That's the one. That's a terrible basis for a relationship. He runs toward floods. It's worked out so far. He kissed her. It was their first real kiss, not the one in Alto Mare, which might or might not have been her, which existed in the ambiguous space between memory and legend. This one was deliberate. Chosen. His hand on her cheek, her fingers curling into his jacket, the sunset on their closed eyelids and the salt wind in their hair. It was clumsy. It was perfect. It was human and inhuman and everything in between, and the bond sang with it, a harmony that resonated through both of them like a bell struck true. When they separated, Pikachu was standing in the doorway, watching them with an expression of supreme satisfaction. Pikachu, he said. About time. Were you watching that whole thing? Ash asked. Chew. Obviously. That's creepy, buddy. Pikachu Pie. I've been invested in this relationship since day one. I have a right to see the payoff. Tia laughed so hard she had to hold on to the porch railing. Ash covered his face with his hands. Pikachu looked pleased with himself in the way that only a Pikachu who'd masterminded a months-long romantic conspiracy could look pleased. From inside the cottage, Brock's voice, I told you to go be with her, not traumatize the Pikachu. He's not traumatized. He's judging us. Same thing in this group. The cottage filled with laughter. All of them, the trainer, the legendary, the breeder, the electric mouse, laughing together in the golden evening light, and the sound of it carried across the cliff and over the water and into the city of Alto Mare, where the canals flowed and the bridges stood and the garden dreamed beneath the stones. Later, when the stars were out and the cottage was quiet and Brock's snoring was performing its nightly symphony, Tia slipped outside. She stood on the cliff's edge. Closed her eyes. Let go. The illusion dissolved, and Latias emerged, red and white, wings catching the starlight, body lifting from the ground with the effortless grace of a being born to the sky. She flew. Over the ocean. Through the salt air. Fast, then faster, the water a blur beneath her, the stars a river above. She climbed until the air thinned and the world curved at the edges, and alto mare was a jewel of light on the dark fabric of the sea. She flew because her body needed it. Because the sky was where she'd been born and the wind was her first language. Because no matter how perfectly she inhabited the human form, no matter how deeply she loved the ground-bound life she'd built, she was still Latias. Still a creature of air and light and speed. She flew, and the night embraced her, and the freedom was a song that her wings knew by heart. Far below, on the cottage porch, Ash sat in a blanket, watching. He couldn't see her, she was too high, too fast, a red streak against the stars that human eyes couldn't track. But he could feel her. Through the bond, her joy was a supernova, pure, uncomplicated, the happiness of a being doing exactly what it was designed to do. He smiled. Leaned back. Watched the sky. Somewhere up there, the woman he loved was flying. Tomorrow, she'd be Tia again, making terrible coffee, arguing with him about jackets, training Pokemon with the strategic brilliance of a legendary mind. They'd plan their next journey. They'd pack their bags. They'd walk out the door together, into a world that was bigger and stranger and more beautiful than either of them could navigate alone. But tonight, she flew. And he watched. And the bond between them hummed, a golden thread connecting earth and sky, human and legendary, the boy who ran toward danger and the Pokemon who'd pulled him from the water and refused to let go. Over the ocean, two new shapes appeared. Smaller than Latias, younger, their feathers catching the starlight in shades of blue and rose. New Ian Pokemon, drawn to Alto Mare by the restored soul dew, called home by an energy that promised safety and belonging. They fell into formation beside Latias, and the three of them wheeled through the dark like comets, and the cycle continued. The old guardians passing the torch. New life answering the call. The world turned. The stars wheeled. And in a cottage on a cliff above the sea, a boy fell asleep in a blanket on the porch, smiling, dreaming of nothing and everything. In the morning, Tia would be there. Human-shaped and warm and smelling like salt air and freedom. She'd hand him coffee that was slightly too strong because she still hadn't figured out the ratio. She'd argue that they needed to pack more food than he thought was reasonable. She'd kiss him on the cheek in the way that had started this whole story, back in Alto Mare, back when he didn't know who she was and she didn't know who she'd become. They'd walk out the door. Pikachu on his shoulder. Brock beside them. The road ahead, open and endless and full of the unknown. Ash Ketchum was going to be a Pokemon master. He had the best partner anyone could ask for. And Tia, Latias, the girl from the water, the legend in a sundress, the impossible, stubborn, beautiful being who'd chosen humanity because humanity contained one specific boy, was going with him. Was that ever a question? She laughed in the sky, and the stars heard her, and the world kept turning. Chapter 6 End.